Psalm 133. Behold how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments. As the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion, for there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore.
A new command I give you. Love one another. As I have loved you, so you must love one another. By this everyone will know that you are my disciples if you love one another.
You gotta be mindful. And
so this is before he was the president or after?
No, since he's been president.
Right.
Since he's been president.
Okay.
So an old boy told me he was writing a book, and Donald Trump, man,
he said what he said.
Yeah, man, but
he said, I said what I said.
and this is my thing. This is what a lot of people don't understand, man. Donald Trump, man, like I said, man, I'm gonna keep it 100 with you, Bush. I'm not voting for Biden, man. I'm not voting for Biden.
Not.
And I'm gonna tell you why.
I'm
gonna tell you why I'm not voting for him, man. They can say what they want. Anytime we get a Democrat in there, man, they screw the military, they screw people over like our grandparents and stuff. They tell about saving money. They screw us over, man. The people that shed blood and tears, man. And I'm being honest with you, they do it, man, in a way. And we as black people, man, we don't even we see it, but then we accept it because they're a Democrat. My mom, man, I'm like, do your own research, be your own man. That's what I teach my son. Be independent. Just because they like something, what I like is maybe it's not for you, son. You know, you got to find your own way. And I'm gonna support you, whatever you do. But we as blacks, man, we don't even know our own history, bro. Like the last discussion we had about us being Republicans, a lot of people, man, when we was talking, a lot of people didn't know that. We were Republicans.
Right.
The Democratic Party came and screwed up a lot of stuff.
Right.
And people don't understand that. They're like, oh, the Republicans this. I'm like, man, well, I don't believe these people. I'm being honest with you, Bush. I was on my mom worked 2 jobs, man. And she sent me down there to get that government cheese and all that other stuff, the little cornflakes, with the rooster on there, the big ass box of cornflakes with the rooster on there.
Right.
The powdered milk and all this other stuff, man. I had to go down there on every first Saturday of every month. I had to go to the elementary school and give them my address, and they would give me a box to take home. And I'm being honest with you. Now, was we on food stamps? No, I didn't know what food stamps was because my mom worked 2 jobs.
Right.
But people on food stamps, man, people get caught up in the system. And the Democrats put that system in place with the projects, the hoods, and
systematic.
Exactly. And black people, man, they didn't do it. They helped us out. No, they didn't, man. They did that.
We thought that was the case,
Yeah, but they and exactly, man. But when you get older, and if you sit up here and you take the time to research stuff, man, then then man, we as black people, we can't keep being fed what somebody tell us. Oh yeah, that's right. Then we still on that not Jim Crow, the Willie Lynch. Willie Lynch they brought him over here from the islands, man, to put blacks in place, put the young against the old, the light skin against the dark skin, and we still got that slave mentality.
I hear you, brother. Speak on it, man.
We need to break that, man.
I got somebody that I grew up with coming on tonight, brother. I think
is it old boy from the time?
No, well, Kev coming back too. He's gonna be coming back. Kev Wilson, that's Kev from Brooklyn. But I got somebody. He's kind of like an uncle figure to me, man. Kind of like a father figure. I'm gonna keep it real. My dad wasn't around. This is my cousin's father, right?
Yeah.
Baby daddy. She's in heaven right now, rest in heaven. But I used to hang out with him. He's the role model for me. Played basketball, sports, football, techno ball. So we used to have talks about the faith. It's been years, but we're gonna get him on. He's very opinionated, and he has some Indian in him too, man. So y'all can get that connection. I don't know what type of Indian he is, but he's like Mexican, like he's like mestizo, It's gonna be a good
Heinz 57 like me, a Heinz 57 like me mixed up.
There you go. There you go. Let me see. I think Billy is trying to get in. I'm just getting. Hey, Bill, how you doing, brother? Are you okay? You know what? Pardon me, man. I was trying to share this out to. Oh, there you go, Billy. Ray Parrish entering the room. All right, let's do it. We got Jack on the line. Okay. So Jack, we got Billy. He's entering the Brothers Dwelling in Unity session here, and you know, Jack, we leaning on you to read or recite Psalm 133.
Oh man, I know that by heart. Yeah, let me know when you're ready, bro.
You the man. We're gonna do it at the outset before we get started. We're gonna definitely kick it off. You the man. And what's up? Hey, come over here, Quentin. Hey, Jack, let me introduce you to my daughter's you know, boyfriend. They just had a baby together, right?
Yeah, oh, I saw that. Yeah, well, your grandpa.
Yeah. It's a good brother. And I used to serve with Jack right here, man.
Yes, sir. How you doing?
Hey, how you doing? Where you at? Where you at?
That's Quentin, man. He mashed up, man.
Yes, yeah. What's going on? What's going on, Quentin, man? Congratulations, bro.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Hey, man. Hey, beautiful baby, man. Beautiful baby, man.
Thank you.
God is good.
It's a blessing.
Yeah, all the time.
You have a couple more, right? when the time's right, right? Yeah. That's right. You got to put the
Hey, Bush, where you located at, man?
Atlanta.
You in Atlanta?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Bush, man, I'm here in Savannah, bro.
Hey, I know, brother. I know. I'm back and forth.
I gotta come up there, bro. I gotta come up there, man.
No doubt. We got a link.
Hey, you know, Jafari up there, man. Jafar.
You know, I just had a chance to see Jafar, unfortunately, you know, at Bolden's you know, funeral for his son who passed.
Hey, man, I was trying to come to that, man. Nobody told me where it was at or nothing.
Gotcha, brother. Yeah, it's you know, they still dealing with that situation, obviously, right?
Yeah, for sure. Hey, man, because I remember when he was a baby.
Yeah. I remember last time they came up and we went to Sky Zone, I think. What was it?
Hey, where Bolden located at, man?
He's out of Riverdale. At Riverdale.
Okay. Yeah.
He's been there for a minute too, man. He's been
Riverdale,
there
Georgia. Yeah, Riverdale, Georgia. I know where that's at.
Good people.
Atlanta.
You know, that's my boy, man. Hey, that's my boy, man. That's my heart right there, man.
Hey, man. But check this out, man. Once my son graduates, I'm moving to Atlanta, man. Man, I don't like this part of Georgia, bro.
It's beautiful out there, though, right?
Nah, man, it's Savannah hood, bro.
It's a hood?
Man, it reminds me so much of home, bro, man. I'm tired of Louisiana. I'm not going back to Louisiana.
It's hood in Savannah? Get down. It's hood everywhere
Savannah hood, bro. Savannah hood.
You can't escape the hood.
Hey, got history here. Don't get me wrong. It goes back to, you know, colonial and everything. They got history, man. But and Forrest Gump, you know, Forrest Gump, they made that where he sat on the bench. That was right there in downtown Savannah. But Savannah hood, bro.
Okay. All right. You know what? I think Trump was just talking about trying to save the suburbs, right? You know, that's a topic. Billy, welcome to the Brothers Dwelling Unit. We just hey, hold on.
Hey, Jack.
Yo, what's going on, Billy?
How are you, sir?
Man, I'm doing great, man. It's great to see you, man.
Yeah,
good to see you.
Good to meet you, brother.
Hey, you too, man. Hey, take care of that baby, man.
Yes, sir, we do.
Hey, Billy, what's going on, brother?
Good. How are you, Sean?
Hey, good to see you, man. Just chopping it up. You know, Jack is early here, right? That's that NCO in him.
That's good.
Hey, it's good to see Billy, man. Hey, man, it's good to see you, Billy, man.
Good to see you, Sean. Jack.
Likewise.
You call you Jack or?
Man, call me Pierre, man. I'm not in the military no
Pierre.
more.
Just don't call him Sam. Don't call him Sarge.
Okay. Hey, you sound French.
Hey, I am. I'm from Louisiana. Come on, say bye. Bonjour, monsieur. Come on, parlez-vous.
All right. You know, so we was talking about, so Jack, Pierre is in Savannah, Billy, right?
Savannah, okay.
And he was
telling nice part of Georgia.
Hey, where you at, Billy?
Tennessee, Clarksville. You 101st?
That's Fort Campbell.
Yeah, right up here. 30 minutes.
Screaming Eagles, baby.
There you go.
Yeah, I love Clarksville, man.
I was going to ask you about that last time because you said 101st.
I love, man. That was one of my best duty stations, bro.
Yeah, I've heard nothing but good things about the military base up here.
Man, hey, I love the 101st, man.
I want to get over there and get those air assault wings.
Man, hey, I'm telling you, that's the real air assault. That's the real air assault. That stuff they go around train. That's the real air assault.
Where else do they do training for air assault at other than?
No, man, they put a team together. They put a team together, go around and train different places.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah, different duty stations, but that's the real air assault.
But you got to go. What's that? Like 3 weeks? 2 weeks? 2 weeks?
It was almost a month.
I remember you had an air assault.
No, hey, 4 weeks. It was 4 weeks when I went.
Okay.
I think they done, you know, got it down to 2 weeks because you had phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and phase 4.
Okay. So, gentlemen, I talked with Mendez. He's en route to his location. He's probably gonna be about 30 minutes. I talked with Mark. I know he's dealing with football, so he's gonna be running a little behind schedule. They're coming though, right? Kevin, you know, he said he's gonna be on, right?
What about Harris? What about DeLeon?
You know what? I sent the invite. I'm gonna reach out to him again, ping him. We'll probably break for about 5 minutes. Come on back, right? You know, or maybe 10 minutes. Make a couple of phone calls, and then you know we'll just go with what we have and begin the discussion. Because there's a lot to talk about, a lot going on.
Oh yeah, there's a lot going on in our country, around the world as well.
A lot going on, man. So you know, and you know, we got to feed the saints.
Oh yes, sir.
Information, these perspectives, these God-given perspectives.
You didn't get any of that from that hurricane, did you, Pierre?
No. We just got, all we did, man, was got rain. Now, my family down in Louisiana, they missed it because my family's from New Orleans and Baton Rouge, man. But it went west of them to Lake Charles area, between Lake Charles and Houston. It tore up Lake Charles. It tore Lake Charles up.
Stay safe. Stay safe.
Yeah, everybody out there stay safe.
California getting some inclement weather too, right? The fire.
Yeah, you know, but you heard about the mid. Well, I don't know if it's Midwest, but Minnesota, Oregon, Utah, and Denver, Colorado, all the snow they got this past weekend.
There's a few days before that, it's 100 degrees.
Yeah,
I
think Minnesota got over a foot.
Oof.
And that's not, man, that's unusual, bro. That's unusual for this time of the year.
Yeah, it's just September, early September. Oh yeah, 9/11. 19 years.
We got Jack on. We got Bill.
Yeah. Hey, Bush, you remember we was in Germany when 9/11 hit? We was in Germany, man. When 9/11 hit, Billy, man, we was over there.
That's right. Yeah, you know what?
Did you like Germany? I've heard a lot of good things about Germany.
I like Germany, man. I like my company. We had a good battalion until we had this one colonel came in named Colonel Sexton. Our battalion, man, we had a great battalion. Colonel Cloyd, we had Colonel Cloyd, we had Colonel John, then we got the devil in, we got Satan in there, Colonel Sexton.
He was from Kansas. You know what's funny, Jack? You know what's funny about Colonel Sexton?
No, he wasn't from Kansas. You know what Colonel Sexton originally from?
You know what? Forgive me. His daughter was going to school at Fort Riley because I was heading to Fort Riley. And
but you know where he's originally from?
I don't know. Is he from Georgia?
No, he's from New York.
He's from New York. Okay.
Yeah, he's from upstate New York. But man, you know, a lot of people ran up in his daughter, right? In our company.
Good. I didn't know that.
Yeah, one of the soldiers wound up marrying him, man. They went OCS and wound up marrying.
Well, you know what? That's typical. That's typical of the high-ranking officers, you know, and their family. You know, you always got the jokes. You know, hey, you know, who's sleeping with the first sergeant's daughter, right? somebody started a war, right?
Yeah.
I got a date with the CEO's daughter.
Daughter, yep. Hey, but
it's a little bit of it's humorous, but there's a little bit of truth. A lot of truth.
It is. Right? It is, honestly.
Remember Captain Juno? He you remember Captain Juno, right, Jackson?
Nuh-uh.
You was Captain Juno? He was in okay. This is like this is before your time, but
this is when y'all went to Kosovo or going to Kosovo, something like that?
It might have, I think he took us to Kosovo, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, because when I came back, Captain Hart took over.
Right. With first son Allen, right? No,
first son Johnson, Alan Johnson. It was Alan Johnson. He was from Harlem.
You're right. But then
Johnson was from Harlem. Yep.
Yeah. But yeah. What's his name? Captain Juno used to say, "Hey, here's a quarter. Make sure you call home before you get there. You know, so you can give your wife warning, tell a boyfriend to leave before you get there."
But that's true though, man. Hey, when you guys, I'm gonna tell you, Bush, I got there when you guys were in Kosovo, man, and they gave us a briefing in German Head Start in Gießen saying, "Hey, Do not go in if you're single. There's no need for you to be in Boosbach and Bad Nauheim. I'm like, what's going on? I'm dumb. I just got there, and they tell me because the women, the wives, the MPSOs, the wives will put their mops out on the balcony to let you know that they're available.
But you know what? I don't want to give the military a bad name. That's not all wives, right?
No, not all wives. No.
Wives are questionable.
But that's just life, man. You got good and bad no matter what you do in life.
Right.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, but real talk, man. But real talk, bro. That stuff there, man. That's the briefing we got in a German Head Start, bro.
Oh yeah.
That's the brief. And then when we was over there fighting in combat, Billy, this is real talk. The wives in it was Bad Nauheim. They had a prostitution ring going on. You knew about that, Bush?
I heard about that too. Yeah, I did hear about.
They had to send a lot of wives. They sent over 500 wives back home.
Yeah.
Before the soldiers came back.
This stuff is typical for soldiers. That a lot of soldiers get married fast. The wives, they're not. I'm sure it's not unique to the military, right? It goes on across, the world. The military is just a representation of that, reality. So, but it's unfortunate, but it goes on. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of things that soldiers put up with in the military. That's just one of the things. Again, you gotta be tough. Because you gotta go train and you gotta fight, and you can't be worried about what's going on back at home, right?
You cannot. It'll get you killed. It'll get you killed. Mess up your head and get you killed.
That's right. But again, that's a side of the military that I'm sure we can dig into a little bit in the future.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
We had several Asian massage parlors up here that got busted for that stuff, prostitution.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they come in, whomever comes in, and they offer a happier ending. Yeah, they got several of them closed down.
Okay. Hey, Jim, let's take about 5 to 10 minutes. I'm gonna make some phone calls, right? And we get back on. And Jack, when we get back, it'd be an honor and a privilege, sir, if you can recite Psalm 133, and we'll just get the ball rolling. We got a few topics that we'll talk about, right? I think it was socialized, so we'll just get it rolling. I think the first one might be the peace treaty, right? And we just come to find out Bahrain just joined that peace treaty, right? The United Arab.
You got to bring me up to date on that, man.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about it. It's cool. Looking for your perspective, Jack and Billy, and hopefully we can get some more people in between now and then, and we'll get rolling.
Right, good to see you, Jack.
Bless. 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
All right.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can now. Yes, sir.
Was it 5 or 10 minutes, sir? That fast?
Yeah, about it was a little less than 10, I guess.
Okay.
Just
So
wanted to make sure it got in.
I talked with Tori. He is in the Highland Tunnel, held up in traffic. He lives out in Jersey, right?
In Jersey.
Works in New York, but commutes to Jersey. 911, probably something to do with that. What I'm doing right now, my brother, is I'm sharing the feed over Facebook to a lot of the groups that I belong to, right? I think that's how we were able to get our share count up so high.
That's good. I think maybe the more that we do this on a regular basis, it'll get out.
Definitely. We want to definitely get some audience participation, right, and questions. So, again, this is the Brothers Dwelling in Unity video log / podcast. If there's anybody out there that has any questions, by all means, feel free to ask those questions about what the intent of the program is. We're going to talk about social issues, and we're going to talk about a little politics. But the main concern and consideration is, as Brother Billy is advertising on his hat, right? We're believers in Jesus Christ.
Yes, sir. That's the most important thing above all. That's what unites us. That's what should unite us.
Without question, that's the common thread that allows us to have these discussions that are normally very emotionally charged and result in fisticuffs.
Yeah, to say the least.
That's right. And we're going to talk about some topics that might get a rise out of some people, right? Especially when you're talking about politics, right, and religion, right? Racial issues, right?
This is 9/11, 19th anniversary of it.
Please speak on that, Bill. I was definitely gonna pay tribute to the occasion.
Well, I was just going to bring up. I remember 19 years ago, after this, watching sports, like baseball was canceled for a week or postponed for a week. The NFL and major sports coming back, that was a uniting factor for us. Now you watch sports and it's a dividing factor,
Right.
because they have made it so political. People watch sports to get away from politics. And, I don't like to make it a political issue, but look at the NFL. They're telling players that you can't wear a man of God on your helmet or your uniform. But then they're allowing these players to wear Jacob Blake's name on their helmet.
Right.
On their helmets. And I mean, How does that make the woman that he was accused, he actually was in prison about? I mean, how does that make her feel? Them honoring a convicted sex offender.
True. Yeah, double standard.
It's a double standard. And then they say you can't wear God on your helmet or your uniform. And you remember after that,
got out of everything, right?
Well, you remember a few years back when that, it was probably 4 or 5 years ago, back down in Dallas, when they had that police shooting where 5 cops were killed, and the NFL told the Dallas Cowboys they couldn't honor the police, the names of the officers.
Right.
But it's just that right there is greatly disturbing to me. Very disturbing to me.
Oh, I agree, my brother.
And particularly as Christians, regardless of what your political affiliation is, they're saying God's not allowed anywhere here.
Right. Hey, so you know what, Bill? Let's go ahead and get started. We know Jack is here, and he'll definitely be back. Kevin, he'll be joining us. Mendez is going to join us. Mark is also going to join us. Tori's going to join us. So we got some people that are going to, join in as soon as they have a free moment. But hey, bro, we have conversations all the time. Let's have a conversation to God's glory and the edification of the saints concerning some of the topics that we've we've identified, right? The one topic that I think is of concern for me, as we see the world in the current state that it is in, and if you don't have I guess a watchful eye, you may not tie these two things together, right? But look at the peace treaty, right? Donald Trump, he's facilitating peace in the Middle East. What's the takeaways there related to what we are experiencing tied to COVID and all the new normal?
Yeah, I hate that term, the new normal. Because everything that was normal to us is no longer normal until
Right.
after November, at least. But
Right.
I tell you, I remember in 2016 when they said that running Republican and Democrats both were saying that if Trump's elected, he was going to start a war here and start a war there. He brought peace to regions that never knew peace before. Look what he did with North Korea. He had a summit there with Little Rocket Man.
That's right.
And they said that this guy was going to create a war all over. Wars. In Scripture talks about, of course, it tells you in Scripture not to worry yourself about time or place.
There's some people, if you talk to them, they will tell you that that's just what he's doing.
You talking about the wars?
No, right. He's turning the world upside down. In direct contrast to the last President Obama, where he brought the world together, right? Supposedly Trump is so divisive, right? Because he puts America's interests and the principles that made America great, right? He puts those things first. So now he is being divisive.
I tell you, you hit on something there that is correct. Obama did, in a sense, bring with the Iran nuclear deal.
Right.
All these other countries, they benefited from it. We were footing the bill for these people, for these countries, Germany and other places, Iran. Before Jimmy Carter, Iran was actually on our side. We were on their side. Then Jimmy Carter, the Shah of Iran at the time, he broke deals with them. And then now you've got our boys being held in Iran for 444 days. Then Reagan gets elected. He gets elected and they're sent home. When people believe you're going to do something, even if you have no intention of doing it, they just believe you might.
Right.
They act a little different. And
I agree.
These countries, they didn't respect Obama's ability to do anything because they knew he wouldn't.
Right.
Because it's.
Well, you know what? It's as if not only did they know he wouldn't do it, but he didn't have any incentive or inclination to do it.
I honestly believe that you look at Obama and you look at Bush and Clinton and Bush the 41st, they were in the same bed together with globalism and so forth.
Definitely.
And that's why they talk about Obama bringing the world together. Well,
right.
In a sense, I mean, look how much money he sent on a pallet on a helicopter to Iran.
Right. You know what's interesting though, to me, I know that when President Bush was in office and 9/11, right? What's today? 2020.
Yes, sir.
9/11, 2020, right? So 9/11 took place in 2001, if I'm not mistaken, right? No. Yeah, 2001, 9/11, 2001, right? At that point, I went to Iraq in 2003. 2 years later, I was in Iraq fighting, and the global war on terrorism had been started, right? GWAT it was referred to. And GWAT was the, all you had to do in order to get any expenditures authorized or any expenses, authorized for payment was tied into GWAT. Why do you need this? Oh, defending the country, we're at war right now, right? So there was so much money that was spent, right? And there's even some conspiracy theory that a lot of people made fortunes in these companies that, are in place to produce weapons and as far as invested in stocks and, so all those funds were spent, all those monies were spent. And I thought that was a lot of money, But come to find out, right? And again, we got to do some fact checking. But when Obama got in office, he ran the debt up substantially more. I even heard to the tune of, we were in so much debt after Obama left office, it was more than all presidents combined, which is incredible to me, especially given the fact that George Bush was involved in authorizing so much money when we went to war, right? Again, those GWAT resources. But again, I heard that, Obama, he ran the national debt up more so than any of all the other presidents combined. I don't know if you can speak to that or not.
No, I heard that too. And it was kind of like, LT kind of spoke on it once. Bush inherited like a clean slate. And there's a reason why he was able to do that. Clinton cut everything that was actually beneficial to America's security, defense systems. Then you look what happened 9/11. Now, that 9/11 is a deep issue. We can go into that deep, but being the 19th anniversary, probably shouldn't.
Okay,
because,
right.
Well, because there's a lot to it that that has come out.
Right.
Yeah, but that doesn't change the fact
Michael
that
Moore made a movie about it, right?
Well, I mean, it doesn't change. Oh, yeah. Well, I don't believe anything he puts out, really. Yeah, but but I do. I mean, he was on to something, though.
Right.
He was on to something. And there's a lot that we can talk about, but since it is the anniversary, those officers and firefighters did run into those buildings.
We definitely want to honor the first responders, and we want to honor the service members that have put their lives on the line, and all the family members who supported over the years up until present day. Thank you again from the bottom.
Sir, thank you.
Our hearts at the Brothers Dwelling in Unity blog and podcast. And, again, there's still a tremendous amount of sacrifice that's being made up to this day. We still have soldiers in Afghanistan and Iraq.
Yeah, and that's something else to speak about. These people said that Trump was going to escalate all wars all across the region of wherever we're at. I mean, he's actually bringing our boys home.
Right.
And
right. So
he's putting an end to foreign, there's a time and place for war, but you don't have to invade every region.
Well, he hasn't started a war yet.
Right. And I've heard that was one good thing.
Years, right?
Well, if you look at America's history, we're always at war. There's very few times in our history when we're not at war.
It's true.
And
it's true.
I mean, say what you want about it. I mean, that is what it is.
We are I used to work for the Joint Strike Fighter, Department of Defense Foreign Military Sales. They sold F-35s, and I'm not going to say too much about it because it's, I don't want to turn up missing, right?
Yeah, don't get in trouble.
No. But, there's a partnerships that they have with countries to build these things and make money, right? And these things are like a lot of money, a lot of money, right? High technology. But going back to what we were talking about as far as the peace treaty, God talks about a time in the Bible, Bill, where, when they shall say peace and safety, then sudden destruction comes upon them, right? And it's so interesting. There have been other peace treaties that have existed over the last, 72 years. I think there were 2 peace treaties that Israel had in place over the last 72 years, and Donald Trump spoke to that, right? When I first saw the, newscast that he put out where he was communicating that, the Bahrain had joined the peace treaty, I thought he was referencing the United Emirates of Arab, right? Or the United Arab Emirates, UAE. But it took me time to realize, no, this was Bahrain. They formally have come on board now. So that makes 2 countries in the Middle East now, and there are more that are coming, right? So if there was any time that in the history of the world where we could look at that verse of the Bible where God is saying, when they shall say peace and safety, then sudden destruction. Notice God said they, right? When they should, meaning more than one, plural, right? So this is a group of individuals, a coalition almost, if you would, of individuals who are coming into agreement. and they think that, this is going to provide safety. They're dividing the nation of Israel, right? Which God says that territory belongs to Israel.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not pleased with that. So, again, just looking at everything that we have going on, COVID-19, all the racial tensions with George Floyd, right? It's really curious. And the ceremony, I believe, is taking place this week in Washington, D.C., where officials from the Middle East are coming down. They're going to sign the treaty. You got the Feast of Trumpets taking place on September 18th. The significance of the Feast of Trumpets, right? And according to Jewish history, is that this is a time when more than any other time, this is the most likely time for Christ to return on this feast. So, some other things that tie into this, and we'll get into that. Reference the Israelites being brought to a state of awakening, right? The fullness of the Gentiles coming in, and then Israel, having the blinders kind of taken away from them so that they recognize Jesus Christ as the Messiah, right? Just some points of discussion. I don't know if you want to speak to any of those at this point.
Well, no, all of them are good points to discuss, because we are to be aware of what's around us, what's going on around us. Now, when we talk about Trump and the significance of the peace treaties, I've always understood it to watch out, to be careful when Israel puts their defense down and trust in man before they do God. And eventually, I don't know how it's going to happen, but we know that this stuff's going to happen eventually. The new world order is going to implement, one world government, one world religion. I mean, it's scary things, but it's going to happen somehow, some way. I mean, you look at the United States. I don't know how we're going to do it, but I tell you, as long as Trump is president, we're not going to see it. But then after he leaves office, I mean, you saw the cartel. We just talked about it. Bush, the two Bushes, Clinton, Obama. It was almost, they looked like the same thing.
Right.
And then, of course, each side badmouths each other. Obama and Bush. Obama blamed Bush for everything.
Right.
And then he said, well, I'm going to bring the boys home. He doesn't bring the boys home. He just continues it, escalates it.
Yeah.
Hey, speaking of September 11th and the New World Order, September 11th, 1990, George Herbert Walker Bush gave a speech about the New World Order there in the Wilshire Hotel. And when I was studying this, I'm like, the dates are so significant. And 11 years prior to September 11th, 2001, he was giving this speech about the New World Order. President Clinton comes in and tells us that we should not worry about preserving the American rights, the freedoms. In other words, we should lay them down and just be like everybody else.
Right.
When we talk about implementing or ushering in the New World Order, we had this in place for 30 years before Trump. And you want to talk about divisive?
Right.
You do away with somebody's livelihood like he is, well, you're going to cause a lot of division.
Right. There's a lot of rich enemies, right? Not happy with the president right now.
You said something earlier about being at war, making people rich. In World War II, Prescott Bush, George Herbert Walker Bush's dad, was actually a banker. He financed Hitler's war efforts. And a lot of bankers do that. They finance both sides so they get rich, because war makes people rich, which is one reason why the world is always at war.
That's right. It's a big money-making machine.
Oh, absolutely. And that's a shame. But I mean, the truth is money makes the world go around. And people like us, we're just a cog in the system. They don't care about us. Most of them don't. They can send millions of boys to die at war. There's a million more coming up.
Right.
That's how they see it. I mean, and just look at history.
I'm with you. The NWO, right? New World Order. Yeah. I told you in private conversations, I've been a part of meetings, right? and certain environments where, you know, that term has been brought up and you go, I thought that was conspiracy theory, but this is an official gathering and it's being used and just thrown around as if this is a formal term, right? In the lexicon, right? So, you know, that kind of makes you perk up and take some of this conspiracy theory a little more serious, right? So we got Alejandro Rodriguez. We're gonna, okay, this is Mendez's. Hey, what's going on? There it is, Mendy.
There's Mindy.
What's up? What's up? Can you hear me?
I saw Rodriguez asking to come in, but I guess that was you. Yeah, you don't look like Rodriguez. What's going on, brother?
Rodriguez?
Yeah, I saw Alejandro Rodriguez requesting to enter the room, and then I clicked on it, and I guess it let you in, but technology, right? You know, who knows?
Yeah, I don't know why rename it on there. Yeah.
What's going on, brother? You good, man? You on the road?
Yeah, I'm on the road. I only dropped the truck, so I'm
Okay.
heading to the house now.
Yeah, be safe. We're just talking about you know, the peace treaty with Israel and you know, I guess some of those countries out in the Middle East and tie that into COVID-19, the significance, the timing of all this stuff. You know, why is this happening right now? Is it happenstance, or is there a reason why this peace treaty is taking place? Why now? You know, again, according to the biblical perspective, if you ask Brother Bush, I'm going to say that the reason it's taking place now is because it's quite possible that the Lord is ready to rapture the church, right? If you are a pre-tribulationist, meaning that you believe that, you know, before the tribulation starts, Jesus Christ is going to pull the saints out of the earth, then it all kind of makes sense, really, because when they shall say peace and safety, then sudden destruction comes, right? But before all these calamities take place, right, God says, because of the faithfulness of the church, he's going to you know, keep us from the hour of temptation that is coming on the earth. Speaking of the tribulation, right? You know, so not only that, but September 18th, I was talking with Bill, this is the Feast of Trumpets, right? And this is the most likely time, according to Jewish tradition and ceremony, that the Lord would return for the church, right? So we're expecting and anticipating that he's going to return more than likely on this feast day, just like he was crucified on the Passover, right? Just like the Lord fulfilled the Feast of Unleavened Bread. There's 7 feast days. Passover is one of them. The Feast of Unleavened Bread, the Feast of First Fruits, right? These are the spring festivals. And then you got the Feast of Trumpets, which takes place in the fall. And there's 2 other feasts that take place in the fall as well. Well, again, it's thought that Christ could be coming. And there's a lot of theologians that are raising that issue. And that's why, you know, we're talking with a sense of urgency right now. If you don't know the Lord, now's a good time to, you know, get to find out what all this Christianity stuff is about. The gospel, right? You know, John 3:16, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that so whomever would believe on him will not perish but have eternal life. What's all that really about, right? Is that just word of mouth? Is that just something we like to say, or is there something really, you know, significant that we may have missed? Again, a lot of people are Christians in name.
Oh, absolutely.
They're raised Christians, and they really don't understand what that personal relationship with the Lord is genuinely about, right? They never put their faith in the Lord. They never asked the Lord to forgive them of their sins, right? They never asked God to impart the Holy Spirit to them, you know. So if that's the case, again, now's a good time for us all to humble ourselves before God, and again, for those of us that are in the faith, just make sure that, you know, when we're still in the faith and we haven't, you know, departed.
Hey, Sean, real quick, I think Pierre wants in.
Oh, is that? Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I get
Now,
to talk. I get to talking, man. Y'all gotta help me out. I'll just be talking and talking.
oh, there he is.
APA, sorry about that.
Jack.
I don't know how long you was waiting, brother. We waited for the audio, man.
So one thing about the
No,
rapture.
yo, I'm in.
We got you,
What's
brother.
up, Jack?
Hey, you know what?
What's up?
Jack, we kind of got going. We were talking about Israel and the peace treaty related to the rapture. Hey, do us an honor, brother. You see, we got Mendez on.
Mindy.
Can you recite that
what's
Psalm
up,
133?
Yeah, for sure.
Finish with that, man.
My brothers. Hey, it says Psalms 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brothers to dwell together in unity. It's like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garment. As the dew of Hermon, as the dew that descends upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commands his blessing, even life evermore.
Amen.
Beautifully.
Appreciate that, Jack. Jack, you got that memorized. You got it memorized, or what you reading?
Oh, I got it memorized, man.
Well, he got it right here, man.
That's what I'm
He's
talking
been doing
about.
that for years.
That's what I'm talking about. Hey,
Amen to that.
good stuff, man. And that's what it's all about. That's what the premise and the basis of this show is about. You know, brothers dwelling in unity. We're talking about things that normally invoke a lot of emotion, politics, you know, social considerations of race relations and religion, right? You know, so but we're able to talk about our different views and different perspectives. Of course, we have that foundation, right? We're in the faith. A lot of us are formerly veterans, right? Well, we are veterans, right? And we've been talking about 9/11 right now, paying tribute and giving honor to the service members and the first responders that paid the ultimate price, and all the family members that continue to support and deal with that. You know, it's still going on. We're still at war right now, right?
Yes,
War
sir.
is not over.
No. And unfortunately, I don't know if it'll ever be over with.
Amen. Well, let's get back real quick.
Okay.
We were talking about, right, the fact that Bahrain just joined the peace treaty along with the United Arab of Emirates, right, UAE. So that's two countries that have signed on to the peace treaty with Israel that is going to be formally signed this week in Washington, D.C. Officials are traveling up. And what does that mean? Is it just happenstance that, this stuff is taking place in the midst of COVID-19, in the midst of all these race relations, right? We talked about September 18th being the Feast of Trumpets. That is a time I guess in Jewish tradition that a lot of, and in Christians also are looking for the return of the Lord, right? To rapture the church. So is it possible that, again, that given circumstances that, we're seeing that the Lord could return for the church maybe as early as September 18th, right?
Which is, man, I got some appointments set up right now. Okay, let's not do the big guy. Push that back a little bit after Christmas.
Hey, but man, if we talking about the Bible, man, it says, not the time nor the year, the date that he'll be back. You're just supposed to be ready. So we can't predict.
Right.
No, I agree. No, he's 100% correct.
Right.
And that's why I don't focus on, I know he's coming back. I just don't know when. It's not if, it's when.
Right.
When we went to combat last time, man, the clouds, if you go over there, you go to Saudi Arabia, whoever has been in Saudi Arabia, they'll see the clouds go the opposite way of what we used to. So that being said, you have to sit up here, man. We just got to make sure we're ready, spiritual wise and everything else. So, because we don't know the time, nor the hour, nor the day. We just all we know we just got to be ready, man.
Well, I'm with you, Jack, on that. I grew up underneath a ministry by the name of Family Radio. I think they're based out of Oakland, California. This guy, the president of Family Radio, his name was Harold Campen, and he wouldn't set dates for the return of Christ, but he would definitely point you into, scripture that he believed was communicating that this could possibly happen around this time frame, right? Is there any legitimacy to that? God says, he says, you hypocrites, you know when the clouds are dark that a storm is coming, right? But you don't know the signs of the times, right? You don't know that basically these things are taking place that are right at that speak to the return of Christ. For example, God talks about the parable of a fig tree, right? There's a place in the Bible where Christ is talking to the Pharisees, and and then they walk by a fig tree. He curses the fig tree, and because the fig tree is not bearing any fruit. And then he goes right back to the Pharisees, right, and starts talking to them. So a lot of people look at that as, a prophecy, a parable where God is saying speaking of Israel, and then I guess he says right after that, he says, learn a parable of the fig tree, right? When you shall see its leaf and bloom, then you know that, I am at the very gates. Surely I say to you that none of these things that are being discussed are going to, all of these things that are being discussed are going to happen prior to the return, right, of Christ. So in other words, when you shall see the parable, when you see the fig tree and leaf, and that's referred to as the parable of the fig tree, then you know that Christ is right at the gates. Well, gentlemen, what's commonly understood as being the fulfillment of that fig tree prophecy is, in fact, the nation of Israel returning as a nation after hundreds of years of not being a nation.
But hold up, though. You said the nation of Israel, right?
Right. Well, the representation.
Okay.
We got to talk. That's something else we're about to talk about.
Because when we talk about that, we can hit Exodus, and I can shed some light on a lot of stuff.
Well, you know what? Well, God even speaks to that too. I think in Revelation 2:9, he says, "I know, those that are afflicted, yet but they are rich." Right? I know those that are afflicted, yet they are rich, and I know those that are, that call themselves Jews, but are of the synagogue of Satan. Right? So there's a group of people who are running around, perpetrating a fraud according to the Lord himself, right? In the Bible. And we're going to talk about that. We're not going to go down that road. But as far as the national representation of the country, right? Israel came back on the scene as recognized by the world in 1949. So when that took place, theologians around the world, they recognized that this was a fulfillment of the parable of the fig tree that Christ spoke about when he cursed the fig tree, and then because there was no fruit, and then he went right back to talk to the Sadducees and the Pharisees who represented Israel at that time. So it was kind of like a sandwich. He was talking with the Pharisees and the Sadducees. He walked by the fig tree. There was no fruit, meaning that there was no good works, right? No. When you hear the term that something's bearing fruit, then in the Christian circles, that means that again, these are the good works that somebody might do, right? Not to insult anybody's intelligence, right? That's probably rudimentary and fundamental at this point, right? But so there was no fruit on the tree, and then he turned right back around and started chastising the Pharisees and the Sadducees again. And then, so after that was done, he says, now learn a parable of the fig tree. When you shall see its leaf, come forth, know that I am at the very gates, right? So from that time in 1949, when Israel became a nation, up until present day, Christ later said in that same chapter, talking about things that are going to come on the earth, know that all these things will come to pass in this generation. That was the term. This generation shall not pass before all these things are fulfilled. right? Now, when Christ said that, right? When he said this generation, we got to understand, how does the Bible define a generation? How does God define a generation within the Bible? Well, when you do the research in the Bible, right? God says a generation, a man shall live 70 and 10 years, right? Which is equal to 70 years. By reason of strength.
But okay, I got a question. Now, my question to you is, where's that at in the Bible?
Okay, but what, the generation piece?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna, you see, Google's a good thing. I'm not gonna.
Hey, no, the reason why I asked that question, because if you go back and you read Genesis, now Genesis talks about they had an actual man named Methuselah.
Okay.
Methuselah lived. Methuselah never died. If you read Genesis, Methuselah never died. God took Methuselah from this earth and took him up to heaven.
Was that Enoch or was that Methuselah?
I think that was Enoch.
Was it Enoch or Methuselah?
Yeah.
Is it the same?
It's two of them he took. Enoch was one, but he said that when people tell you old as Methuselah, that means that's actually a compliment. Methuselah never died.
Methuselah.
Yeah. Now back then, people lived. Our years got started because of Adam and Eve. Our years started getting short. Our years was getting shorter.
How do you spell Methuselah, Jack?
Oh man, don't make me laugh. Hey, you got Google, man. Hey, speaking to Google.
I got it. Are you talking about Methuselah?
Methuselah.
Oh, Methuselah. Who was Methuselah in the Bible? Okay, yeah. Methuselah, said to have died at the age of 969. He lived the longest of all figures mentioned in the Bible. According to the book of Genesis, Methuselah was the son of Enoch, the father of Lamech and the grandfather of Noah. Elsewhere in the Bible, Methuselah. So I guess Methuselah and Methuselah are interchangeable, right? Okay. But Jack,
I'm asking that question. The reason why I'm asking that, it's the reason why I'm asking that question.
Okay.
We live beyond, back in the days, they lived beyond 70 years. But over the years, the centuries, our lifespan has been shortened.
Right.
You're right.
So that's why I said it's more than 70 years. Our lifespan has been shortened.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you, Jack. But at some point, I'm about to pull up the scripture right now. God defines what the average expectation is as far as a lifespan, right? And that's referred to as a generation. This is after the hundreds and hundreds of years, of course, right? That they live. But it's key to understanding what he's talking about later on, because he says all of these things, right? Surely this generation will not pass, right, until all these things are fulfilled. What things? The things that he's talking about. He's talking about, I believe the chapter is Matthew 24, the Olivet Discourse, wars and rumors of wars, the abomination of desolation prophecy, where basically the Antichrist takes his seat in the temple and desecrates, everything that's holy. So all these things are supposed to take place within the span, if our understanding is correct, as far as what is a generation as defined by God, within an 80-year span from the time that the nation of Israel became a nation again. So if you do the math, right? We do the math.
We right there, basically.
2030 is roughly 80 years, right? But then you take into consideration within the faith that there's supposed to be a rapture, right? Pre-tribulationists believe that the rapture is going to take place prior to the 7-year tribulation period, right? So now you back off another 7 years from 2030, right? And it puts us right in this window where there's a lot of things that are supposed to take place right now, right? If indeed all the things that Christ is talking about are supposed to take place before this generation, which is 80 years, again, as defined by God's word, from the time Israel came back into formation as a nation and up until the time of Christ's return, right? So we're right in the heart smack of that window. And you look at the peace treaty taking place, you look at COVID-19. Let me tell you something. I was listening And I thank you for your ear. I'm gonna pass the mic in a minute, but I just want to throw something else to the saints, right? And the brothers dwelling in the unity for consideration. There's the rapture is somewhat of a harvest, right? It's the harvesting of the saints by Jesus Christ, the church. Now, in Old Testament tradition, when it comes to the harvest, there's a principle that applies. And we were talking about this earlier, Billy, I believe, right? Whatever they know, whoever was doing the harvesting, they were told not to take it all. Leave some of it, right?
Are you talking about the Book of Ruth?
Yeah, thank you, Jack. There you go. When God outlines, you got it, brother. You know, and chime in, please. At any time. But you know, they were not to take all of the harvest.
Yeah.
They were supposed to leave some, and whatever they left, whoever the strangers of the land were,
they could glean.
Right.
They could glean and take what they need for their families.
Glean. Basically, they owned it. They owned whatever was. They had a legal right to whatever was left. Right.
But he was showing charity by doing that.
He was showing charity, but there's a principle somebody else I guess brought to mind, and I agree with you, Jack. It was to take care of the poor of the land, and you know, to anybody who was in need. But there's also something that kind of parallels that and coalesces, you know, goes hand in hand with that, and that is the fact that whatever's remaining, it's basically a free for all. It's up for grabs, you know. So let's apply that same principle to the rapture and the harvest of the saints. Fast forward, you know, in this day and age that we live in, right? Because that is a principle that is in place, and it's pointing to, you know, the Feast of Trumpets or the Feast of Harvests. The Feast of Harvest, I believe, it's also referred to. The Feast of Trumpets / the Feast of Harvest. And forgive me if I'm not correct. Somebody correct me in the comment section, or you know, or somebody do the research. But I believe the Feast of Trumpets is also referred to as a Feast of Harvest, right? And you know, whoever's left, right? If indeed the church is to be removed, whoever's left, I heard somebody explain, a theologian, that's when the herding is going to take place as far as the mark of the beast. They now have a legal right, and they understand the principle. They have the legal right to begin herding whoever's remaining on this earth. You know, they got, just like, you know, the Old Testament people, they had a right to, you know, harvest whatever was left. Whoever, you know, and the people that have the power, the elitists, the globalists, the people who want to put this system, this new world order, a mark of the beast in place, they understand these principles, right? It's not like they don't understand. No, they get it. They get it. They know, and they're putting pieces in place to try to fight what God is doing, if that's even possible. But, you know, but that's been going on for years. The enemy, Satan, he thinks he can, you know, again, I don't know if he thinks he can win, but he definitely wants to take as many people with him and have them take that mark as possible, right? The only way that you're going to get to heaven if you're not raptured, right, is if you're martyred for the faith. Because something along the lines of there's something that speaks to the fact that something that's devoted to God, the only way that it can be redeemed is through death, right? So there's a lot of people, in other words, there's a lot of people right now, a lot of Christians that are saying that they're in the faith, right?
Mm-hmm.
But guess what? If they're not ready, you know, and you can't walk around here saying we're Christians and not walk holy, right? This kind of solves that problem. You know, again, there's this argument, once saved, always saved. You know, is that, you know, does that mean that you could do whatever you want to do? That's a license to sin.
But it also states that on your dying bed, that if you give your life, turn your life over to God, he will forgive you and take you to heaven.
Amen. Amen. You know what? And I've heard that point discussed, and that applies right now. But when it comes to this tribulation period, it's almost as if, you know, at least according to my understanding, you have to be martyred. In other words, if you don't take the mark of the beast, then you're gonna be martyred. They're gonna put you to the stake, right?
Yeah.
But if you keep the faith, and and this is again a principle as far as things that are devoted to God. Anybody who claims the name of Christ, they're devoted to God, right? But again, if they're not ready to be raptured, meaning I don't know how God makes that determination, but maybe it could be our walk. If our walk is not holy enough, then we could be left behind. And then if we want to get to heaven, we're gonna have to pay the price, because we weren't ready when He came the first time. The parable of the five foolish virgins.
But they got a second part to Revelations, man, as well. Like they got a second part to Psalms.
Right.
But the thing is, the Bible has been rewritten so many times and over years,
right,
for man's interpretation. So my thing is, when you went back and talked about the Israel being a chosen one and all this other stuff,
right?
Let's get deep, man. Let's get deep, because it's been scientifically proven. Been scientifically proven that
Kevin's in the house. Kev just joined.
The real Israelites, and the Jewish people were of African descent.
Right. Well, you know what, Jack? I wanted. You know what? I wanted to kind of wait until my
Okay.
Hey, what's up, Kev?
What's going on, Kev? What's going on, baby?
What's good, people?
Good to see you,
how
brother.
you doing, man?
I'm doing good. How are y'all?
Hey, love you. All is well. But Bush, real talk, man. Let's get deep now. Since you bringing this up,
you know what, Jack? I was trying to wait for my man. He's running behind schedule, but we're gonna do it. You know what?
Hey, A-back and B-back's ready there, Bush. Let's go. The message is out there. The message is going out for a reason.
I was trying to wait because
somebody's listening to this right now.
The Bible's always been misinterpreted, and everybody interpret the Bible the way they hear it or the way they might want to think it is or might want to see it. But we talk about Israelites and the Jewish people. The real Jewish people and the real Israelites were of African descent. And it's been proven through a professor out of England. He traced it all the way back to Africa and brought them forward to what we know now is Israel. Because see, Israel took over. Israel used to be a little small part of that land, and then it grew. If you look at the real Israel, it used to be a small part of it was a small portion. Then it grew, it expanded, because they dominated and took over. So man, if we're gonna talk, man, let's be real about it.
Oh, you know what? That is a great conversation, and we definitely gonna talk about that. And let me say this. We're gonna wrap up this whole rapture piece, right? Get everybody's thoughts, and then we're gonna come back, and that'll be the segue. And the question is, if indeed Israel is from like African heritage and origins, what is the significance for us today as Black people, as African people, right? As white people, as Latino people, right? As Christians, what does that mean? And that's a deep conversation.
Kevin Waiting said, Kevin Waiting.
Oh, my bad. Good looking out. I'll be running my mouth. I tell y'all, man. Y'all gotta keep me straight, man. Y'all, I'll be just going, man. Good looking out, Jack.
My bad. I hit the wrong button.
Hey, he's back. Brooklyn, what's going on, Kev?
Ain't too much, man. How you players doing, man?
We're good, baby. We're good, man. Good to see you, man.
Peace and blessings to everyone, man.
Appreciate you, man. The star is back. The star is.
Cut it out, man.
Now we talking, Kev. We talked a little bit. The first topic is Israel, right? And the peace treaty going on. I don't know if you're tracking that, Jack. You hit the nail on the head as far as a significant issue being the fact that.
Hey, Mark trying to get in, man.
Mark trying to get. Okay.
Yeah, he say send him the link.
I don't see that. Okay. I got it. Tell him it's in the group. It's in the group. I got it. We're gonna do it. All right.
But man, that's what's wrong with society. We always trying to predict what God's gonna do instead of just doing right and walking righteous, man, and doing what's right by God and by others, man. We try to predict stuff, and we cannot do that. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, we just have to be ready, bro.
Yeah, he chose not to reveal it to us for a reason.
Exactly.
Yeah, but you know what? Let me say this. Let me say this, gentlemen. There's got it. There's a segment of theology referred to as eschatology, right? And this is the study of the end times and the return of Christ. What up?
What's going on, fellas?
Mark.
What's going on, Mark? What's going on?
Yeah, what's good? What's good?
You see,
you got some great hair, boy.
yeah, you know what it is, man. Yo, yeah.
I don't feel bad no more. I got no. Yeah.
And that Just for Men don't be working, man.
I know, bro.
Just for Men don't be working. Who that driving around in the car? Yo, what up, man?
Hey, we gotta hustle. Keep hustling.
Yeah, I just had football practice, man.
Appreciate you joining us, brother. We're gonna jump right into it. We talked about Israel and the peace treaty. Bahrain is the second country to join the peace treaty along with the United Emirates of Arab, right? United Arab Emirates, UAE or UEA. So there's two countries in the Middle East that have signed up for this peace treaty with Israel. The ceremony is going to take place this week in D.C., where President Trump is going to formally, preside over that. And what's the significance, as far as, all this COVID-19 business going on and, the race relations, Israel, the nation of Israel, they're black, right? Originally.
Yes.
I don't think there's anybody that's going to deny that they are, of that lineage. They're from Africa, right? Israel is not part of Africa now. Egypt is part of Africa now.
Right.
Egypt always been a part of Africa.
I didn't know that. I said Egypt
always been a part of Africa, man.
Right. But you know what? A lot of people, there's a lot of ignorance going on out there. A lot of brothers that don't know that.
Egypt is known as North Africa. That's North Africa.
It's Africa. Egypt is Africa.
Yeah.
Right? And so is Israel, right? At one point before, they broke it up. But again, what does all this mean? Jack, you said just now that we don't need to really be too concerned about when the Lord returns, right? We just walk our walk.
We need to make sure we right. We need to make sure we right as spiritual Christians and everything, man.
Right. And I agree with you. I agree. We do. I think we do need to make sure our walk is right before God. But I will say that there is a lot of information in the Bible where God is speaking to things that we need to know as we see the day approaching concerning his return, right? Now, maybe we might not be able to know exactly when he's returning, but there's certain things that, he does want us to know. Again, we talked about the parable of the fig tree, right? We saw that as a clue as to when his return is going to take place. He says a generation will not pass until you still see all these things fulfilled, right? So from the time Israel was brought back as a nation in 1949, we know the clock has now really begun to tick, and we don't have a whole lot of time before these things that God said are going to come to pass start coming to pass. And we're starting to see it, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, we're starting to see these things right now, right? It could be that the rapture takes place as early as September 18th, which is the feast of...
But my question to you, Bush, is I hear what you're saying. You talk about theology, right?
Right.
Okay. Do you, in theology, if you got your degree in theology, I don't know what your degrees are in, man. I know one is psychology or something, but dealing with the Bible, pastors, they tell them about the second book of Psalms, the second book of Revelations that they don't teach to us. Now, if you're going to talk biblical, now I'm not a theologist, but I do read and I stay humble. When you talk about religion, that's a touchy subject with everybody because everybody has their own beliefs and values and understanding, But you know, and what it is, like we came together last 2 weeks ago, we have to respect each other's beliefs and understandings, because what you might believe might be different from me, Billy, Kevin, Mark, you know, Mendez, whoever, you know what I'm saying? So, but they have a second portion to Psalms, they got a second portion to Revelation. Then we only got that first portion. Now, that being said, what I say, yeah, we have to walk right in Christ. We have to be ready and be prepared. We have to prepare ourselves. We go out here and preach all we want. A lot of people don't want to hear that stuff, you know, but we have to make sure we take care of us and out and teach them the right way of doing things, you know. But bottom line is, man, if we're gonna talk theology and we're gonna talk this Bible, we need to be honest with ourselves. We need to be honest about everything, because when we just talked about this, the three scores and 10 years,
right?
And this is the thing. Then me and Billy, and as well as you, we agreed about going back to Genesis, where people live longer than that. But because over the years, because of the sins and everything over, our lives were shortened. You know, and we didn't know exactly. We was living for a long time, basically, but our lives were shortened. Look at what Isaac had. What was it? Isaac? Who had the son when he was 100 years old?
That was Abraham.
Abraham had his son when he was 100 years old. Yeah. Now, I was blessed. Now, and I'm gonna tell you, Abraham was born in Babylon, which was in Iraq. Did you know that?
A lot of people believe the Garden of Eden was in Iraq.
It was. Yeah. Now, I say that to say this. I had the opportunity when I went back over there as a civilian. I was working. They had a place called Talil. Talil was going back towards Kuwait area. Talil, they started excavating the area, which was they called it Abraham Ziggurat, his birthplace, right outside of Talil. I had God blessed me, man, with the opportunity to go back over there, and I went to the Ziggurat where his birthplace was. So the cradle of civilization, as far as Abraham and them, was in Iraq. What they call back then was called the Babylon. So if we talk about history, why do you think if you look it up, the Dead Sea Scrolls, why do you think that only certain people can see them? Because, or they said, what, the book of Judas, they found that a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, why don't you think you don't hear no more about it? Because it'll rewrite what they taught us in the Bible, man. This is certain stuff that we have to ask ourselves the question. Why aren't we knowing all this stuff? But the Vatican and them know it. They know it because the Pope, they put it in a secret vault, secret chamber, because a lot of that stuff would that if it got out, it would contradict what we know today.
So let me ask you this. Everybody on the panel, right? No judgment, right? And I asked this question last week. Is everybody of the Christian faith?
Everybody's of the Christian faith. You know, we as Black people, before Christianity was placed upon us, we was a spiritual people.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Jack, I'm gonna just ask you, I'm kind of sensing out. Do you believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God?
I honestly, man, those are my beliefs, because that's what I was taught.
Okay, but do you believe it though?
Genuinely? Yes. No, I'm saying yes.
Okay, so God says, right again, that's what I believe too, brother. I believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God, and you know what? You know who taught me that? You know who really taught me that?
No.
God says in the Bible, right? He says that if you really believe that in your hearts, no man can teach that. No man can teach you that. That's something that God, that's something that God imparted to you. There's nobody here alive that could convince me otherwise, because there was no human being that imparted that to me. That faith was given to me from God, right? And that's why I've rise. So that's why if you believe it, if you genuinely believe, you're willing to put your life on the line, because that's what you really believe.
Yeah.
Right?
You know what's funny? I honestly, knowing you, I know and believe that, right? But you got to understand, 95% of the world believes the faith, or has the faith, or believes in what they believe in because it was taught to them. Right?
Exactly,
like,
Kevin.
Most people don't
just like racism.
Yeah, exactly. It's something that's taught to you. And so that's when you have to start to think about, you know, I think one of the things about religions that is so powerful is that so many of them teach you that anything but this is not real, right? And to me, you know, being of Christian faith, right, I still do believe though, because what I believe doesn't have to be what you believe, right? Like, so I always leave room for, yo, like, this is what was taught. This is how I was raised. I was raised Christian, right? So just like what we're talking, I believe what I believe because it was poured into me, right? Like it was taught to me. But as I've traveled the world, and you know, loosely when I say the world, but as I've traveled in life and gotten to know people from different walks of life and different faiths, I feel like, yo, it's okay to be Muslim. It's okay to be something else. Buddha. To me, it's okay to be Buddha. It's okay to be.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
As long as you follow what you follow religiously.
Exactly. Just to clarify, right? When you say it's okay, right? You being a Christian man, right? That was taught this faith by family or society or whoever it may have been, right? You being a Christian man, do you believe that there are other paths to God other than Jesus Christ? Is that what you're saying? I just want to be clear.
Well, say that again.
Do I believe that there's other paths?
Right, like because you said
no, but I do believe that I do believe that there are other paths to Allah or Jah or
Muhammad
or whoever it is that you believe in, right? Because think about this.
That's their version of God and Jesus.
Your religion is almost solely based on where you're from.
Yeah.
If you're Indian, you don't believe in God.
Hinduism.
Right? Like if whatever, however these other countries and whatever they're believing, you believe in God more times than not because you're American. And that's what's taught mostly here in America. So here's what I'm saying. If there's a Chinese guy who's lived his life pure and clean his whole life, he's done right, he's, you know, repented to his Hindu God or whoever he believes in, I don't believe that he's going to burn in hell because he doesn't believe in the same God that I believe in.
Right. I agree with you, Kevin.
You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, you live your life righteously and you do the right things, you will be where you're supposed to be.
Hey, Kevin, good points. You know what? I'm glad we're having this conversation, gentlemen, because this is really going to allow us to address what it is that it is meant by, you know, being born again and what that really means, you know, because there's a lot of people, like you said, Kev and Jack, that they just do this Christian thing because of where they're born and society and in the world. You know, it's I guess, you know, unique to specific to where they were brought up and how they were raised. And we're going to get into that. And this wasn't on the topic, but the guy that's leading, this wasn't on the agenda, but this is a great opportunity to discuss.
But you brought this up though.
Okay.
I'm like, what did I just jump into?
Hey, Bush brought this up, man. He brought this up.
As soon as I logged in, I'm like, oh my gosh, here we go.
Where did Mindy go?
Yeah,
where did Mindy go?
Just click on a link. Just go to the link. There's a group. Go to Facebook Messenger. I'll send it to you directly.
Hey, Mark, you teach football. I mean, you the coach for football, man?
Yeah. I do it all, man. Basketball, football, you know, everything. You know, it's great opportunity, man, to get out, do things, you know, spend time with the kids. You know what I'm saying? I also teach gym. So I have this year I'm fifth and sixth and seniors this year. Well, this semester. Usually I usually have, you know, third all the way through. So, but I've been doing that for a while too, and got the real estate on the side. I'm a pretty busy guy, man.
That's what's up, man.
Yeah. We talked earlier, bad news bears, right?
Yeah. It's well, I mean, it's good. I mean, it keeps you in shape. You know what I'm saying? Keep your mind fresh. You know, You get that little bit of military come out of you when you're running the kids back and forth. You know, they're like, man, you was in the military? Yeah, how you know? Because you be running us like we in the military.
Hey, you know, Captain, something though.
What Billy?
Speaking to this topic, I don't know if a man lives in. Can you hear me? Can
you kind of breaking it up.
Yeah, it's breaking up, Billy.
Breaking up. Oh, what about now?
I got you.
Yeah, we got you now, brother. We got you.
Got me? Okay. Now, I don't know where someone's going to spend their eternity, but the 10 Commandments are clear: no other God before Christ. And there's a reason for that. And that's what God's word says, not me. And so, I mean, I don't know where a man's going to spend his eternity, but speaking to this topic here, there's been too many people to come from other countries, never even come to America, who have converted, and their nature, like the recently deceased Ravi Zacharias, born in India. And that's not a Christian country. Not.
Hello? What happened?
Look like he froze.
Bill, yeah, I think Bill's having some technical issues, but
yeah, because you know what happens is when you start talking about faith, that's what happened. The faith start to, you know. hey, listen, faith is a slippery slope, man. You know what I mean? It's just one of those things because everybody gonna say they right. You can't even debate it because to me it's just an opinion and it's somebody's personal belief.
That's exactly what Kevin was saying.
Is it even really worth debating? Like, yo,
no, it's not.
So listen, the slippery slope is kind of where Billy was just going, right? Like, I get Billy because it's funny. I respect that he follows his religion to the T. I'm not mad at that. That's exactly what he should do. But the 10 Commandments are your religion, our religion. I should say, right? Like that's us. And some other dude from some other religion will look at you and be like, yo, that's great. I'm glad you follow that. But, you know, your God says put no other God before me. But my religion tells me to follow my God faithfully.
You know, religion is gangster, right? Because honestly, there's people that look at that stuff and that's why they behave. I do it because the hood told me that if you touch somebody's stuff, you might get snuffed or shot or stabbed. You know, all of that stuff is common sense stuff. Like, you know, you're not supposed to covet another man's wife or belongings or whatever. You should be humble in your existence. And if you want something, go work for it, hustle for it to get it. Honestly, it's almost like those things. Go ahead, say that again.
Thanks, Mark. I just want to caveat off a point that you made. And this is why Christianity, I know, you know, we're talking about, you know, other people's religion and their faith, but this is the unique thing about the Christian faith, right? Once you really understand it beyond a surface level, right? And we all get the surface level introduction. Like me, I was taught by both grandmothers. The one taught me the Lord's Prayer. Now I lay me down to sleep. The other one, you know, our Father which art in heaven, not to be outdone, right? You know, so, but that was surface level. Those were seeds that were planted. It wasn't until I was much older, right, that God says he's the one that chooses us according to Christian faith and reveals himself to us, right? So for me, when I was 14, I read a book by the name of Beyond Death's Door, right? Here I am, I'm a Christian. We didn't go to church or nothing like that, but I read this book called Beyond Death's Door, and it was about an atheist doctor, right, who was having, I guess, patients basically, you know, have near-death experiences, and he was resuscitating them, but they were all coming back saying that, you know, they saw a light or they saw things, and it started to become a pattern. So he said, you know what, I'm an atheist, but I'm gonna look into this. So he gave his testimony. He ended up becoming a Christian because the things that his patients were testifying to, they were all in line for the most part with what God had to say in the Bible regarding hell and the afterlife.
But it's faith. It's faith. Desperate situations, you know, that's like when the woman lifts the car off of the kid, you know, and people don't understand that wasn't God. That was a woman saw a child there. And we've all been in situations, being in the military and different things, where you did something and you didn't even know you was capable of it. And it was just in that moment, you know what I'm saying? Because there's to counter that, there's people, And even me, like things that have happened, I felt like if there's a God, his blessing was that I woke up today. And the work that was done today was me. You know what I'm saying? If I turn around and if we are thinking about the Lord in the same way, right? My work is my work. You know what I mean? So if I go out and I'm hustling real estate or I'm hustling, checks or doing whatever I'm doing, that's me doing that work. I see some people get into the religion to the point where they don't even actually have any work that they do. It's all the Lord. I'm like, why do you have these awards on your wall? Shouldn't it just say God or say Jehovah? Because basically nothing that you've accomplished, everything was accomplished through the Lord. And I'm like, no, I did that. I took the SAT and got a 1600. You know what I mean? So
let me jump on that. I don't want to lose sight of. We're gonna jump right back to that point, but there was a point that was made about the 10 Commandments, right? Mm-hmm. And you know what? Can anybody tell me why the 10 Commandments were given? What's the understanding behind the 10 Commandments? Why were they given?
You want my opinion is control.
They were laws. They were called laws.
Control.
Why were they given?
Yeah, I don't see them as control. I just see them as basic rules for society.
Yeah, they were our laws. They were the laws for society.
But those basic rules are there to control. If everybody behaves and does exactly what's in there, then there's no murder, there's no stealing, there's no thieving. If you look at it, it's perfectly written in a way that it eliminates the easy things that us humans will naturally do because we're humans.
Well, okay, so that being said, the natural things that we do, right, it eliminates, right? But I'm going to tell you this.
If we follow that.
Right, if we follow, right. The purpose, right, according to Christian principle, right, and I'm the Christian principle guy, right? That's me. I'm going to be that guy, right? God says, right, according to Christian principle, the law was not given to really, keep us in line or, basically tell us what to do. It was given so it can be a reflection or put emphasis on the fact that we fall short. We fall short of keeping this standard, right? And that's and because we fall short of keeping this standard, guess what? We're in trouble now because there's a penalty for not keeping the standards of God.
Hold up,
right?
Hold up. If you're gonna tell it, Bush, tell it now. Because it was a guideline. That's basically what you're saying. It was a guideline.
It was a guideline, yes. But in addition to that, it was a mirror to the fact that we could not keep God's law.
Okay, now I'm with you, Bush. I'm not debating it. I'm with you.
Right.
And we, like you said, we fell short of that. But then that's right. Now you talk about Exodus. Now you come.
Why is that important though? Why is that? It's important that the fact that we fall short. That's a very important concept.
We're not perfect, man.
We're not perfect, right? No. So that being said, according to Christian principle, we're not perfect, right? We fall short of God's standards.
It was only one perfect person that God created. We're not perfect.
Right. Now let me ask you. Let's tie that perfect person in.
Okay.
The reason why Christ came, right, is because we're not perfect, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, he came and gave his life for our sins to get us back right with God.
He paid.
I'm always gonna throw that wrench in there all the time. Perfect is an opinion, right? Perfect only involves the people that believe that set of rules, right? So you know what I mean. That's like outlaws. It is exactly what it was meant to be. You know, the perfect citizen during the Wild West days was the guys that, they listened to the rules and they obeyed the government. And then you had guys that said, listen, those are your rules. Those rules don't apply to me over here. So, even though the people that ran with those rules or whatever said, hey, listen, this is how it is. And to be a perfect citizen, you pay your bills, you do this, do that. There's people that don't agree with that. And they're going to live the way they want to live. And they had no problem with calling it outlaws. And honestly, even when I see these bikers riding around and stuff like that, we know where that came from. You know what I'm saying? He said he got to step out for a minute. He'll be back. Kevin. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I said religion is a slippery slope, because it basically, you know, is faith. It's opinion, you know. So we could sit here all night and we could discuss it and we could try to analyze it, but you know, you already said it best. Nobody's going to convince you otherwise. You know, there's no physical evidence except faith to back up anything you're saying. You know what I'm saying? Because like that doctor, right? The testimonies, well, we trust his testimonies, right? But those testimonies are, we've had testimonies that we found to be proven wrong 60 years later, right? Why is it that the books are sealed on JFK, right? Until everybody is dead. Then like 100 years before they unseal those documents. Why? I mean, does anybody need to read between the lines? We know
that's
why.
what. Hey, prior to you coming on here, Mark, we just talked about that, man, because I said we had the 7 Dead Sea Scrolls that they won't release. We had the book or the books of Judas that they won't release because it would basically rewrite or tell something that what we were taught. You know what I'm saying? And it would probably go against the things that we were taught. So therefore, with the society we have, a lot of people aren't ready for change because they, like you said, I know it this way and this the way I know it to be.
Yeah,
regardless
think
if
about
they
it this
see
way.
the right.
If we tie it into current events, again, this thing right here, America had a dirty secret. And this invention that was meant to make life more easier for all of us became America's undoing. Because now, think about it, we went to war. Could you imagine what one of these things actually does now? Back then, you know, there was a clip or two here and there. It was a snapshot of a photo or this, that, and other. Now you can film firefights. You can film atrocities being committed in other countries. Terrorists use it to film beheadings, to spread propaganda. You know, blacks are being killed in America. And people are acting like, oh, man, like this is something that's new. And it's like, no, this stuff been happening. You know, it was happening in the 70s. It was happening in the 60s. It was happening in the 80s. It's just that nobody had a big clunky Polaroid that they was going to pull out and film it when it was happening. You know, so America fell into its own trap. Our own technology became our undoing because we had to respond to Iran and the world and everybody that was saying, hold on, you guys are in everybody else's country and you're saying, hey, we're going to set up over here, tell you how to behave, this, that, and other. But we are watching what your law enforcement is doing. And I'm not saying that they all do it. I got family that's law enforcement. I was in the military, you know, and I didn't abuse my rank or anything like that. But the reality is that what's scary to me is how many times that black men or people in America have been sent to jail for things they did not commit. They were telling the truth. And this camera could have saved them. This phone could have saved them. You know, George Floyd we wouldn't even be going through this George Floyd situation if it wasn't for some 17-year-old girl standing there with a phone. You know, just imagine if that phone was not there. You know, if that phone wasn't there, that would have happened. He would have died. You know, it would have been like, oh, well, you know, he had something in the system. And he would have went on into a list of the unknowns, you know, and that's what people are failing to realize. It's not about what his criminal past was or anything like that. It's about exposing the misuse of power, you know what I'm saying, and mishandling situations. When I was in the military, we had an RE. You know, if you didn't obey the RE, you were in trouble. You know,
but, hey, and we had what you said, though, man. Hey, Mark, man, I'm let's be real, man. It happens in the military, it happens in society. If you do something wrong, they're gonna pull up. They're gonna go back way back 20 years ago when you was first born to make you look bad, to justify what they did wrong, why they did what they did, even though they were wrong. You know, 20 years don't count for what's going on right now.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But they're gonna go back 20 years to try to make you look bad for what you done. You know what I'm saying? To justify their killing or justify what they did was wrong. And that's our society.
Yeah, well, they do that with presidential candidates. They do it, you know, something I might have posted on Facebook today might affect a campaign run 20 years from now, and it'd be something completely useless. But you know, well, he's got to be a terrible person. But you know that, like a hypocrite of a society that we are, I'm in the real estate business. If we were to go look at your Facebook page and judge whether we're going to rent to you, regardless of that you can afford the apartment, but we, well, that's a discrimination lawsuit. So it's like, it's weird how those things change depending on, the way that society sees it. If a person moves into an apartment and they don't pay their rent, they don't get arrested or anything like that. But if you go and steal a loaf of bread out of Walmart, well, now you're in jail. The security guard stops you. You're going to jail. You're going to be fingerprinted, charged. But somebody can actually not pay their rent and sit in your apartment by law and just hang out there until you file all kinds of paperwork and all kinds of craziness. And then when they leave, the most you can do is maybe garnish wages, or it's our freedoms and our laws. There's so many in place that they're countering each other, just like the Republicans and the Democrats.
Sean, listening to this and thinking about it more, God gave us those laws for us to follow. They're just simple, basic laws for humanity. And Scripture says the natural man cannot do these things, which is why he gave us his Spirit at Pentecost. And his Spirit is what brings us to him. And, the natural man's going to continue to, make the claims that, well, none of us are perfect. That's absolutely correct. But as Christians, we do have to at least try to uphold that image, or not the image, but actually live that walk. Do our best, like Jack or Pierre. I'm sorry, Pierre. What Pierre was saying, we have to do our best to be our best. Military. Be the best you can be, or be all that you can be.
Now, be all that they let you be.
And Mark was talking about it earlier. There's a lot of people out here who don't even try to do their part of it. When you're a Christian, you have your part to do, and God does his part. And there's Christians who don't even try to do their part. They leave it all up to God. And I heard someone say once, if you want something from God and you ask him, don't be surprised if you wake up in the morning, there's a shovel beside your bed. I mean, you have to do your part too.
Yeah, I mean, what used to bother me, and even as a child, you see like family members and people were like deep in the religion. They were there every Sunday, beautiful suit and handkerchief and all of that, and then they were criminals all week. You know what I'm saying? And then I never understood that, and you see that even now. You see people that they go to everything is Jesus, this and that and other, and then once they get out of church, it's back to just being terrible people, what I'm saying, all week long. And I really don't like the idea that anybody could be forgiven. Like, you could turn around and be a monster your whole life, and you telling me that at the last second, well, I'm checking out of here in 10 minutes, might as well go repent. You know what I mean? Like, that always.
But man, hey, everybody. Yeah, go ahead, Bill.
No. I agree with what you're about to say. It's not saying that I'm going to turn over a new leaf. It's actually doing it. It's all about the heart. It's not about what you say. People.
Yeah, hey man, I guess if you know that you're gonna go on that ground and you might be maggot food, I might turn around and believe or become a true believer in my last 10 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just saying. I always thought that was real weird because, like I said, like, it's just like Tekashi 6ix9ine. He was running around claiming he was a blood and he was this and he was that and he wasn't really that. And
Songbird.
Yeah, you see that? Look at this guy's legs.
Yeah, that's Sean's big legs.
Yeah, what are you trying to show us something, man? No, we don't need the bro love now, bro. But it's just weird. It's like, so it's the same thing. I feel like if you do what you do and you're authentic, you got to keep it 100. I'm not saying you got to be 100% perfect, but
but Mark, did you hear what you said? You said the key word is I feel. Those are your feelings. And we as people, we have to respect what you feel. That's what society, they so quick to tell you, and I'm not trying to pick on this one religion, but Jehovah's Witness keep telling you, oh, our religion is the chosen religion, this and that. society so quick to tell you what you should feel, what you should believe, but like you just said, how you feel. I have to respect what you say and how you feel. I'm not here to change your mind. I wouldn't be here to change your mind, but I have to respect that. You know what I'm saying? I have to respect that because to each is his own, man. We all have different opinions, different views, and like I said last time, it's okay to agree to disagree. You know, and that's okay, man.
Yeah,
you know, but I have to respect your views and your opinions because
that's why I call it a slippery slope. You know what I'm saying? I just call it a slippery slope. I mean, like I said, this market that I'm in is so toxic. I call it Chicago without the guns. You know what I mean? And real estate out here, if you're not putting in work, you know, you're gonna lose everything you got. I mean, you really have to hustle. So the thing is that when I put in that work, I gotta get credit for that. I'm like, I can't. You know, there's people that they haven't done anything because they keep saying the Lord did it, and frustrating. You know, but like Son Jack said, hey man, you know what? Like, you keep that over there, then. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm over here.
Some guy say Tory. Who's Tory?
Oh, that's
let's see. Exit
one of
full
Sean's or his uncle.
Oh, he said it's not working. Something's not working. But yeah, I'm sorry, Mark. Go ahead, man.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was checking to see what the comments was. Yeah, I mean, I just, I feel like I put in the work. You know what I'm saying? So I get my blessing. You know, if the highest spirit is giving me the blessing to be here, that's enough. Everything that I have, I work for. I don't know. I've never seen it proven otherwise. People that hustle, you know, some get there shorter, some take longer to get there, but certain behaviors and actions and networking and different things lead to somewhere, and then certain things is a dead end. You know, just like street life, it's a dead end. Look at Chicago. Those guys, when they jump into that sad situation, life expectancy of those guys is 20 to 25 years old down there. If you make it to 30 years old and you still in that lifestyle, you limited. There's only a certain amount of time. So when you hop out and you get into something different or whatever, and you're gonna get a different result. But I just say religion is slippery slope, man. There's certain things I don't even discuss on my Facebook page. I never discuss religion. I normally don't discuss politics because, I got rabid liberals in my family. I got rabid Republicans in my family, and it is what it is. I'm just like, I'm gonna eat no matter who's in office. That's my own goal.
Yeah.
If whoever's in office, I'm gonna eat. You know what I mean? If the liberals is in office, I'm gonna pay higher taxes. I better hustle a little harder. Republicans is in office, I'm gonna get a couple breaks, get a couple extra properties, and just do what I need to do. I'm gonna eat regardless. I'm not gonna get stuck on nothing. I don't care who's in office. And you stay in your own lane.
Well, you have to be respectful. You do have to be respectful of one another, but what you were talking about there is true because, they're only Christians in name, just in name.
Exactly.
And we have this problem in all religions. And look, there's nothing wrong with being a Muslim. I know Muslim people, but I am going to do my best to try to say, look, there's too much evidence for that there's not a God. There's too much evidence that, hey, look, there's a God here. And there's been too many people who have set out to disprove Christ to only come to the kingdom. And there's a reporter for Chicago, speaking of Chicago, the Chicago Tribune, he used to work for the Tribune newspaper. He actually set out to disprove Christ because his wife had recently come to Christ, and he was going to do what a journalist did. He was going to disprove her. Well, he ended up making himself a believer because everything lined up. Everywhere he stepped, there Christ was. I mean, can you prove without 100% of it, beyond 100% of doubt that there is a God? Well, you can't prove 100%, but you can't disprove a God either.
Well, that's how I was going to question that. I'm like, I don't know. Sometimes I think some of that stuff is just placed. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just there. Like, whoever has the money and has the network, and that's like there's people that's in my news feed. They have their own, podcasts or they have their own movement or whatever. And, and they put it out there for the masses to eat it up. But there's people that don't have those opportunities that actually might have a real message or something. You know what I'm saying? It's just like when Jordan was balling, there was a guy in Harlem that was nicer than him. Plenty of kids probably was nicer than him. You know what I mean? But did they have the same opportunities to put it out there? So sometimes I think when I hear about, you know, these guys or whatever, I'm like, yeah, but it's like reality TV show. Is it real or is it scripted? And then by putting reality in front of it, do we run with it and believe it and say that it is what it is? And then we find out, oh, it was a scandal. Was it this? Or was that? Didn't that happen to Duck Dynasty? Or something like that?
I never really watched it. So, you know.
But, you know, you know what? I'm like, like I said, I get that Charlemagne the God type, you know, energy. I like to look at things and question it all, you know, and ask was this perfectly placed here? Well, you know, it's just like if you make a video game, in order for it to be successful to the people that's going to play the game, there's certain things that you have to put in there, certain checks and balances, you know, and then Narvez, you know, so it's just certain things that just have to be placed. And so when I hear that, like, some guy went out and he tried to disprove or find out if it's true or not, how do you do that? There's no physical evidence. So to me, I would never even entertain anything like that. You know, I would never entertain any type of investigation into something like that. It's a faith-driven thing. You know,
let me introduce y'all to somebody right now. This is I'm not gonna front. I'm gonna keep it 100%. It's kind of like a father figure to me right here. Okay, this is my uncle by relation, Torrey Narvaez. Right, grew up in the Bronx, New York, and again, you know, he kind of was a role model to me because my pops wasn't around. You know, so I used to kick it with him. He'd be like, "Get out of here, Sean. You know, let me hang out. Techno ball and all that, right?" You still ducking me and Madden right now. I'm trying to find him on the sticks. And John Madden, get that Denver Bronco, Pittsburgh Steeler, you know, rivalry going. But you know, he's gonna end some insights. Torrey, welcome to the brothers dwelling in unity.
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
Hey, what's going on? What's going on?
How you doing, brother?
What y'all talking about?
Native New Yorker fellas, y'all gonna love Torrey.
We're in the slippery slope, man. We're talking about religion.
Okay.
Hey,
yeah, that's a slippery slope.
Hey,
right.
Bush,
slippery slope.
Hey, Bush, you need to come in, man, and give us our topics, man. Because
Mark, killing me, man. I have been coming in, coaching football, run to the house, and then it's like
good points, man. Both Mark and Billy both make good points, man.
We you know, listen, this is the brothers dwelling in unity, right? And the whole point and intent of the program is that we're going to be able to talk about topics even though we have different perspectives, right? Because there's a commonality in place. A majority of us are veterans, right? Jack, you're a veteran. Mark, you're a vet. Yeah. We got that bond. We have a measure of faith. God says what? It only takes faith as small as a mustard seed in order to move mountains. You don't have to have enormous faith to be in the faith. That's the beauty of it, right? We can sit here and look at somebody who God has forgiven, right? And matter of fact, Mark, there's a parable, right, where God is saying, look, there's an owner, right, and he hires people out. One person gets hired at the 12th hour, right, or the first hour, and then he gets paid a certain wage. He has an issue with the person that came at the last hour, right, the 12th hour of a 12-hour shift. He's been working for 12 hours. He's getting paid the same wage as the guy that came you know, the last hour, and he got an issue with that. But that's the mercy and grace of God, right? God can forgive, you know, somebody at the last minute when they've been jack, you know, they've been messing up their whole life, right? He forgave the person at the beginning, you know, of their life when they were a young man at 14 years old, and then he forgives somebody who's 99 and did a whole lot.
Bush, I got a question for you, man. We just talking about faith, right?
Right.
What does that have to do with faith? You should have gave a better parable and used Job, the book of Job.
Or the thief on the cross.
Yeah,
I thought that was a good. I thought that was a good parable.
No, man.
Yeah,
I thought that was the perfect parable.
There's people throwing comments in there, man. And,
yeah, that's
Alex Garcia said he stands with Billy.
Thank
Rob
you.
Cutler says that Muslims were forced to be Muslim.
Hey, Mark, you on Facebook?
Then he said that Muhammad would slit your throat if you didn't. See, but this is the thing. When I see comments like that, and like I said again, I look at things in the bigger. Christianity has murdered how many people? You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like all religions have done
Listen. Let's not forget the holy wars.
Yeah.
They were dragging people out of their homes to fight those wars against them.
Flaying people and all of that. Quartering people.
Right? In the name of God.
Right. So when I look at that, that's what I'm saying. We don't want to isolate. That's why I said like these are slippery slope topics because we could immediately, and I'm not a Muslim or anything, but you know, we're saying identifying something that happened that we don't want to happen to anybody. No one should be cut because they don't believe in whatever you believe in.
Well,
but Christianity has murdered many people, right? You know, the Catholic priests and stuff like that.
Let's say this.
Right? The Catholic priests that keep winding up doing the things that they're doing that we know about, right?
But there have been instances in the Bible where God has ordained that slaughter or taking of land or whatever it may have been. If you read in Old Testament times, he approved of that.
Oh yeah, right? Stoning and all of that. I mean, there's a lot of things, right? So but we don't do that, and that's another reason why it's like where we at in our times, right? Like, you know, we're not stoning we're not stoning women and we supposed to for adultery. You know, if we want to be technical,
we're not,
right?
but there's other countries that are.
Yeah, but
they are, and so you have to ask yourself: are they keeping it real over there, or are we not keeping it real enough over here, or what?
No, under the blood of Christ, we're not supposed. That's what separates us from all other religions is Christ, Yahshua, Yahshua, Christ, whatever Jesus, whose original name was Yahshua. But what separates us is Christ. That's the only thing between Judaism, between Islam, between all other ones. They're the only ones. We are the only ones that believe in Christ, which we don't do. We don't judge like that anymore. That's not ours to judge. That's for God to judge. Right? We're supposed to be more understanding of other people's beliefs. You know, we're not supposed to allow them to like, we have laws that we have to abide by, right? That we set, that we're supposed to abide by. But we're supposed to also be I don't know what's the word I'm looking for.
You have to tolerate, but you have to allow people the room to believe what they believe. We're not going to force anybody.
Of course, right.
So here's the Christian principle.
We are technically.
Let me give you a Christian principle that really sums it up. That kind of speaks to what you're trying to convey, Tori. Right? One man waters, another man plants. Right? But it's God who gives the increase. Right? So we talking. Listen, all that I'm hoping to get out of this, if somebody in here is not a Christian, right? I'm not trying to convert you to Christianity, right? I'm not trying to force it, even though that took place during the Crusades. Whether or not that's right, wrong, or indifferent, we're not going to discuss, right? But as a believer, we're just charged to be a witness.
Hey, you just lost me.
We're charged to sow a seed, to plant a seed or water a seed. But it's God, and that's what I'm saying. Earlier I said, there's nobody on the face of this earth that is going to convince Brother Bush that Jesus Christ is not who he claims to be.
Oh, yes, sir.
Because guess what, gentlemen? I've lived 43 years, right? Tori, we used to, ask this man right here, gentlemen. I was a young man running around with the Bible, right? Before I joined the military. And people thought I was a fanatic back then.
But hey, you lost me back in the. You lost me when you said the Christian Crusades. Well, now say that again. Tell me about the Christian.
Okay, what I'm saying is they force-fed Christianity down people's throats during the Crusades.
But the Crusades. But hold on though. Right. The Crusades had to deal with people that was trying to go to Israel, trying to be close to God or close to Israel, and That you come in a nice temperature, you come into the Shriners, as we know what Shriners are today. They used to battle. So the Crusades was more, it was about Christianity, but but it's a little bit more. And I'm telling you,
it was about territory also.
I am a Knights Templar. I am a
was
part
about
of the Knights Templar.
Right. No, it was about territory. It was about, but also, the faiths and the papacy, come to find out, was responsible for a lot of that, right?
I think that if we were a little more tolerant of each other's religions, that we wouldn't have the wars that we have. A lot of stuff,
my brother. Exactly.
I think that I am not to tell any man what his path is to follow God. That's not my job. My job is to say what I believe, and you choose to believe it or not. That's on you.
And that's about respecting each other, respecting everybody's opinion, respecting everybody's religion. What you think, I might not agree with it, but I have to respect. That's your opinion or your belief.
Right. We all given freedom of choice.
Exactly.
That's a Christian principle, because Christ doesn't want us. He doesn't want us to perish.
Right.
But he gives us that freedom of choice.
Right.
Now, I agree with Sean, but I disagree with a little bit. Now, I don't want to force anything on people, but if you're not a believer, I do want to convert you, because there is a better way.
Right. Well, I think the way you convert somebody is through example.
I agree. That's how
the way you live your life. If you live your life in such a way that you honor God, people will see it. You put that lamp on top of the lampstand, it will be seen, and people will follow that light.
Hey, Sean, you remember earlier when we were talking about Stonewall Jackson?
Right.
Yeah, he was, the South was heavily outnumbered. The Confederacy was heavily outnumbered, but at the beginning of the war, he was winning battles that he shouldn't have won. And every time he would win a battle, he was seen giving thanks to God. And there was a private or a captain, I can't remember what he was. Richard Ewell was his name. He kept seeing this, and Jackson was having all this success against a much superior and bigger army. And he said, if that's religion, my God, I got to have it. That's how we're supposed to live.
But you have to understand that Hitler also believed in the Bible, and he used it in a way that he thought that the what you call it race was the
Jewish,
right? Interpretation.
Yes, I don't think Hitler believed in God at all. I believe that was a false flag. I don't believe he believed in. I don't believe he believed in.
Well, I can't say that Hitler believed in God or not. I just think that he had a misunderstanding of what the Bible represented. I always believe that the Bible, from me reading and from me being taught by my mentor, was what you have in your heart is what you'll get out of this book. You can get evil out of this book, and you can also get love out of this book. It's what's in your heart. If you open your heart to God and you truly, truly want to know God, when you read this book, you will get that. If you have malice in your heart, you will find that there too. You understand? So you have to first open yourself up to God in a way that you completely leave yourself open, and you love this man, or you love God. All right. And you say, look, God, please show me understanding. Please show me what these words mean, and let me live that life in such a way. There's no way in heck you can tell me that a racist man who's winning wars against the North, who are trying to fight for freedom for people who are also God's children.
Yeah, but the war had nothing to do with race. It was not. I mean, slavery wasn't an issue until halfway through the war.
Well, but it did wind up being an issue. Was that when the tables turned?
Only because the morale of the people were being lost. Lincoln was losing morale for the war. He had to create a way for get people on board with it.
So why did the South want to succeed from the rest of the Union?
Well, it wasn't a matter of slavery. I mean, they would have given the slaves
their
up.
beliefs was different. Their beliefs was different.
Well, I mean, it's not even really that. I mean, even Maryland itself, New Jersey, they were two slave states, and they were part of the Union Army. So, I mean, it wasn't a matter of race. In fact, if you go back,
it was money. It was about money.
No, absolutely. It was about money. Absolutely. 100%. Now the South would have given up the slaves if they would have been reimbursed for what they paid for them.
Right.
Now you have to remember that only a small majority of the people owned slaves in the South, because they were poor. I mean, they were sharecroppers. I mean,
right.
So, I mean, very few people actually had slaves.
But would you at least admit that most of the wealth built in this country was through slavery?
Well, Yeah, but that was on all races. I mean, in fact, if you go back to before even America was an independent nation, part of the British colony still, you had blacks and you can who owned slaves. In fact, you can look into the 1860, 60.
No, they
Yeah,
did. I agree with that.
No,
I agree with that, but that wasn't the point I'm trying to make. I'm trying to say that the free labor of slavery.
No, I agree. No, that's true. But I mean, it wasn't just about one race, though. I mean, all races have been slaves in this country. In fact,
you had indoctrined servants who got small wages.
That's true, and that's how Albert Johnson, 1620, he earned his, he become free, and then he become a plantation owner, and that's how he.
But he was an indentured servant, though. He paid his wages, right?
Well, he eventually become free. Yeah, he gave. So just it doesn't make it right. It is what it is, though. I mean, that was at that period of time.
Right.
And,
let me ask you, hey, can I ask all you brothers a question? And I'm just throwing it out there.
Yes, sir.
And I want you to think about something. Hey, George Washington, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, in Louisiana, we have what we call mulattoes, right?
Right.
I got family members, man, that's white. They look white, but they got blonde hair and blue eyes, but they just as black as the blackest person you ever want to see.
Mm-hmm.
Now, George Washington came from England.
Right.
Now, that being said, I'm just throwing it out there. Just want to give you something to ponder on, because in college, I asked one of my instructors, he couldn't answer the question. A lot of people, hello? Am I still there?
Yeah. I had gotten a phone call. Hold on, I'm gonna tie right back in. I'll be right back.
Hey, but a lot of people back in those days passed off as white, but they were actually black. We have a madam in I forgot her name. She was a famous madam. You can Google and look her up in New Orleans. Everybody thought when she died, everybody thought she was white. She catered to the big dignitaries and everybody. And when they saw who her mother was, they was in disbelief. Now, what white person you know today, last name is Washington? And I say that for a reason. And I basically gave you the answer because I said George Washington. What white person you know today, last name Washington? I mean, just help me out, because a lot of blacks, fair-skinned, looking like they white, passed off as white to survive during this time. But what white person you know last name is Washington?
So are you saying that George Washington was black? Is that
no, I'm not saying that.
No, you're not saying that.
Listen to what I'm saying. You had back during those times, a lot of blacks passed off as whites for surviving. You see what I'm saying? They played part of society. I'm from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. But in New Orleans, they had a famous madam. I forgot her name. She passed off as white, but she was actually black. Her mom is blacker than your beard, bruh. Her mom blacker than your beard.
And I think.
Go ahead, bro.
I'm sorry. No, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Finish your statement. Go ahead.
So that being said, who's to say George Washington wasn't black?
Well, I don't know. That'd be hard pressed to believe that. But I will say this. I think the fox got in the hen house in that situation.
Yeah. And I agree with you 110%.
Right.
Go by Thomas Jefferson and you see that.
Yes, definitely, without question. But I think that, what's wrong with America and why we can't move forward, because we can be the greatest nation on earth. What people see as our weakness is actually our strongest strength, is our diversity. You understand?
Exactly. I agree with you.
It's our diversity. If we could come together and not look at color and judge a man based on his character, we could be the best nation that ever exists on this planet ever. But we can't seem to get past color on both sides of the aisle. And I would argue the point, and I don't want Billy. This is nothing, no reflection on you as a person. I heard you're a very good brother.
Oh man, he's great.
Is that did he leave? Did Billy leave?
No, I'm right
here. No,
okay, I didn't see him. Is that for some reason, and I'm not saying all, but I'm saying enough to make a difference, that whites seem to have a problem with blacks, and we don't know why. And the reason why blacks have a problem with whites is because of the way they've been treated. It's not that we have anything against you because the color of your skin is light. You understand? It's because of the fact
bigger than color.
Right.
I think that, you know what it is? I think that our government, you know, okay, this is a whole big thing. So you have slavery, then slavery ends, and then the new control was certain laws that limited freedoms, right? And then of course you still had like a black man couldn't buy a house, but a white man could buy a house, and then look at it now, right? You go into Chicago, you go into certain places, the redlining, you know, Banks wasn't, you know, I mean, you see it when people say that it's reverse racism. Oh, you know, black business over here won't hire, you know, but we were going through that for years. You know, we had people smart enough to be in certain venues that couldn't get in those venues. I mean, we see it in the military. Like, you know, there was times in the military a white guy was in charge, and you know, you knew that you were successfully, you had all your correspondence in, you had all your stuff done, and you're like, how did this guy get a waiver? You know, how did this guy go to PLDC? You know what I'm saying? Because if we're looking at just numbers and stats, you know what I mean? Certain people it was like everybody knew who should have been in there. You know, so I think that the thing is bigger than color at this point, because there's people that just don't like to see a black man own a whole lot of real estate. Right here where I am in this city right here, I was assaulted by a tenant a year ago, and she actually called me the N-word, tried to push me down the stairs, and she wound up catching criminal charges. People out there, she was using the N-word. She's like, get off of my porch, you N. And I'm thinking, and you know, in my mind, I'm thinking like, you're on my porch. What do you mean? Like, I own the building, I have the title and the deed, you know. But there's people that honestly don't, that still have the mindset that it's not okay to pay a black man rent. That is not okay, and because we're conditioned to society to only accept it from somebody that's white. And I've had white landlords in the area that told me that they had deep respect for me, that I was able to build a business to the size that it is in an environment where people are not comfortable handing it to a guy that wears a Yankee hat that comes from Harlem. You know what I'm saying? That can get the big truck, you know, that have the big house or two. You know what I'm saying? Because we're expected.
Yes, I understand.
Yeah, we're expected to, because of the things that society has imposed on us. People think that black people, just because of our color, we just run around and snatch hubcaps off of cars and snatch chains and purses and stuff.
Right.
And they disregard the things that was in place in those environments, the joblessness that was created by lack of jobs moving in and lack of opportunity to create jobs. I'm not making excuses. I don't like the shootings in Chicago, but if we ignore why those things are in place, who tore the projects down that created those splinter cells of gangs all across Chicago? We did the same thing in Iraq, right? Didn't we do that in a country? We toppled the one big conglomerate, and it split apart, and everybody was fighting for power. It's the same thing in Chicago.
Hey, you hit on the big project. Mark, man, Saddam held that Middle East down. We didn't have no ISIS. We didn't have no ISIS. As soon as we got rid of them, everything started.
ISIS, if we look at history, repeats itself. So we did the same thing in our own country. They had the Cabrini Green projects and all of that. There was no funding. People were murdering each other because they had nothing, and you know, they were living like savages. Let's just keep it 100%, right? So they thought, oh, you know, we're gonna disperse them, and that'll go away. And so the government comes in and they burn down these projects and the historic buildings, or the pictures are there, and then all of these blacks that were in those projects that were living for generations a certain way wound up being dispersed all over Chicago. But what happened? Now you got the GD this block, the GD that block, the BDK this block, the OTF, the this, to that. And it's the same thing that happened in Iraq. We got rid of, I'm not saying that Saddam was a good guy. I'm just saying that we have to have a deeper understanding to why the things are happening that we see happening. You know?
Let me jump in here at this point and again, try to bring it home to the topics that we've identified and relay what you're saying right now to a topic that I believe is in our agenda, right? And Tori, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad, Jack, you're here too. Mendez, because we're going to talk about why that might be the case, right? Why are African Americans in this country, right, in the predicament that we're in, you know, and have been in for the last 400 years, right? Does that tie in at all to the biblical prophecy found in Deuteronomy, where God says that Israel is going to be taken back to a land that he said that we would not, you know, return to and reference in ships, right? So the Black experience, the African American experience, it largely mirrors what is captured in the Bible within Deuteronomy, right? And that experience that the Israelites had in Egypt, that was a foreshadowing of the actual experience that African Americans have had from 1619, when we, you know, arrived here on the Mayflower, all the way up until 2019, 400 years. Again, that's a train of thought. So again, if it is the case that the African American is who God is referring to in the Old Testament, and is Israel, right, of the Old Testament. We talked about that a little earlier. At Revelation 2, verse 9, God says, I know you who are afflicted, yet you are rich. And I know you who claim to be Jews, but are of the synagogue of Satan, right? If it is the case, let's ask two questions, right? One, is there any validity to that the fact being that African Americans are the original Israelites?
Well, this is something that has been said by some historians. I don't know if that's true or not. I have no idea of knowing that, but I will say this, that what the American Blacks' plight is, and you know, the thing I hate about this is the word Black and the word white, because there's no such race as a Black race. There's no such race as a white race.
Bingo,
okay?
bingo.
That's something that's been, right. There's no such thing as that. But for the sake of saying, the Black race, the African descendants' plight in America is almost the same plight that happened to the Hebrews with Moses. No. If you look at the story, it's almost the same thing. It's just modern times. But the basis of the story is the same: taken away, used as slaves, freed by Moses. I mean, we haven't gotten to that point yet where we actually experienced freedom in the way it was written. But like what I mean by that is, like, you have to free people's minds in order for somebody to be free. You understand? Freedom goes within the mind, I always believe. And it's not just on one side, but Caucasians also have to see us as a free people too, not who we were or who our ancestors were or what they've been through. And what I mean by that is being treated fairly. You understand? There has to be.
Let me jump in for a minute, if I may. Again, we have to frame this within the parameters of Christian principle, right? When
that's what I'm talking about.
Right, I'm with you. I'm with you. And
if you're a Christian, no matter what color I may be, that should be your brother.
Exactly.
I agree. Hey, we're all
your brother.
Right.
Let's go to the other white guy on the panel.
Let me say this. That being said, right, I was having this conversation over Facebook earlier during the week, where I tried to, you know, to make that point that God says that the just shall live by faith, without question, right? And faith comes by hearing, and hearing by the word of God. So it's not a color thing, right? It's not, you know, you cannot be justified because, you know, the fact that we are Israel, because Abraham, the promise was made to Abraham by faith, right? Before he was circumcised, which is a sign that he's part of the you know, the
it was a covenant. It was a covenant.
Thank you. The covenant. The promise was made to him. The promise came before the actual covenant. You know, Abraham believed God, and righteousness was credited to him because he believed God, right? It was a faith thing. So everybody now that is of faith, they are now considered the seed of Abraham, right?
Right.
And that being said, like you said, Jack, there was a covenant that still existed, and God hasn't done away with that covenant, right? It says in the Bible that the Israelites fell in order to make room for the Gentiles, right? The Israelites were the natural olive branches, and the Gentiles were referred to as the wild olive branches. Now, the natural olive branches were basically grafted off or broken off in order to allow for the Gentiles, the wild olive branches, to be grafted in. However, God is not done with the natural olive branches. At some point, he is going to graft them back in. And he says, once the fullness of the Gentiles have been, once that has come, about, then blindness is going to be removed from the eyes of Israel, and they're going to be able to see who they really are and who Yeshua, who Jesus is.
Right.
Right now we don't see that. Now there are extreme parallels when it comes to the African American experience and what God is referring to, in Deuteronomy, where he says you're going to be brought back to a land that I said you would never be brought back to. Initially, the Israelites were enslaved in Egypt. America, guess what? We are modeled off of Egypt. Our dollar, a lot of our landmarks, the eagle, that's all Egyptian symbolism.
That's true.
We are referred to as, mini Egypt for the most part. You see that dollar bill on the back, the all-seeing eye, right, of Horus, right? That's all Egyptian culture.
Yes.
But again, even if it is the case that we are the Israelites.
But you know what's funny about that is that you say that, but yet this nation was built on Christianity. Doesn't that seem like a conflict? Because Egyptians were not one to believe. That's a conflict.
But you know what? God, remember, God is the one that raises up kingdoms, right? America was prophesied. This nation, it was prophesied that it was going to come into existence, right? When Daniel had that vision, when he had the statue that had the feet that were made of clay, and the bronze and the silver and the different and the copper, those were different kingdoms throughout the history of the world, right? And eventually, America is prophesied as coming into the scene and being a nation, right? That was basically made of many nations. And again, going back to the whole Black experience, if it is the case that justification is by faith, right? What benefit is it in being an Israelite? Why are we so spun up in being an Israelite, right? Are there any promises that God has made based off that covenant that he had with Israel that we need to be mindful of? And going back to your situation, but going back to your question, Mark, why is it that African Americans are in this predicament right now?
Hold up, though. Stop right there. You made a statement, African Americans, right?
Right.
No, we're not African Americans. We are Americans. Do you hear them calling Jewish Americans, Italian Americans? We are Americans, and that's what I don't like being labeled as that, man, because that is not right. That right there is a racist, systemic gesture. Us as Black people. Why we gotta be African Americans? We're born over the Americans. I never hear nobody saying, "Hey, you an Italian American, you a Jewish American, hey, you an Indian American, or you Polish American." You know what I'm saying?
He's absolutely right,
bro. Well, but that's how our society is. They label us because of our color. Once again, you're Hispanic American. No, I'm an American, and that's why I correct people on that.
You're Polish American, right?
Hey, no disrespect to you, bro, but if we don't stop people from doing this now, America is going to always be racist. And nothing we can say or do can change that. And like the brother said, Mr. T said earlier, Mr. T said, if we just stop, if we're Christians, then be a Christian. Look at us as your equal. Look at me. Don't look at me because of my color. Look at me because I'm a Christian. You know what I'm saying? Because if you want to be very technical, when the colonies came over here, the Pilgrims, who's the first president of what they did? His name was, look it up. His name was John Hanson. He was a Black man. He was a Black man, John Hanson. He's the same Black man, the reason why we give thanks to Thanksgiving. But see, a lot of history has been written out. It's been omitted from our history that we're taught. And the thing is, man, if we're gonna be Christians or we're gonna have some type of faith or whatever religion we're gonna have, let's be that religion, not based, and let's judge each other not based on your color. Like the brother said earlier, Mr. T said earlier, man, because of the character, not because of the color. Martin Luther King said that, and we still basing everything on color. Mark made a good point. People base stuff, they look at you because of your color. When you first, they judge you when you first come into, you're judged because of your color. Racism is something that's taught.
Yes, sir.
It's taught. It's not. It's
never gonna end. It's never gonna end.
And that's the thing. Something. This is something that has been systematically put in place by rich people to keep poor whites and poor blacks at each other's throats.
Absolutely.
And not looking up at where the real problem is. If you even look, there's a movie that you all need to rewatch called The Gangs of War, the one with Leonardo DiCaprio.
Gangs of New York, yeah.
Gangs of New York, yes.
Gangs of New York, yes. Watch that movie again, and at the end, when they getting ready to go to war, and they allowed the rich people to pay $500 to get out that war, and how the poor whites and the poor blacks got together to fight against the rich, and then they put into the law that allowed the poor whites not to fight in the war. Next thing you know, the poor whites and the blacks are fighting together. The rich, we have to understand as a people in America, when you look at the balance of power. Now, I'm a capitalist all the way. I love capitalism. But capitalism has to have rules. You can't allow companies to become so powerful now that they're running your government, and the government is no longer working for the people. They have to work for the people. That's the whole purpose of this country.
You hit the nail right on the head.
When you have lobbying and you allow corporations to be known as people, and then they can put it. Look, it's just like you. If I give you $5,000 to help you accomplish your goals, now once you get to those goals, guess who's knocking on your door to get a favor in return?
Yeah, but I gave you a kickback.
Mm-hmm.
So, what happens is these corporations they get richer and richer and richer. And they become so powerful that now they're dictating the terms under which we live. Everything that they do, they dictate
that's
to
kind
us.
Of what JFK was speaking to, right? He was talking about the bankers, right? Mm-hmm. But it's similar, right?
Right.
They're in the government's pockets. They're running the world right now.
Right.
But Jim, going back to this one issue we were talking about, Bill, go ahead. What you got? I'm sorry. Let me
No, Jack was talking about how history's been rewritten, so people don't really understand any of it. And you go back to the 1800s. Andrew Jackson was warning us about the central bank. Lincoln was warning us about the central bank.
He did.
He called them vipers, the Rothschilds.
Yes.
And I mean that's exactly. And as a Christian, we're seeing the New World Order being implemented way back when.
Right.
Now, a lot of people actually believe America was created to usher in that New World Order. Now, I don't know. I mean, that's a whole different topic for another day.
They've been preparing this for generations.
No, absolutely.
Generations.
Topic.
Yeah, I know, absolutely. No, it is. But I mean, we're seeing, Tori was talking about. Well, that's why people hate Trump so much, because they can't control him.
Exactly.
Let me just make this one point, Jim, and tying it back in. And then we'll move on, and gather any final thoughts. Again, my perspective, my understanding when it comes to the African American, no offense, Jack, or black, whatever, we want to.
Hey, just dark people.
No smoke. Right. Whatever we want to call ourselves, our experience, right? It is of a biblical prophecy that we were to go through these things that we went through. And now, again, it's a train of thought that we are the Israelites. That doesn't mean that we're any better than anybody, right? But
no.
Right. There's certain that doesn't justify us before God, because you can't, be justified because you're within a lineage or by the works of the law. You have to be justified by faith. The seed of Abraham, those that are of faith, right? But that being said, there were provisions that were made in considerations. Christ came through the lineage of Abraham and the lineage of David. It had to happen that way, right? So there were certain promises, certain provisions that were made, and us being, again, the Israelites being cut off or broken off, the natural branches, to allow for the wild branches, meaning the Gentiles, right, to be grafted in, right? God is saying at some point, once the Gentiles have all come in, the fullness of the Gentiles has been obtained, the natural branches, right, who fell in order to make room for the Gentiles, they're going to be restored.
All right, so break that down in today's terms.
And you know, if we apply, if we are, right, as a people who God is referring to, African Americans and blacks, right? If we are those people, right? Then there's an expectation that God's favor is going to be shown down upon us. For 400 years, we've been dealing with the.
So basically, what's at the bottom should rise to the top.
That's biblical.
Basically,
that just doesn't go. That goes across color lines, though. That's biblical.
Well, God says
exactly,
the first shall be last, and the last shall be
first. Exactly.
Right? So it's definitely applicable again across color lines. But as people who are of the lineage of Abraham, right? If we were yellow, it wouldn't make any difference, right? You know, we happen to be black. I mean, we could be yellow, but the fact that it's a possibility that we are within that lineage, God has a special favor upon us, and we are considered the apple of His eye, right?
Sure.
So again, that's just food for thought. You know,
what's the next topic, man?
You know, and again, there's a reason why we went through all these trials and tribulations. Because at the end of the day, God's favor is upon us, as God's favor is upon Israel. Let's say that, and Israel is going to awake, and they're going to realize who Jesus is as a people, as a nation, right? Which is something that hasn't happened up to this point, right? And that's going to be a beautiful thing whenever that takes place. The Jews that occupy Israel right now, they're referred to as Zionists, right? Or Zionists.
Zionists, yeah.
Right? And they have ties to the papacy, and they take their marching orders like the rest of the world from the papacy, right? And they're part of that New World Order and globalist, movement as well, right? So again, this is not to convince anybody of anything, but just to plant some seeds, food for thought. You know, one man plants, another waters, but it's God that gives the increase, gentlemen. And I thank you for.
You know, the thing though, I just wanted to say the thing about Trump is that the one thing that bothers me about, well, there's a few things that bother me about Trump, but one of them is Jared Kushner. Jared Kushner.
His
Y'all need
son-in-law.
to do a bio check on that brother.
Oh,
see
yeah.
what he's about, see what his family's about, see what he's into. I'm telling you, listen, I read articles on him. I did some deep-seated research on him. This man is allowed into countries without even announcement. Not even Secretary of States have the pull that he has. He doesn't even have to be announced, and he can go to anywhere in the world.
Hey, the funny part is he got an interim top secret security clearance. He hasn't been cleared.
And he's not even exactly. So that's what bothers me about Trump. That who is this guy, and why does he have the power that he has? Secondly, this virus that's killing all these people. I'm just wondering if this is leading up to a vaccine that's going to have what the final conclusion of the New World Order is.
I agree 100%. Now, we talked about that last time. Kevin,
we sure did.
Kevin didn't like it too much.
I was having a conversation with Tori earlier today. Tori, if you don't mind, can you kind of share? Tori works for the transit authority.
I work in the train system, right? And in the train system, we used to have a slot for the tokens. And I know the brother lives in Harlem knows this. Now they have these things where you can put your debit card on top of the machine in order to, it'll take it straight from your account and you're allowed through the turnstile. But the funny thing about it, the item that you put the debit card on is the size of the palm of your hand. It's like a glass screen and it has like a neon light behind it where you can fit your hand on it.
Wow.
So now if the brother from Harlem can confirm that, in certain places they already have this put in place. You understand? So I said, well, if this is for a debit card, why they made it so big that you could you could fit the palm of your hand on it? You understand?
a glass.
It's coming.
No,
and it could also be just down the line they might have obviously those type a situation where especially at train stations in New York, theft can happen, a lot of things. So maybe it might be some security system information that might show up down the line. You know what I'm saying? Just like they haven't perfected the self checkouts.
I work in the construction part of the subway system, and a lot of contractors are coming there and they're implementing these fiber optics, and these fiber optics are putting up cameras that's going to have face recognition, and the cameras move. They're motion cameras.
It's all about control.
Yes.
Big Brother. Well, back from the 80s, the Big Brother.
Hey,
that's right.
I'll tell you something. Mark's talked about these phones here several times.
Yeah.
Tracking device in every single one of them.
If you turn off your lights and you look on the camera and look at your phone, it's blinking, but you can't see it with the naked eye. The back of the phone is blinking. Like if you was to take, like if you have a camera, a project, what you call it in your room, a camera that's taking video of you, infrared, right? Like I have security in my house where I can see what's going on, and I see my daughter walking around with the phone, and the phone is blinking. I said, your phone is blinking. She's looking at it, goes, she said, no, it isn't.
Hey, I got an iPhone 11, right? I'm normally an Android guy. I get the iPhone 11, and I see that there's some orange dots down here. I said, what's going on?
Right.
What's going on? I don't know.
Yeah.
Mendez,
so,
what's going on, brother?
So yes, they're definitely moving things into place.
But hey, they got a movie called Minority Report with Tom Cruise in it. They talking about this. It's in there.
That was the long Man, I think that was the first time I saw this. They were touching screens and moving things. Remember?
Exactly. Like also, if you look at it was Minority Report. It's another movie out. Well, I'm gonna tell you who already had that in place. Face recognition. England already had that stuff in place.
Yes, they do. You're right.
London,
I read that as well.
London. You can go nowhere. You can go in London. They can't recognize who you are. They got face recognition already in place.
Right.
They've been had that.
Right. But you gotta understand, America is the last bastion for freedom. They get this, game over.
No, absolutely. And me and Sean were talking earlier. Henry Kissinger said back in 1994, America is the single most important component to the New World Order.
That's right.
September 11, 1990, George Herbert Walker Bush, then president, gave a New World Order speech talking about, although
he did.
Yeah. See, I mean, all these things are right in front of us. And in 2011, this is 9 years ago, there was a movie, Contagion, about this virus.
Contagion.
Yeah, Contagion.
Hey, gentlemen, so I retired in 2017. I've been in the D.C., Maryland, Virginia area working contract work. I was a federal watch officer with the courts for a while, but one of my contract jobs was supporting the Pentagon, right? Supporting the Air Force in the Pentagon. And they got us all together. And, it was one of them big old meetings with a civilian GS worker.
Hey, Bush, stop.
Why do you lie, Bush?
Bush, stop. Let me tell you something, man. Before you say anything, be mindful of what you say, because no matter what we talk about, somebody's watching.
Hey, fellas, let me say this. Jack, I got you. Trust me. That's been considered. There's nothing that I'm talking about that is, that
is not known already.
but not only that, listen, what we're doing right now, this is, for me, is of the utmost importance. We're talking about shining light on a lot of things that the world needs to hear, know, right? For me, I'm here for the gospel, to be honest with you.
Amen.
I'm ready to give my life if need be.
The gentleman, I don't mean to interrupt, the gentleman with the Pepsi shirt, what's his name?
It's Mendez.
Mendez. He just chilling in the cup.
Mendez, what's your opinion on this?
I jump a little bit late on
wait a minute. Let me just finish that story real quick.
Go ahead, Bushmaster.
Thank you.
25
We're sitting in this meeting, and the individual, he says, New World Order. And, whenever you hear that term, you always think it's associated with conspiracy theory, right? But now this is an official government, environment, and he says New World Order. That's how I said, okay. And he said it again. He said a couple of sentences later, New World Order. And I said, and then he said it a third time. And I said, oh man, this stuff is serious, man. They definitely are not. This is not conspiracy.
Hey, President Obama said it, man. President Obama has said New World Order.
Right.
Hey, George W. Bush, 2000.
Just to hear it so casually, it was like slid in there.
Yeah.
Like,
But you know, this is the thing that's going to be the real test for Christians, because when it comes down to taking the mark of the beast, and if you don't take it, all goods that are bought, all things that are needed are going to be used with that mark of the beast. And if you don't have it, God's going to have to provide.
Well, and we were talking about this last week or 2 weeks ago. Australia's already done it. They're saying that the virus or the vaccine is not mandatory. However, if you don't have it, you can't travel, or you can't go into restaurants, you can't participate in society. It's coming here too.
Yeah, it'll be here. They tested other places, but they know here will resist.
Hey, Brother Tory and everybody else, man, repeat this, man. I did a telephonic interview with my VA doctor. You know, I did blood work. They, your blood, everything came back perfect, this and that. Now, that being said, I asked about this vaccination. Me being the person I am, like, yeah, you know, I said, hey, I like to see you get the flu shot. I said, man, I'm not getting no damn flu shot. You know, I'm being honest with you. I said, I'm not getting the flu shot, never again. I said, well, we don't want you getting sick. I said, no, I don't have a problem. I hadn't been getting sick. I be taking Irish sea moss, natural shit, elderberry. So, and this is exactly what I told him. I asked him about. I said, well, why is it that they pushing this vaccination that's supposed to be able to keep you from getting the virus? I said, if that's the case, what about all these other viruses that people that society has and they never pushed a vaccination for? And that's what I asked the doctor. Well, you know, I said, please, I said, stop. Don't blow no smoke up my behind and tell me I'm a chimney. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not a chimney. I said, I ain't stupid. You're trying to put something in me. That like you said, the mark of the beast. Right. And I say it like that. I say they trying to put something in me, you know, to that way they can track me and I can do certain stuff, you know, because of the government, you know, want to know where I'm doing. Hey, this man just took a crap. This man just got up in the bathroom, he took a piss, whatever the case would be. Like you said, they install that stuff for a reason. I'm a firm believer in that. And even Mark, me and Mark, we was in agreement 2 weeks ago when they talked about everything revolves around money and being and controlling society the way they want to see society controlled.
Well, I read a book once that said that the 1% believe that they were ordained by God to rule the world, and that resources are becoming so scarce now that they need to depopulate, and they want to depopulate 80% of the earth because they don't need us anymore. They don't need manpower. Everything is automated. They don't need us anymore. You understand? So there's no need for it.
It's cleansing. It's a cleansing.
Right. The resources that are left, they need it for them. You understand? We'll run out of water. We'll run out of food. All these things because as the society increases, those things become lower.
Hey gentlemen, I got a comment from a Rob James Cutler. I just want to read this real quick. He says the rapture is going to take Christians out this world. Then the wrath of God will come. The trumpet signs up to rapture the bowls. After that, God So basically, he's saying that all these things are going to take place, come to fruition fully once the rapture takes place. Then, and we talked about this earlier, for whoever was on, they're going to be allowed to do these things with the people who are left behind. Those that take the mark of the beast at that point, right? They'll never be able to, enter God's kingdom. In order to enter God's kingdom after the rapture has occurred, you basically have to be a martyr for the faith. They're gonna kill you. You're gonna die.
But you talk about the horns, right? The horns. Now this is what I want you to look at, Butch. You can Google this. They have been hearing horns since 2000, I think 15 or 16, all over the world. They have heard horns.
Right.
I don't know.
That's why I say you know not the day, nor the time, nor the hour, or the minute. You just have to be ready.
You know what's interesting? Hey Jack. You know what's interesting though? In scripture, it says at the sound of the final trump, right? So it's almost as if this there's horns that are going on, but at the last trump, the dead in Christ will rise, and the rapture is going to take place.
The last trump's in the next 4 years.
Well, listen.
Trump, no. But honestly, let me jump in there, man. It's been 2 hours. I know I'm falling asleep.
Yeah, Mendes, we waiting for you. Yeah, I want to hear what you had to say.
I got something else I got to say.
I gotta go too. I gotta go to work.
Hey, one thing is like I always been. One thing I always preach a lot is a smoke screen. Everything out there that we see is a smoke screen. At the end of the day, to take us away from what our reality is and what it is that we are.
Absolutely.
What we're supposed to be doing for, like you guys were saying earlier, being ourselves, being that kind, being a Christian, you can call yourself a Christian, Catholic, whatever. At the end of the day, it's like our beliefs. How do we treat each other out? We keep our minds set on what's happening, all this negativity coming in, and a lot of this stuff is like, we know it's out there, but how are we gonna fix it? Okay. We got to start local at the end of the day. All these people we're talking about, the NWO, New World Order, these people's been in the politics since longer than I've been alive, you know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
And the president's only there for 4 years. At the end of the day, we got to know what's happening in our local side, who's the people really with the power, how we're going to be able to implement that part and keep preaching it at the end of the day. We got to preach ourselves on it. And one thing, I got a question, Bush. I know you were talking about Israel. What about us, the Latino? Where we at, man?
Right.
You're in there, brother.
Are you
definitely part of the 12 tribes? That's for sure.
Is that a serious question, or are you just being facetious, my brother?
No, man. I mean, whatever that second word you use.
All right.
I got 3 degrees.
5 degrees.
Oh man.
I'm saying, listen. So you had the Israelites, right, which were all considered the people of God initially, and then everybody else was considered the Gentiles, right? So if you're not an Israelite, right, in the Old Testament days, you were considered a Gentile.
Well,
I was actually talking about this week.
Hold up now. You had the 12 tribes of Israel.
That's right, 12 tribes.
It was broken down into four groups. You had the group of Judah, Dan, Reuben, and Ephraim.
Right.
Now, let's talk now. You talk about...
Hey, again, I'm not going to... If you say that's what it is, now there were
12 tribes. We had the 12 tribes of Israel, which were broken down into four. Well, it was broken down into 4 groups. You had Dan, the group of Dan, the group of Ephraim. You had Reuben, and Judah.
Yeah, you had 12 tribes.
Yeah,
10 northern tribes, which were considered Israel, right? And then the 2 southern tribes were referred to as Judah, right? Israel fell first, and then Judah fell, right? So it's thought that we, the African Americans / blacks, right, we are of the tribe of Judah, right? God really favored Judah.
And Judah is a representation of the lion.
That's who Christ came through. That's the lineage to who Christ came through.
Exactly.
The tribe of Judah, right? But again, to speak to your point again, Francisco, Spanish people would be, I guess, fall underneath Gentiles if they're not of the tribe of Israel. Whoever was not of that tribe of Israel, they would be considered Gentiles, right?
Well, the funny thing about Latinos is that they're a mixture of a lot of things.
Yes.
They have a lot of. They have a little Africa. They got a little Europe. They got Spain, of course. They got the indigenous Indians, of course. They make up a lot of different. So it's hard to say what tribe they definitely fall in the mix. They're definitely in there.
Right.
It's all how God sees it, I guess. But they're definitely in the mix.
But the most important thing, as far as being a good relation to God, from a Christian perspective, is that you have faith, right? That you believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God. You can make confession with your mouth. You believe that in your heart, right? And if at all possible, you get baptized, right? Some people say baptism is not necessary. Hey, roll the dice if you want to, right? I wouldn't roll the dice. I got baptized in 2017 at Fort McCoy. I actually had an experience. I had a dream, where God was showing me that I was going to be doing things to address some issues. And I stayed 14 years in Germany. I had a dream the night before I got baptized that I was in the house that I stayed in the longest in Bad Nauheim, Jack, right? And Bad Nauheim,
yeah.
I stayed there 6 years. It was the longest place that I stayed out of any place in my military career. The night before I got baptized, I had a dream at Fort McCoy that I was in that house and there were a bunch of people in the house helping me move things out, right? Like family and friends. And I was at the kitchen, and somebody was putting stuff in the pot. And I thought it was my wife. You know, I'm like, I didn't see her face, but I just thought that must be the wife helping me cook, right? So check this out. The scene shifts to Monroe Projects. I'm in the kitchen doing the same thing, cooking. Somebody's putting stuff in a pot. I couldn't see the person's face. I'm assuming it's the wife again, but the same dynamics taking place. You got a whole bunch of family and friends, people moving stuff out, right? You know, so I had the dream in Germany. The dream was doubled. Again, now I'm in Monroe Projects doing the same thing. I looked to the table. Tori, you might remember that kitchen table in the window. And the pastor that I had met a couple of hours earlier, he was sitting down at the table. I recognized him. I was like, who's this old man? Oh, that's the chaplain who's going to baptize me a couple of hours later, right? You know, and I was wondering if he wanted some food or something. You know, what is he doing there? But, you know, I woke up at that point. But I was baptized a couple of hours later. And I just want to share that experience with you. You know, so some people, they don't believe that water baptism is necessary. But again, we just don't know. So if you believe in your heart that Jesus Christ is Lord.
Well, it is. It's in the Bible, man. John the Baptist.
Right.
Yeah, John the Evangelist and John the Baptist. John the Baptist baptized Jesus Christ.
Amen. Amen. That was an example. That was an example. Right.
So and he's baptizing for a reason. Exactly.
Amen.
Like I say, man,
a lot of people don't believe it.
I'll be honest. I don't push the Bible. I don't push the Bible on nobody. I know a lot about the Bible. I keep my mouth shut.
But you know what's funny, Jack? All my life, like I was a Christian. I was telling y'all, I've read this book, Beyond Death's Door. I found it in my grandmother's library. I became a Christian at 14. I was never baptized though. I didn't get baptized until I was like almost 40 years old. And then I had that dream. So, you know, a lot of people, you know, they're in the faith, but again, are they really where they need to be? Are they walking as close to God as they can walk? Right.
But that only God knows that.
But it's
not for us to judge. It's not for us to judge. Only God. Right,
I'm with you. But he gives the command, like you said.
What Jay-Z said, he said reality begins when the church ends. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm just keeping it 100 in New York State of mind, right?
That's a
you know what I'm saying? And he said reality begins. I mean, you know, where the church ends. You know, at the end of the day, you know, people real thing, like, this is the thing. There's people that face real situations every day that they understand, okay, like I can sit here and I can keep doing this, or I can just get over there and I got to do this. And then when I do this, the reaction is this can happen. And then that reaction will open the door for this thing. So, I mean, like I said, that's why I don't normally do all that, because, you know, at the end of the day, it's really, it doesn't really add up to nothing. You know what I mean? It's a personal thing, you know, and when I wake up tomorrow, you know, hey man, thank you, Jesus, whatever. And then I gotta go out and do what I need to do. I mean, we could sit here and try to figure out what happened 2,000 years ago and who's more favored than who. And it ain't gonna change nothing to the guy that's down the street that's trying to feed his kids that you might become food. It's not gonna change anything over here. So to me, I just feel like that's a personal thing. You know what I'm saying? I don't try to dwell in it to the T to where it creates.
Respect.
You know what I mean? Because I think that you could actually preach to a person to the point where you could turn them off, even if they were investigating that.
See, yeah.
You know, it could become like I've seen people that just they on it to the point where it becomes more of a nuisance thing, and then it actually turns people away. You see people walk out the church sometime, you know what I mean? Because things just, you know, we gotta look at that. We gotta look at that too. Right?
Something happened to me where, to me, Christianity is like this. I remember being at a food stand, and I ordered a halal, like a chicken and rice. And there was a brother behind me that was like, he was hungry. I could see he was hungry. He said, "Yo, you mind if you give me something to eat?" So I said, "Not a problem." I bought him a plate of food and I gave it to him. And he said, "Yo, man, I'm gonna pay you back." I said, "You know how you pay me back? When you get on your feet, you do it for the next brother."
Yeah.
So to me,
yes.
So to me, that's what Christianity is. You know, you do a good deed for somebody, and you say whatever you say, and you can say the name of Yahshua, name of Jesus, that you did this, or whatever you want to do. Let them know you're a Christian, and you don't expect anything from them. You just say, listen, pass that on to the next person. You understand?
I think right there is a good example, real quick, on we are made as we are an image of Jesus, right?
Amen.
Right.
Am I right? Right. So technically, what's the best way to preach? What's the best way to show Christianity? Is being ourselves. Demonstrating our daily life, how I am as a person, showing them the blessings. Every time I go somewhere, hey man, have a blessed day. And people like change their whole attitude. Like, oh my God, thank you. You know, all it is, I don't go out there knocking on people's door. Hey, if you don't believe in Jesus, you're gonna die. Because what's gonna happen? People are gonna run away. You know what I mean? It's like, I did direct sell for a lot of years. It's like, hey, he's trying to sell me a pyramid scheme. You know what I'm saying? All that whole aspect. But it's not. It's all it is you gotta demonstrate. You gotta believe in it. You gotta believe yourself in it. When everything negative comes, there's something positive out of it. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, you gotta take that negativity.
When I even say that, when I say to a person, have a blessed day, it ain't even religion based. Like I have my own translation to it. It's just, hey, have a good day. You know what I'm saying? Like
that's you know how like your weight. You know what I mean? That's you.
Because you know what, you could go like, you know, when we was in Kosovo, and they showed us that there's certain customs that we call respectful that actually was offensive to them. You know what I mean? Like they wipe their booty with their hand and different things like that. And we actually shake hands like, you know, like in America, we put our feet on the table. You couldn't do that over there because it was a sign of disrespect. So to me, like, again, when you start to mix certain things, you wind up bumping into somebody and it can turn into fanaticism, or what I call it. You know what I'm saying? So when I say, hey, have a blessed day, it's just empowerment. It's just, you know, have a good day. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not trying to.
But how many people in your environment, in your circle down there, would say to a person, instead of have a good day, have a blessed day? You know what I mean? And that you're a perfect example of what I just said. Because right now you should say it in it, because for you it's different meaning, but it's normal. But at the end of the day, you're projecting a positivity to the people around you.
Right.
You know what I mean? And that's what at the end of the day, that's what we have to remember. Because we're not gonna be going into, okay, I'm wearing a skirt or a jean, or I got baptized when I was little as a Catholic, or I was baptized as a Baptist over here, or as a non-denomination. I've been baptized 3 times: Catholic, Baptist, and non-denomination. And I take any holy water every Sunday when I go to church.
You know what? I'm gonna tell you. When I bump into people that say have a blessed day, I know for me, because I'm comfortable with who I am and where I'm at in my life and where I'm going. And so to me, have a blessed day is like a step up from have a good day. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So like when I'm coming out of a bank or whatever, I might have just deposited 5 G's in there or something like that. I'm just in a good space. So, you know, have a blessed day. Like I have the smile on my face, the cheesy smile, and, you know, and I just keep it moving. People, their energy is based on how they're living. If you go into some of the places where we come from, there's 2 extremes. One extreme is people are doing that because they have nothing else to look to, because they have nothing, or they have a lot of something, and so they feel good. You know, because if you go in like the really poorest neighborhoods, religion is all they have to keep them from committing suicide and stuff, because they're like, oh, well, you know, if we hold hands and just say, you know, and then there's the other side of it where people just have it all and they're just like, man, I'm just blessed, B. Like, you know, I went out and I worked my butt off and I got this and got that, and, you know, and I didn't think I could do it. And, you know, and it's just that way. So I just look at it from my perspective. It's just, you know, when I say have a blessed day, it's because I'm just so comfortable. I can come out of an eviction. I can come out of a negative situation, and I
got a question. See, now that we're me and you on the spotlight, we got this. Hey, now that you say that way, now will you say to yourself, will you be able to say that when you have a good day, even if you have a bad day, at least you say, you know, hey, thank God thank God for today, or thank God for this. You know, do you give thanks?
Me? No, yeah. I don't do that. The reason why I don't do that is because I feel like it's a disservice. First of all, if there's a God, it makes him a bad person to me, because what if a God is caring and loving, why would he want all the credit for everything, right? So if I went out and did the work, that's like if me standing in front of my football team and I'm coaching them and, you know, and then I'm going to take all of the credit when they win the championship and act like they didn't go out there and tackle. They didn't actually have to do the runs and the choppers and, you know, the drills and different things. Like, I brought something to the table and something beautiful came, you know, but everybody contributed. So when they get that award, it's their name on it. It shouldn't say my name on the award in their house. You know,
can we say then that your teammates, your team, they won't even come up to you and say, hey, thanks, coach?
No, they know we thank each other. Like just like I told them today, like it's
we can look at it at that same point of view, though. You know what I mean?
Well, see, I look at it this way. It's like I told them, like, I'm doing my job. If you embrace what I'm giving to you, and you still have your work that you have to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's like when my kids grow up, if I sit there and be like, well, the only reason why you're successful is because I taught you everything and I'm the reason that you had this, and then you know what? That actually discourages. And that really does happen in a lot of families. Like, you can't do anything successful without having to pay homage and allegiance to everybody else. And it's like, no, like we did this. I did this. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I survived this, and, you know, my mind has developed based on the things that happened around me. I don't like to get caught.
But you have to understand something, brother. That everything that you think, everything that you do, your whole existence is due to him.
No,
it's faith. Like what you just said is a faith thing. That's your faith. That's
according to the Christian faith.
Right. If we go there, we like that. Like, that's why I said, like, I normally don't do this, because what I'm saying is my perspective of a opinion on a faith, and then you have.
And it's a good point. You got a good point.
Let me ask a question. Again, the name of this this vlog / podcast is Brothers Dwelling in Unity, right? Jack, what is that based off of?
What you mean by what is it based off?
The Brothers Dwelling in Unity.
Psalms 133.
Yes, sir.
You saying Psalms 133?
Psalm 133, right?
Yeah.
That's right out of Psalm 133. So the premise is that we're able to come together and talk, right? About different perspectives, about different topics, and, you know, we have different levels of faith. The question is, though, right, that I'm most concerned with, if we're going to dwell in unity, right, we got to agree to, you got to have something that allows us to come together. For me, I thought that would be
the conversation. That's what brings us together. We don't have to agree on everything.
Yeah,
right?
The
conversation.
Bush, but you got to look at one thing right now.
That's like the Harlem Shake. You know, with the Harlem Shake, Mark.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, just keep it at 100 with you, man. It's the conversation.
Exactly. Hey, but look at the point of view is what Mark is saying. You know, it's true on a point of view, because even though the way that he says it, at the end of the day, how he interacts and behaves, he is an example to his community.
Right.
At the end of the day, he is a person with values. He's a person out there. You know what I mean? He don't have to walk around with the cross saying, hey, you got a Christianity. He is demonstrating what a Christian is.
And that's what
he has the values on it. And the same point of view it doesn't mean that he has to be certain, but that's the point I was trying to say as the coach. You know what I mean? He is the coach of the team. He has a great point on it. He brings the tools to the team, and they got to work hard to be better. And we can bring that into the Christianity religion point of view. God, Jesus, bring us the tools. It's up to us to make it better. Now, we could be that guy on the street with the Bible saying that tomorrow at 10 o'clock, the devil's coming. Or I could be that guy walking out there and just being positive. Doesn't matter what happens.
But
I know the sun's going to go up and it's going to come back down.
Let me ask you a question. The brother that was speaking with the Yankee, what's your name again, sir?
Mark.
Mark, if you say came up with the game of football, right? You invented the rules. You invented how the players are to play the game, and the game became a success. If no one came back to you and said, thank you, Mark, for doing that, how would you feel?
Well, I mean, I think it's a bad analogy in that case. I see where you're going, but I don't know if I would necessarily want people to come and thank me, like, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't know if I would want to be in a position where people worship me. You know what I'm saying?
No. There's a bigger principle involved, though.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that, you know, that's like, okay, that's like
talk, man.
That's like my tenants, right? They pay their rent, right? I don't think they need to thank me, you know, for them having the place that they live in, because we really are using each other. I provided an apartment, it was vacant, you paid rent, it's a contract agreement. I'm gonna go home and be with my family. 30 days later, we see each other again. If you want it, you know what I mean? Like, I don't need to go thank the Dodge Ram company or whatever because I have the truck. You know, you had a product, I paid for it. You know, I just see it in the same way. Like, I don't know if I necessarily want to just believe that God is sitting out there and he's going, hey man, you know, every day, everything you do, you need to thank me for it. Like,
no, and I don't think, and going back with what
let me grab it for a minute, if you don't mind. A fundamental
5 degrees. I got 4 or 3, man.
Okay, those degrees, man. Like, well, I know Bush's answer is gonna be that the only reason he got those degrees is because of God, but he really took those tests. He had to study. If he didn't study, he would have failed the test. Period. Yeah, but I don't honestly believe that he got those because he walked in there and Jesus was carrying him in there.
It's a fundamental Christian principle, right? That the only reason that this world exists is to glorify God, right? The heavens and the firmament, you know, they glorify God. That's the whole purpose. Our whole purpose as human beings is to reflect glory upon God, the creation, right? You know, so if we don't have that understanding, then we're not really fulfilling the purpose for which we were created.
But who's to say you're not? Who's to say you're not?
Check this out. I don't know if y'all can see that. Oh no, y'all can't see that.
See
that?
There you go.
I saw it. Wait, hold it. Bring it back.
No, Bush. The reason why I asked you that question, Bush, like we talked about earlier, everybody have their own beliefs.
What y'all see there?
Right. I hear you.
We have to
watering.
No, wait. That picture that you showed. Listen, people always say that to me about praying for something to happen or working towards it. You know, it always says fruits without works is dead. You understand? You understand? You gotta pray for it, but then once you pray for it, you gotta go for it. You just can't wait for it to fall on your head.
But hold on, but then you're agreeing with me then, because like I said, like I get up in the day, I'm glad that I'm still here. But if I don't go out and hit those streets, if I don't go out that fence and get it in and come home tired every night, I don't believe it's gonna happen. I don't know. I know grown men that are my age.
You just said the keyword, Mark. Believe. Right there.
Right. You gotta believe.
That's the keyword.
There's grown men that are out there right now that have don't own nothing. You know what I mean? Like, have nothing. They sit at home. They own a PlayStation. They own a video game. And it's weird to me because these guys complain about how crazy it is. And I'm like, hold on, we're in the same exact environment.
You know what?
We're in the same exact economy.
What you're speaking of is a Christian principle in of itself. If you don't work, you do not eat. That is a Christian principle, right?
That's the first thing God did for man was give him a job.
Everything that exists, right, that is good, comes down from above. And I can give you a Christian principle.
Even Adam and Eve were.
Any situation that you may think of, right? God has done that for us. It's all in the book. It's all, but we got to read it. We got to believe it. Guess what? If we don't have the faith, right? God says it's impossible to please God without faith.
Amen.
Right? That faith has to be given to you, right? You know, you have to be in a place where you're ready to receive it. And God engineers those circumstances. Again, I was 14 when I came to faith. It changed my life. Listen, it changed my life.
Let me tell you 2 stories that happened that really, one just recently, like just confirmed everything I believed up to this point. There was a woman I knew that lived in the Bronx that walked down the dead end. Her grandmother said, no, you walk this path when you go to the store. Do not go down the dead end street path, which was abandoned tenement buildings. She went down that path because it was a shortcut, and a man snatched her up, brought her in the tenement building, dragged her up to the 2nd floor, and threw her on an old mattress and was about to rape her. The guy that took her up the stairs fumbled for a minute, she was able to get up and run. And she said she jumped from the second floor landing to the first floor landing, and it felt like she was floating. One jump and got away from this man. She said, I don't know what it was. She said, but when I don't know if it was anxiety, I don't know if it was God, I don't know what it was, but I jumped from the second floor to the first floor, and I felt like I floated. I didn't hurt myself. I landed on the first floor, and I was gone. Second incident, I was just driving the other day from Jersey, where I live. 10 feet in front of me, I go to work. I leave my house at 3 o'clock in the morning to get to work. I got to be there by 5. A deer pops out in the middle of the freaking highway, not more than 10 feet away from me.
I'm always afraid that's going to happen to me.
I didn't, because out in Jersey, the lights are dark on the highway. The only thing you have are your headlights, and I didn't have my high beams on. So the deer seemed like it just ran across out of nowhere. I don't know what took over my body, but my hands turned that wheel solid left, 90 degrees. And that I missed the deer, and the back end started to swerve out. My hands went the other way. Now I'm looking at my hands going, how am I doing this? And it swerved the other way, and the car swerved back the other way. And then I was losing control that way, because the car would have flipped if I would have the speed out, because I was doing like 80 miles an hour. I flipped it back the other way, and I got control of the car. And when I sat there and I took a breath, and I thank God, I'm gonna tell you something, that was not me controlling that car.
Right.
I don't know how I did that. It was just so fast. And I'm looking at my hands do it, and I'm like, how am I doing this?
You know what? This topic right now has given me an idea of how we're going to what scripture we're going to read. Right? We're going to be in Hebrews 11 or Hebrews 12, that chapter that talks about men of faith, men and women of faith, and how that faith carried them throughout trials and tribulations over the course of history. Right? The things that they had to overcome that is attributed to their faith. And God, we're going to talk about that. Well, let's move this conversation along, gentlemen. We're going to talk about, Corey, thank you for your story. Mark, thank you for your insights, brother. Jack,
hey, Sean, can I add something real quick?
What you got? I
just want to just add that God doesn't tell us to thank him and praise him because he's some kind of self-conscious God. I mean, he is a jealous God.
Yes.
But there's a bigger principle involved here. He doesn't want us to get too big or too into ourselves.
There you go.
Yeah. See, and when and it's a bigger principle involved, and we're all in this together. Once we start thanking ourselves, then we have a bad habit of forgetting about the other person involved.
Right.
Well, so it depends. It depends. I mean, me, I feel like I just feel like my accomplishments, you know what I mean? Like, it's not just my accomplishments because I just was destined or ordained, but, again, the environments, it's always fascinating when I see young people that come from the harshest environments and they defy the odds and, they get through it. And you know what? They should have credit for that because they could easily have just packed a pistol and just ran up on you when you earned yours and just took it from you. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just the reality, so I try to, I don't know if it's necessarily, we live in a society already that I don't like just the fact that we glorify certain people and we forget that.
I agree.
I mean, like there's people like, we love Chad, right? And he did a great thing he brought people together and stuff. And there's people that are unknown that are just like him. You know what I'm saying?
Like me, for example.
Yeah, huh?
Guys like me,
think about it this way. We were in the military. There's guys that went to war, they're 18 years old. They're seeing some of the most horrific things ever. And that's why I'm so loyal to the brothers and sisters and the people that have served, regardless if you agree or you don't agree. Because you come home and you see kids that just sit home and play video games all day. They don't have anything that has ever got them focused enough to ground them to anything. So they just live a life, being leeches on society and different things like that. And yes, that's judgmental and, I should be PC and just not say that, but it is what it is, and I just have a deep respect for people that work hard for what they have. I don't need the 10 commandments to tell me not to covet a man's wife or his belongings. I understand because I work hard for my stuff, you know, why I shouldn't do that.
Spirit of God working in you. I think the Spirit
I don't
of God
need to.
working in you.
I don't like. if I see another man and he got a nice house, I'm congratulating that guy.
Absolutely.
Like, man, that was a good job. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm inspired. I'm wired differently, so I'm inspired, and I'm like, man, I want to get. I know a lot of business owners locally that are just doing great things, and when I talk about them, you would think that we hung out and we drunk a beer every night or something, but no, it's just I'm inspired by what you do. We're not even in the same.
For a minute, and it's important to understand this when we talk about Christian principle, right? The good things that we do as people, none of those things are gonna give us a right standing before God when it's time to give an account.
No, you're right.
Our lives.
Okay, now I have a question. I have a question.
Yeah, what you got, Jack?
What defines you as a Christian? Is it your way of life, or is it the good deeds you do in life?
That's a good question. That's a good question. Bill, you want to grab that, brother?
I'll tell you,
I'm just a bird.
Well, you know, I tell you,
I can answer. I want to answer.
Hey,
Bill, let me answer. Let me get it.
Before you answer that question, Bill.
Okay, I'm gonna answer that question, Jack.
Hey, hold on, Bush. Before you answer the question, reason why I asked you that question was because is Mark not a Christian because of the good things he do? You know, even though his faith might be different from us, who are we to judge? Only God can judge, right?
God. Well, you know what? That's a good point, Jack. Now, ultimately, God is the one that sees the heart of man, right?
Exactly.
We don't. Guess what? There's a lot of that going on, and that's actually a pet peeve of mine. Even within the body of Christ, you got Christians that they want to sit up here and they want to point out everybody else's faults.
But did we actually hear what Mark had to say? Mark said a lot. Mark said he does good things. He don't expect nothing in return.
But this is his heart. And
this
is my point.
What he stated was that
but you have to understand something that you got to understand something that we're all born into sin.
Yeah.
Understand? We're all born into sin. So, you know, even don't even, what do you say? How do you say it in the Bible? Don't even tax.
The good deeds that we do, right? They're basically filthy rags in the eyes of God because they're not. We're imperfect beings. Our hearts are evil for the most part, right? We're born into sin. From the time that we're a baby up until
that's the old cliche says when a child is born into this world, you cry. When a person dies, you rejoice because they're going to a better place. They're going home. It's called a homegoing.
Right.
Where we come from.
No, I hear you, but again, tying it back into Christian principle, right? The wicked go astray from birth, from the time that we're born.
That's right.
Right.
That's right.
We're because of the fall, because of Adam and Eve, right, and the sin that entered the world as a result of their disobedience, we're in rebellion against God, and that's why the world is in a state of disarray and conflict.
But that's not what I'm saying, though, man. That's not.
I got you. Hear me out, my brother. Hear me out. So anything good that we do, that in of itself, God, he doesn't look at it as being good. You know what justifies us? You know what makes us a Christian in the eyes of God, right?
Yeah, let me hear.
The fact that we have the Spirit, God's Spirit within us, the Holy Spirit that is indwelling us, that is given to us. That's where that term born again comes from, right? Because our spirit, we're spiritual beings, like you say, Jack, right? We're spiritual beings. We're part, we got a spirit, but we also got a body. That spirit is in an unredeemed state until God regenerates it, right? Until he imparts the Holy Spirit, and now your spirit is made alive, right? And now you can understand that Bible. It's a spiritual book. Until you have the Spirit of God indwelling, right?
Okay.
You are not going to be able to fully comprehend what God is talking about. You can read it intellectually, and a lot of people do, right?
Hey, and but my question was, and now you hit another topic though. But my question was, who's to say? Who are we to judge? I cannot.
We're not.
No.
It's God's job.
Let me finish. I can't say everything Mark said, and Billy, correct me if I'm wrong. was of the Christian way, but it was his belief. He believed it in a different manner. Now that being said, not for us to judge. Only one person can judge, and when that day comes, and when he has to go before God, or go before, as we say, running. When we ran cadence, go before St. Peter at the pearly gate. Now, before we go inside, he has to go meet with God. It's for him. His belief in or what he think. That's his beliefs, and ours. And we have to. And my bottom line is, it all boils down that we have to respect one another. We can't. We can stay with the Bible. We can say what the Bible say. We can say this. We can say that. We have to respect one another. And I respect what that brother said, because what that brother said, and you correct me if I'm wrong, with the way he helped people out, he don't expect nothing in return. And the way what he does for people, he just said, hey, that's just my way of doing it. Hey, I get out here, I bust my behind. If I do this for you, I do that for you. As Christians, we do stuff that comes from the heart, because those are our beliefs, right or wrong.
Christ is.
Yeah, and he gives hope. Mark is a person that he gives hope to a lot of people. You know, a lot of us here that know Mark, I know we can go all the way back to Kosovo, and we know a lot of the headaches he went through. You know what I mean? I'm very proud to see how he is right now, all the way.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. And I mean, hell yeah, but yeah. Hey, he's doing great for himself, and I'm so proud of him, man. Man, I ain't gonna get emotional, but
hey, Jack,
look, the bottom line
proud
is,
of Mark. You know, that's our brother in arms. You know.
Yeah, but man, he look what he's doing though. Look, he's volunteering. He's giving his time to coaching. He's doing. Man, he's doing Christian stuff. He might not see it as Christian. He might, hey, this is Mark. That's Mark's way of doing it. But what I'm saying is, man, we have to respect each other.
And let me speak to that. And again, those are all great things. Those are good things, Mark. And you ought to be celebrated and applauded for those things.
That's not what he wants.
We're giving you your roses, my brother, right now, right? But I'm gonna tell you again, right? Just keep it 100% real with everybody on the panel, right? If you don't have faith, right? None of those good things count for anything before God. According to
no, but that whoa. Let's go back on that one. Mr. 5 degrees. Hold on. Hold on.
Listen. What is faith then? Just to live by faith. Faith comes by hearing, and hearing by the word of God. That is a Christian.
Exactly, and we are made an example of him, right? So our acts and our tributes that we do in our daily life represents him in a certain way.
But if you don't believe that God is God, God says that doesn't count.
But who's God? Okay, who's God then?
God, Christ says, right? If you
I'm just saying, if you say God is God, but
right.
Okay, by the way, right? I don't know how to translate the whole thing right there. At the end of the day, the New Testament, that should be our main focus. That's really what guys is.
What did you say? The new what? The new what?
And Testament.
The New Testament, right? But check this out. The Bible has been rewritten over years and years and years.
Yeah.
So this is the thing. Why is it that they tell you if you get caught with the original Bible, you're going to do a minimum of 5 years in prison?
But listen,
because there's a lot of stuff in the Bible they don't want you to know.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but I had a friend tell me years ago because I had that same question when I was a very young man. And this is what he told me. He said, you believe that God is the all-powerful being in all of the universe? I said, yeah. I said, well, if you believe that, don't you think he has the power to protect his own word?
Well, amen. No, I agree with that 100%. No,
the Bible was written over hundreds, thousands of years, right? And if you really read the Bible, there's no contradictions. It's harmonious from Genesis to Revelation. It takes time to fully understand what's going on.
And Sean, how many years did it take to make that Bible we talking about? Everybody thinks it was written in one sitting. How many years did it take?
1,400 years, I believe.
1,400 years to put that book together, and it's harmonious.
There's a common thread that runs through it, and it's that of Jesus Christ. The Old Testament looked forward to the coming of the Messiah, but the Messiah came, and now the New Testament looks forward to his return, right? You know, so but if you search the pages of the Bible, what's interesting about it is that the gospel, the story of salvation, is interwoven throughout every story. Whenever I read the Bible, I'm looking for the gospel of Jesus Christ in Genesis, and you know, it's there. You just gotta be able to, the spirit of God, that's the spirit of God that
But at
guides.
the same token, the Bible now is interpreted by you. Like you say, you interpret it this way, I might interpret a different way.
Yeah.
But we still come on the same common ground.
Right.
But it's a way of interpretation.
But you know what, Jack? So God has a principle for interpreting the Bible. He says, look,
the spirit,
when it comes
spirit.
to
Exactly. Brother Bill, that's right. It's the spirit. But like I said, I might interpret the same way. As long as we come in the middle, we be the middle. We both at the same.
You know what? Right there, Jack.
Look, wait a minute.
Hold on. Real quick, what Jack was saying right there. You know what? Jack just reminded me one thing he told me in a Humvee in Homestead. He told me, Mendes, you are a walker. And to this day, okay, I'm talking 20 years later, to this day, I remember his words that he told me on the Humvee. You know what I mean? He's like, hey, man, you're a walker. You out there always helping people without expect. And it was something that I always did it was just me. You know what I mean? I just like helping people. And I never expect nothing back in return. And through all these years, I always wonder, okay, I'm a walker. So I'm always walking and I'm trying to interpret that meaning that he said to me and that whole aspect on it. But what I ended up doing is like, utilizing myself as a vessel to be able to present something to somebody without telling them what it is. You know what I'm trying to say?
Right.
Exactly.
My good deeds, my good kinds, hopefully they can duplicate those things.
Exactly.
I don't got to tell them it's under Christ or under God, but little by little, we can influence people to do the right thing.
That's my whole thing.
No, I'm in agreement.
That's my whole thing, Mendez. That's my whole thing.
I'm in agreement. You gotta live though. You gotta live it too, right? You gotta.
Yeah, but you gotta
that's what he's saying. Doing.
Walk, crawl,
that's
and
what
run.
he's doing.
You know what I mean? A lot of people are not even brought like that.
But again, the one point I want everybody to make sure they understand that I don't want you to leave here, and I don't want our audience to miss, is that works without faith, right? That doesn't justify you before God. It's the faith. It's the faith.
Right.
That justifies you.
I don't think Sean was trying to demean Mark by any means, saying that he wasn't in the faith. He was just trying to remind people that, works without faith, they're nothing.
And I agree with you. I agree with you.
Everything Mark is doing is of Christ.
Hey, I agree with you, and I agree with you and Bush, man. I promise. But my thing is, bottom line is, what we see as faith, the way we were raised, Mark sees it in a different manner. It doesn't mean that he's not. I mean, he's wrong, but his faith is. I mean, it's the same. It's basically the same common ground. It's just the way he explained it.
Right, no, I'm with you.
No,
Look,
hey, good example, real quick. I want to bring it. Hey,
we talking about a principle. Only God knows.
Heart, right.
Mark's heart, or Jack's heart, or Mendez's heart, or mine. I mean, I could be not in the faith, right?
No. That's the whole thing. No, what I'm trying to say is, you gotta build. You got to build the people. Like we talk about faith. People don't even understand what faith is. Right now, for example, me and you, Bush, right? We're doing a buddy team. How do I have faith that when I'm moving up and you're shooting, you're not going to shoot me? How do I have the faith and trust in you that when I'm bounding up and you're engaging, you're not going to shoot me in the back?
Right. But when we talk about faith, again, we're framing it within the parameters of Christian principle, right?
Hey, I'm going on that. That is Christian principle, and that's the basics of it. People gotta understand first what is faith, and we might teach people faith a certain and at a different level. In time, they're gonna realize, okay, the faith in God, the faith in Christianity, or whatever type of religion they want to believe in. But at the end of the day, no matter what religion you look at, they all have the good principle values of being a good human being and treating each other with kindness. You know what I mean? And we got to teach that.
Hey, we'll get to that in a minute. Hey, Jim, real quick testimony time, right? Mark, Mendez, Jack, y'all know me for the military, right? Tori, you know me before the military, right? My relationship with this dude right here, it expands, it reaches all the way back before my relationship with Kevin, right? So I met Kevin in Brooklyn, but I had a relationship with Tori. I moved out to Brooklyn, came back to the Bronx, and we picked up Tori, like we never left. We family, right? But for my military brothers, right? And Billy, we had a relationship. Y'all speak, man. Keep it real. Keep it all the way real.
But can I ask you guys something about the military? Because I I had a child at a very young age, so I didn't go. But my brother went. He did 20 years in the Corps. And he came out, he served 2 terms in Iraq. And one of the stories that he told me that kind of like, because I know, you know, my brother as a young man was always a compassionate man, always a man who felt the need to help other people. But he told me a story once, and I noticed that he changed a little. Is this something that common that happens in the military? He said that he had developed a roadblock. He was the sergeant of his platoon, and he was supposed to stop certain people from coming through. Right now, there was one car that came through, was an old Mercedes, and he told his men to tell the car to stop. The car would not stop, so he told the guys to light the car up. When they lit the car up and they pulled the bodies out of the car, it was a child, an old man, and a dog. So I looked at my brother and I said, "How did that make you feel?" And he just took a puff of cigarette, didn't even look me in my eye, looked straight ahead, and he said, "He should have stopped." And I looked at him like there was no compassion. It was gone. It was like there was no empathy.
No, there was compassion. There was compassion because the compassion was for those people that he served with. It was compassion, bro. Mm-hmm. He didn't have no compassion for them, the ones he killed. You got to think about, bro, man. It's man. That's
like even though like, I'm saying
you're touching this.
Watch it now.
But what I'm saying is once the threat is gone and you realize that it was no threat, and you're looking at the situation before you after everything, the dust has settled. You don't say to yourself at that point, like, is there something that goes out of you where you say, well, damn, I just killed the kid? I mean, don't get me wrong. You got a job to do. You're there to do a job. You're there to watch out for your fellow man.
Because it's war. It's war.
Where you was like, you was like, you joined the military? And I was like, yeah, I joined the infantry. And you said what? I don't know if you remember that. You said, are you crazy? Are you crazy? Right? Now, I didn't know what the infantry was all about. You know, all I knew was I thought I was a tough guy. You know, I could handle that. That's nothing. I'm athletic.
Yeah, that's the LL Cool J. Bush was LL Cool J.
But truth be told, the infantry, right? The military in general will make you hard.
It's only one MOS that's infantry. 11 Bravo,
right.
Baby.
Well, hey, bang, bang, right? On my left want to be. But the military make you hard, but the infantry, you know, again, you really gotta be a kid. You gotta have a hard.
Right? Infantry, the military is not hard no more. It's not like when we was in there.
Not anymore, right?
Different animal.
I remember going to MEPS, right? That's the In-Processing Center in Brooklyn, Fort Hamilton, and I was a one-stop unit training guy. I was doing basic training and AIT in one shot, right? One summer.
What been in Georgia?
We had, this was in Fort Hamilton, right before we got to, and in the MEPS in Fort Hamilton, Brooklyn, there was 2 kids, right, of Caucasian persuasion. They were sitting down, right, and every other word coming out of these dudes' mouths, right, was mother F this and mother F that.
Hey, Mendez. Remember what they used to call, what the kids called me in Kosovo? Chocolate? Yo, chocolate. Yo, even in the other countries where they didn't have a proper word, they just created chocolate. Right. I'm sorry, Jack. You know, you know.
The point being is that these kids had been to basic training a summer before, and they had got indoctrinated into the infantry mindset, and now they were coming back for the AIT, right? The advanced individual training. And they had the infantry mindset. They knew that's how the infantry talked. They knew that there was no room for any emotion, really, right? That you had to be hard, right? And that's just the way it was. And I didn't really understand that until I got in that environment and basic training at Fort Benning. And I said, okay, I get it now. This is how we move. This is how we talk.
I agree with what you're saying while you're in the service. I'm talking about once you're out and you're going back to society. Is it hard for military people to bring yourself back into that?
Oh yeah, I'll never be normal. you know? Yeah.
No. And that's not. Hey, let me tell you, man. I'm gonna say something, man. That's the honest to God truth. I have not been the same since we left combat. I can't even work no more, man. I try to go on interviews, bruh, and I snapped. I blacked out, and I hurt people. Been to jail for hurting people on interviews in a room full of people. I'm not gonna tell you. I miss, and it's gonna sound messed up. I miss combat.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I miss.
Hey, you know what I miss?
I
Don't
miss it,
go
man.
and be.
Honestly, I wish I could still be back over there, and that's sad. And I got kids, man. But I miss you guys. This right here is a blessing for me.
Right.
You know,
me and Jack, we've been in Iraq together, right, Jack?
You don't understand, man. You guys don't understand, bro. I've been in some dark. I've been in some. I played hard over there, but I've been in some dark places since I've been back. And bruh, let me tell you,
hey Jack, respect.
I pray a lot, man. I pray a lot. I pray a lot, man. And I can't do the fireworks.
I was a detainee NCO. I remember everything that happened.
Yo, man, hey. But being back here, man, it's not the same. I felt when I was over there with Bravo Company, I was over there with family, man. I felt at home. When I came back, everything's new to me, man. And I don't mess with people. I stay in my house. I deal with my son, man. My baby boy. I got 5 boys. I deal with my baby boy, man. He's with me. I try to make sure his life is great, bro. God has truly blessed me. I got a 4-bedroom house, 3.5 bathrooms, man. I mean, 3 bathrooms, man. But when I tell you, when I tell you, man, I fought to get my 100% because it's the part that I get pissed off about, because you got soldiers that are people that been in the service. They come out with 90%, but the ones that was over there when it first kicked off OIF1, man, we sit up here. We have to fight our government, the same government we fought for, to get our benefits, and they try to tell us ain't nothing wrong with you. But yet still, you got a person that they come out of basic training. Some of them don't even complete basic training, come out with 90%.
Yeah, still my PTSD in basic. I was in Jackson.
Yeah, you know, and it's messed up. But if I could do it all over again, I would do it with the same people I went to combat with. If I could deal with it right now, man, when I tell you 90% of me was left in Iraq, 90% of me was left in Iraq, man. It was so bad. It was so bad, man. My ex-wife would tell you, I tried to get back over there any way I could, man, and I finally made it back over there as a contractor. And I was at home. I was at peace. Hey, they shoot rockets into the compound. Everybody screaming and acting crazy. I was at peace, man. I was like, yo, okay.
When you're a serviceman, when you're a soldier, that's a part of your heart, man. You know.
Well, you know what it is? Test. It's testing. You know what? You know what you got when you were in that environment, because it's just like when kids grow up in the street, and they've been challenged and they're dealing with the murder and the bloodshed and things, and then these guys grow up and they become best friends. And like LeBron, he went back and hired all of the people from his block. When we were over there, these are people that their metal has been tested to the limits. You know what you're getting. Out here in civilian society, you can't trust nobody. Everybody's snaking everybody. Ain't nobody tested. Everybody's all shallow out here. That's why, you hear me sound the way I sound about certain things, because I almost feel like you wind up being a nice guy all the time. Like I got people in my family that always tell me to have elevation on everything. Take the high road. And me, my personality, and then the combating, and all the things I've been through, I'll be wanting to punch somebody in the mouth. You know what I mean? I think it's okay to do that sometimes. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to have elevation and understand everybody else's problems. Sometimes I want to just be like, you know what? I got problems too.
Yeah.
And that's why I want to take credit for my work.
But see, people can't tell you, well, talk to me. How can you understand where I'm coming from if you hadn't been where I've been? So why am I going to talk to you? You know what I'm saying? And then when we first came back trying to get a job, man, dude told me, bruh, well, I would like to hire you, but did you kill anybody? Man, what does that got to do with me working?
Man, I hate when they ask those questions.
I'm not trying to be funny. I used to hate civilians with a passion. So I keep myself sheltered in my house. I order my clothes offline. I don't mess with civilians. If I do go out there, man, I go out there first thing in the morning when I know nobody's out there. That way I can shop. I ain't got to worry about nobody talking to me. I ain't got to worry about me having a flashback. I get what I get. I get the hell out of there. And I'm being honest with me, Bush. And I'm so thankful for you, man, and you guys, man. I get a chance to see you guys again. I get a chance, man, to talk, man, to people that I know that can relate to me, who know what I've been through or what we all been through. And what a lot of people don't understand, man, I went to a family reunion, and I tried to go to a family reunion. I stayed in the truck, man. I didn't. They was like, man, you remember me? I don't even remember my own family, bro. I don't remember them. I don't mess with them, man. And my cousin had to tell me. He said, hey, y'all, just leave them alone. He's like, man, hey, man, the Army did. I said, bro, don't talk about my brothers, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because y'all don't know what we've been through, man. Right. And for you, Tori, the sad part is, man, we fought, and we was there for each other, but we had to fight our own people, man, to make it back. And that's a testimony for me, Colonel Charles E.A. Sexton. I had a death threat placed on my bunk while I was up there at the BIOP. Several people I know has death threats placed on the bunk from my own people, bro. And see, it's a lot of stuff in combat that we don't talk about that we experience, man. But it's sad when you fighting the enemy, then you find out you got to fight your own people just to make it back to Germany safely.
Wow.
That's an injustice.
That is an injustice.
But this is the thing. When I tell you,
Jack, if you ever want to talk about that, you know, we could have like a whole session. I mean, that's the whole purpose of the show. We want to bring the soldiers on and that can tell stories that other service members can relate to, right? We got brothers. We got a bunch of brothers. We got a gang of brothers.
Man,
right?
it hurts, bro. It hurts, man, because I'm not that same person. I can't go out in society, man. I can't mess with people. I don't mess with people. I don't want to hurt nobody. I don't want to put myself in a situation where I'm not with my son or my kids.
Right.
That hurts, man. So I'm not gonna put myself in a situation like that. And then they want to send you to see these shrinks and all this stuff and try to pump all this medication in you. And then they know it's bad. They just use you basically a guinea pig for them. Man, it's messed up, man. That's why I enjoy talking to you, bros. Bush, I know you had an anniversary, man, but I was. You see, I text you early, like, man, what's up? We gonna talk, bro.
Well, we already fixing that, right, Bush? We gonna get a page, and we can go live from the page. And if one of us is not there, that's like I was at football practice talking about plays and stuff, and y'all was already jumping in. And if Bush ain't here, or Mendez or whoever, we still going live.
Man, right? But it's a blessing to me. It's a blessing to me, man, for the brothers to get together. This is truly a blessing. And Billy and Tori, man, like I said, man, it's a blessing for all of us to get together, man. Sure. But for them brothers I serve with, it's nothing but love.
Brothers for life.
It is.
You
know what? Listen.
Hey, this is a good example.
Of love, man.
Hey, this is a good example. What we were talking earlier by Terry bringing in the question, and as us being a specific group of certain believers, certain way of life that we have as soldiers with a combat experience at an outsider as a civilian asking that question. That's a great example how we were talking about earlier, how to demonstrate certain things without bringing a belief in it. He wanted to know, for example, how come there was no passion, because we saw that because his brother, for the answer his brother gave him, and Jack, you gave an perfect example that we all would have said. I mean, yes, there is a passion because the guy to my left, to my right, that is who I'm there for protecting. You know, this is our line. This is my family that I'm protecting and coming in. And different point of view seeing it as a civilian, he probably understand. And Tori, my question to you: how do you see that answer compared to what you were thinking before? And can you relate a little bit on that?
No, I can relate in the aspect of in my younger youth, I didn't serve in the service, but I had my share of stuff in the street. I've seen people thrown off roofs. I've seen people shot in front of me. I've had to do some very, very bad things. And for me, though, as I got older, I had sorrow or remorse for those things. You understand? So I was wondering why, when my brother, after doing 20 years and coming out and actually he was out 5 years at this point when we had this conversation, is there a point where you can go back or have remorse, or just so that you feel human again? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. To me, like, in order for
but
me,
he hit. I'm sorry, Terry. You hit a question right now. You said what we mostly feel, like you say, to be human again. You just said it as a civilian,
right?
How for us to be human again on the aspect, and that is one thing. All of us in our own different ways is a monster that we have to deal with. You know what I mean? What is for us to be human again? Because
let me jump in there real quick.
Hold on, Mr. Bush. Hold on.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
No. He has a good point because, for example, I'm going to give an example of me. I was 18 years old when I joined the military. That's all I know. That's my life.
Yep.
High school, military, and now. So I will not be able to relate on something differently. So if it's not, it's hard for me to be able then to see people to be human. Because for me, my humanity is like, I do not understand why this don't make sense to you. Because for me, this is my norm. And for somebody else, it's not their norm. And now and I could say that for a lot of people here that I work with in Chicago area, it's like, I look at them, I'm like, you have no sense of urgency. I mean, you have no
sense. Oh my gosh. Oh,
you know what I mean? But it's something that I got brought into as I got brought up. You know what I mean? And so, and Jack is he's one of my mentors. I'm telling you, I was an E4, E5, and E6 twice under him. So I went through the whole route on that, and they taught me a lot.
You know what? I'm gonna say this. We are humans.
Absolutely.
I just the thing is that you said it. No sense of urgency. People haven't been tested. I can't relate to them. We were young kids, and we were tasked to like go out and do things and experience things. And you come back home, and people look at you like you're the crazy one, and I look at them and I say,
and yet,
it's so weird, right? A lot of this stuff.
The devil's advocate, though, Mark. You are the crazy one in their eyes. I'm playing it there because you just said it. They have not been tested, but what is being tested? You know what I'm trying to say?
Well, to me, like for us being tested, I mean, you out there, you make a decision, the wrong decision, you're dead. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Just the reality is just, we had young guys that got killed in the unit.
Right there. But real quick, that decision-making process right there has something on it. If you don't make that decision, you're dead. So you have to either trust on the decision that you make, right? Or have a faith in that decision.
Or you have to have an understanding, like you have to become very mature. You know what I mean? Like at a very early age, we went from being in the club.
Mark is right though, man. We had guys go there as boys, but they came back as men.
Yeah. We go from the booty hole club, the studio, the Oozigan, the fun Oozigan and all that. We went from doing all of that and drinking in the barracks to, all right, lock and load, front gate, back gate, you know what I mean? Red car
one. We had to switch though. Well, we can say we had to switch because when we came back to Freeburg, what was first thing we were outside that gate? I was going down.
Not me, man. But you know what? I would tell you this though. The switch was everybody knew who you was dealing with. You know what I mean? Like at that point, it's still different because we knew who you know what I'm saying? George. Like you know your brothers now. George. 20 years later, we could talk like this, right?
Yeah.
Hey, George.
There's people that grew up in the street together that can't do.
Hey, Tori, not to cut nobody off, but Tori, I want to tell you this, man, and this is absolutely, I speak to you from my heart, man. If one of them brothers call me right now, I'll be Johnny on the spot with every piece of arsenal I got in my house,
right?
And give my life for them before I do it for my own family members, man. That's how tight we became over there.
Well, you're dependent on each other to get out of there. Yeah, I get it.
Hey, I'm not saying because they're on the phone. I'm talking about right now in the United States. If they call me right now, I'm getting in my truck. I'm packing up every piece of shit, everything I got that I know is gonna kill somebody. And they say, "Hey, I'm there," and I wouldn't hesitate. I'll tell my family I love them, my kids, and I'll write my last will and testament. But I'm going to. I'll be by my. Hey, I am my brother's keeper.
That's the camaraderie that we established.
So let me ask you a question. In the Vietnam War, 2 tours was considered the max that they would allow a person to do. Is that right? Do you think that it's fair that they allow men and women to do 3 or 4 tours? Like, is that more than a human person can understandably take?
Things changed.
Yeah, way too much. Way too much.
Things changed. When we was over there, we was in the heat of it. We was in the kitchen. When we was over there, we was doing the doggone thing. That's when everything first kicked off. We was doing it, man.
Let me share a quick story.
They got air conditioned. They got defects. We didn't have that when we first got there.
We had the ceilings.
I was in company command, right, in San Joaquin, California, and we had an infantry type. You know, he came. He had about maybe 4 tours. You know, over the last 8 years, he had 4 tours. Wow. 1 year on, 1 year off, right?
Wow.
They stuck him in recruiting command so he could kind of take a knee. But the issue was he was addicted to painkiller, right? So this dude was on edge. He's about 6'4", 6'5", right? I had to tell him that we were initiating a medical evaluation board on him, right? So here you got the 6'4", 6'5" guy, and the company commander. I that morning I had to tell him I wasn't feeling too well. I went to the gym. I said, let me do a couple of more push-ups.
Gotta flex.
Couple more push-ups before I'm gonna have to get this dude off me, right? You know? And he was on edge, man. He was not playing. And you know, but yeah, they dedicate all their time, you know, their bodies, you know, their mental state. It all takes a toll, and then the military will put you out. When you thought you was gonna get that pension, right? Oh, they'll put you out, and you know, he's doing good now. But you know, I was concerned myself. I said, this dude, you know, hey, you know, of course you give your heart, your blood, and your sweat and your tears when you're in those types of environments. Right. It's tough.
I hear you guys. Well, listen, it's getting late. I gotta go to bed. I gotta get at 3 o'clock.
Real quick before.
Thank you. Hold on, let me just say this before you. I'm gonna let you say your last thing. Thank you, brothers, every last one of you, for allowing me in your group to talk. I have much respect for every last one of you. Every last one of you.
Appreciate you.
And I hope that we can talk again, man. I really enjoyed this. I really did.
Mr. Narvaez, thanks.
Appreciate you.
Hey, listen, real quick. You know, we wanted to talk about the losers and suckers. I know it's getting late. For those that are staying on, we can talk about that. But
all right.
Hebrews 11, right? Billy, could you?
So Mendez.
That talks about faith. We want to make sure we wrap it up, right? And in the proper way, right? It's a chapter that talks about all the obstacles that men and women of inner faith had to overcome, and they overcame it by faith. It's either
Hebrews 11:1.
You got it, Bill?
Oh, you mean get it up here?
Can you read that real quick?
Yeah, I'll get it. Hey, Hebrews 11. That's
Hebrews 11?
Did you say Hebrews 11?
Yeah, you go with Hebrews 11. I'm gonna go with Hebrews 12. It's either or.
All right. Now, faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. For by it the elders obtained a good report. Through faith we understand that the worlds were framed by the word of God, so that things which are seen were not made of things which do appear. By faith Abel offered unto God a more excellent sacrifice than Cain, by which he obtained witness that he was righteous, God testifying of his gifts, and by it he being dead yet speaketh. By faith Enoch was translated that he should not see death, and was not found, because God that had translated him, for before his translation he had his testimony that he pleased God. But without faith it is impossible to please him, for he that cometh to God must believe that he is, and that he is a rewarder of them that diligently seek him. By faith Noah, being warned of God of things which not seen as yet, moved with fear, prepared an ark to the saving of his house, by the which he condemned the world, and became heir of the righteousness which is by faith. By faith Abraham, when he was called to go out into a place which he should after receive for an inheritance, obeyed, and he went out, not knowing whither he went. By faith he sojourned in the land of promise, as in a strange country, dwelling in tabernacles with Isaac and Jacob, with heirs, or the heirs with him of the same promise. For he looked for a city which hath foundations, whose builder and maker is God. Though Through faith, also Sarah herself received strength to conceive seed and was delivered of a child when she was past age, because she judged him faithful who had promised. Therefore sprang there even of one in him as good as dead, so many as the stars of the sky in multitude, and as the sand which is by the seashore innumerable or innumerable. These all died in faith, not having received the promises, but having seen them afar off, and were persuaded of them, and embraced them, and confessed that they were strangers and pilgrims on the earth. For they that say such things declare plainly that they seek a country. And truly, if they had been mindful of that country from whence they came out, they might have and had opportunity to have returned. But now they desire a better country, that is, an heavenly. Wherefore God is not ashamed to be called their God, for he hath prepared for them a city. By faith, Abraham, when he was tried, offered up Isaac, and he that had received the promises offered up his only begotten son, of whom it was said that in Isaac shall thy seed be called, accounting that God was able to raise him up even from the dead, from whence also he received him in a figure. By faith, Isaac blessed Jacob and Esau concerning things to come. By faith, Jacob, when he was dying, blessed both the sons of Joseph and worship, leaning upon the top of his staff. By faith, Joseph, when he died, made mention of the departing of the children of Israel, and gave commandment concerning his bones. By faith, Moses, when he was born, was hid 3 months of his parents, because they saw he was a proper child, and they were not afraid of the king's commandments. By faith, Moses, when he was come to years, refused to be called the sons of Pharaoh's daughter, choosing rather to suffer affliction with the people of God than to enjoy the pleasures of sin for a season, esteeming the reproach of Christ greater riches than the treasures in Egypt, for he had respect unto the recompense of the reward. By faith, he forsook Egypt, not fearing the wrath of the king, for he endured as seeing him who is invisible. Although faith, he kept the Passover and the sprinkling of blood, lest he that destroyed the firstborn should touch them. By faith, they passed through the Red Sea as by dry land, which the Egyptians, essaying to do, were drowned. By faith, the walls of Jericho fell down after they were compassed about 7 days. By faith, the harlot Rahab perished not with them that believed not, when she had received the spies with peace. And what shall I more say? For the time would fail me to tell of Gideon and Barak and Samson, and of Jephthah, of David also, and Samuel, and of the prophets, who through faith subdued kingdoms, wrought righteousnesses, obtained promises, stopped the mouths of lions, quenched the violence of fire, escaped the edge of the sword, out of weakness were made strong, waxed valiant in fight, turned to flight the army, to flight the armies of the aliens. Women received their dead raised to life again, and others were tortured, not accepting deliverance, that they might obtain a better resurrection. And others had trial of cruel mockings and scourgings, yea, moreover of bonds and imprisonments. They were stoned, they were sawn asunder, were tempted, were slain with the sword. They wandered about in sheepskins and goatskins, being destitute, afflicted, tormented, of whom the world was not worthy. They wandered in deserts and in mountains and in dens and caves of the earth. And these all, having obtained a good report through faith, received not the promise, God having provided some better thing for us, that they without us should not be made perfect.
Amen. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Hey, listen, real quick, gentlemen. we all have our various, levels of faith. Everybody puts that faith on display differently. Only God can judge the heart of man, right? So I hope I didn't come across as judgmental. Forgive me if so. I go pretty hard. And the only reason I go pretty hard
because you LL Cool J.
Someone said nah. The only reason I go hard though, gentlemen, is because the faith that I have in me has carried me so far. It kept Tori. We used to talk about the faith before I joined the military. I got into the military. I used to talk y'all to death about officer candidate school and all his goals, right?
Yeah.
I used to talk. Hey, they try to stop your boy from going to officer candidate school. They
did. They did.
They try. Hey,
it was a journey. It was a journey for you, man.
I had to fight, man. But again, God saw me through. My career wasn't perfect, but I know the only reason I made it as far as I did was because of that faith. And I just want to give that testimony. In Revelation 12, verse 11, it says, we overcome by the blood of the Lamb and the word of our testimony, and we loved our lives not unto death. I know I talk a lot, and I apologize for that. Again, I appreciate each and every one of you. We could go around the horn. Tori, I know you got to go.
Yeah, I got to go.
God bless you, brother.
Take care. God bless every last one of you.
Yeah, we'll have you back on again, man. Thanks for taking it easy on us, bro.
Nah, not at all. Later.
Later, man. Hey, we could go around the horn. We could talk more about this losers and suckers.
Yeah, man. I want to talk about that, man.
You want to talk about that? Yeah, Jack. What you got? What's your perspective, Jack? What you got, man?
Man, this is my thing. We talked about fake news last time we talked. We talked about this, but if y'all look with Woodward, one of his good friends, who recorded their conversation, and they played it on a couple of different stations, including Fox. Fox even debugged that. His favorite news station debugged it and said, debunked it and said, yeah, he said it. They got proof he said it, but he is who he is, man. I mean, we know what our president, we know what to expect. And like Billy said, he's going against the grain. With a lot of the rich people, he's going against the grain because he's in there now. They can't control him. But as far as the losers and the suckers, man, I think it's pretty messed up, man, because he never served. He got out of he's a draft dodger because you got chin splints and they didn't see him in Vietnam. A lot of people was messed up and they still sent they behind the Vietnam, but money got him out of that. His dad, somebody, money got him out. Let's be real about it.
Right.
But for you to talk about us in the manner that you did, man, that's very disrespectful to our brothers, our comrades, our brothers and sisters that gave their life. And nobody in your family has ever served in the military, but you want to talk about the military. That's wrong, man.
Right. And I say, I guess that really, if he said those things, off with his head. I'm with you. Get him underneath the guillotine and, get him out of there. Because I believe this. We all believe this, right? We who have served in combat environments, and even if you haven't served in a combat environment, just serving, dealing with the things that soldiers deal with, the service members deal with, man, there's no place for that, right? So to hear him that he possibly said something like that, we definitely got to investigate as to what's really going on. But Billy, what have we discovered as far as the counter to Jack's statements?
I tell you, that Bob Woodward, they were talking about the virus being airborne.
Hey, Billy, not to cut you off, man. Make sure you bring Brother Bush on who Woodward was, because he didn't know who he was, man.
Yeah, I didn't.
Bob Woodward. Oh yeah, he's a long time supposed to be conservative. Supposed to be so far, but he's a long time journalist. That's what he does.
But he's a good friend of Trump too.
I find this very the timing of it all. He's writing a book right before the election. Bob Woodward. These guys don't like Trump because of what he's up. Because of what he's fighting against. He's fighting against their livelihoods. Now, John Bolton even said that Trump didn't say that, and this guy hates Donald Trump.
That's the former national security advisor.
Yeah, that's Mr. Mustache.
Right. Yeah, Mr. Mustache. This guy hates Donald Trump. Now,
well, but didn't Trump say that? But didn't he actually say to McCain that he wasn't a hero, that he likes people that don't get caught?
Well,
didn't he say that? I could have sworn I heard him say that.
He
actually,
did say that. Now, there's a lot.
Say that. He said that.
There's a lot that's come out about.
Like all biases aside, all party affiliations aside, that was a terrible thing that he could say to any man.
Well, there's a lot that's come out about John McCain. He's not actually the war hero he's made out to be. He was in a prisoner of war camp selling out secrets, and he come out heavy.
That's speculation.
Well, it's not. It's more than speculation, actually. I mean, these are recorded. Now,
let me tell you, McCain's whole platform was based on the fact that he was a POW, right? And basically, Trump he tried to take his legs out from underneath him with that statement. They were going at each other. It got a little nasty. Trump pulled no punches. It's all fair and love and war. John McCain.
But right there, I mean, you're going for you're trying to be the president of the United States. I mean, there's a certain level. I mean, like I get it. Like if we are like Nas and Jay-Z are rapping, and the guy comes out with Ether, and then the other guy got take over, and it's entertainment. This is different.
That's different than
now the Nas and Jay-Z. I don't understand that. I'll be honest. I don't understand the music stuff. But I'll tell you this much. I
don't know, but when Daddy Yankee and Don Omar, and Nicky Jam, they broke up.
Yeah, I don't.
I mean, it's just this guy is running for president. If I'm a CEO and I'm trying to get the board of directors and the executive people to put me at the head of Yahoo or U-Haul or whatever. There's certain things that, it's just certain etiquette that comes with it. If your pastor, got pissed off and he just decided to start acting a fool like that. See,
I think Trump did a power move on that. In other words, he showed the world the power that he has in a way that he can say what he wants to say, and he's still gonna get elected.
That's a good point. I never thought about it like that. And I'll tell you something. Trump was speaking to the everyday people. He wasn't speaking to those CEOs and so forth.
But my thing is,
just to speak to Mendez's point, no, I have thought about that. I got an uncle who has the same mindset. He's been a boss all his life, right? So he really doesn't care what you think or what you have to say, right? And he's gonna make that known. And that's the entrepreneur mindset. He doesn't take orders from anybody. And he
that's okay, but then that would contradict what Billy said earlier about ego, and that the reason why we go through the Bible and the faith and stuff is because if we go back 50 minutes, that completely contradicts.
Well, now,
right? And Trump actually does run around and preach that he's a Christian and this and that and other.
That is a good point, because
let me grab
this stuff happened before he was saved.
Let me grab this. We're all, first of all, we're all human beings that have personalities and ways we do business, right? When God can still use people, like, for example, David was an adulterer, right? And a murderer.
And a murderer,
And God said David's a man after his own heart, though.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Goodness gracious, I like to be able to get away with murder, and not really, but so President, he's far from perfect, right? He's not the perfect.
Like I said, we got to keep it real. We lost men in the war, Sergeant Fox. We lost men in that war. And you know what? To me, saying what he said about that guy is only one step over from saying, hey, if you died in war, you just a sucker. You know what I mean? Like, if you didn't make it back, you was a sucker.
Listen, I heard him talking about President Biden's or Vice President Biden's son. Earlier today.
Nasty stuff. That's not power to me. See, to me, that's immaturity. I expect my kids to act like that in the kindergarten and the first and second grade. I expect kids on the football field to sound like that and doing the Fortnite dance and all that stuff like that.
The fact of the matter is this, and Jack, you said earlier, Trump, you know what you getting with him. You know,
that's the Brooklyn in him, guy. Come on, that's the Brooklyn in him, bro.
Nah, it ain't even the Brooklyn, because back home, saying something like that or equivalent to that on a street level will get you thrown off a roof.
Hey,
you know what I mean? You find yourself in a dumpster.
Now with Trump, that's true. We know we're gonna get, but when you disrespect my brothers and sisters in arms, man, I have a problem with that, man. And that hits home for me. It really hits.
Yeah, what is it?
Of course.
So then, just on first class Fox,
especially when you didn't serve and you dodged a draft because your dad had money. He paid your way out.
I'm gonna say this. He said what he said, right? He said what he said about McCain, right? It's not that. That's that. They win a fight. They win a presidential campaign, a race. It was a firefight. It was a firefight, gentlemen, right?
Yeah.
Now
that was indecent.
There's guess what? There's a lot of indecent things that happen.
And there's
a lot. But let me tell you this, right? This goes back to Billy's point again, right? Trump is not powerful. First of all, let's get in and look at the facts. Only thing that he had over any other candidate was his own funding. Kanye West is not powerful. He's not a genius. He just has a lot of money. And so you know what? He can turn around and fund his campaign and say whatever. Kanye West, if he was to run for president, he could do whatever he wants because he has the money to do it. He can buy your whole house, your family, everything. It doesn't,
he
you know what I mean?
Electro votes. He bought the electoral
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. So to me, a real power is having nothing and standing on principles in the face of adversity, not having it all.
Well, let's frame it along these lines.
Politics too. We talk about politics.
We knew guys in the street like that, right?
You know that
everybody thought that the guy was tough, but it wasn't that he was tough. You just couldn't touch that guy because you knew that you only had your life expectancy, right? But what about if that guy didn't have that, right? We know guys that can't scrap a lick, but we know they got the cannon on them, right?
Wait a minute. Let's frame it in this way. Trump is not a politician.
No, he wasn't. And see, that's the thing there.
He's still not a politician. He's still not a politician.
And
not a polished one.
And Hillary was shocked.
He's not a politician at all.
He was supposed to go ahead and win that election. She's a career politician, right?
No, he wasn't supposed to win that. No. Money. Come on now. Look, Trump is a businessman. He was going to win that.
More than money, God is the one that puts people in office.
Let's
what a Christian principle, right?
Now let's not be naive to that fact. Now, Obama said several times, Trump's not going to win. He knew why he wasn't going to win, why he was saying that. Now, the people showed up. They weren't supposed to show up.
Well, I mean, people showed up, but let's be realistic. They showed up because both parties are circuses, and it just happened to be that the Republicans finally had a rogue guy that can get in there. It could have happened on the Democrat side. You know what I'm saying?
Because he's a hand of God.
No, I agree with Sean.
Whoa.
Is he talking to us?
Max, yeah, this.
Whoa, really? Max, okay. The hand of God.
He's a hand of God.
Hey, now, every leader is appointed by God. Even Obama himself was.
I'm standing firm.
No, I agree with you.
That's right.
For him to observe all that he has and survived all that he has against.
We'll see what
he didn't survive nothing. Look, Jack survived more than a Trump did. You know what I'm saying?
I'm being honest with you. Hey, Trump has survived everything that is thrown at him, man.
No, he has.
He has.
The Teflon Don.
Listen. At that level,
hey, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. No, I'm not trying to be disrespectful to nobody. Trump has he has survived everything, and then I don't know what he got on people in both Democrats and Republicans, but they scared of him.
They are scared of him because
he went against the grain on everything.
And
to be honest, it's all look the same secret society that we keep talking about. That's all that is. That's why I told you I'm not affiliated with none of that on either side. It's all the same. If you really think Trump,
it very well could be.
if you really think Trump cares about you, come on now, let's be honest. The guy said it himself. He said the president of the United States was the only thing that he had left that he could do at this point. He's a billionaire. He owns all the golf courses in the world. He's had all the women in the world. He got all the gag orders in the world or whatever. You ain't never going to know what he did, right? And not until he dies and 15 or 20 years later. Well, you know what I mean? The guy is about the closest thing you're going to get to the mafia.
Give him a grade. Give him a grade from A to D or A to F. How's he done? And quantify that if at all possible, right? First step back, hub zones, opportunity zones.
Oh. Lowest black unemployment.
Black
unemployment. Hispanic unemployment. The lowest white unemployment since 2000.
Listen, a lot of things that we give him credit for is just it was put in place.
You know that. You are in the seat. You take responsibility for your failures and your successes. We know that. Come on.
Now, the Congressional Budget Office has come out and said that if the restrictions weren't lifted, it would be under 2%. GDP would be under 2% still if the restrictions were not lifted off of businesses. Like Obama kept them down for a reason.
You know what I always thought was like a weird thing, right? I always believed that the welfare system was created for white people and it just blacks benefited from it because there had to be a system so that white people can get on. Like, it's just like certain books, right? I always tell people that I don't read the dumb books. I go and I buy what white people read to their kids, and then I go ahead and apply those messages, and that's how I made money. I'm not gonna. I don't care what the Israelite or the racist white guy on the corner of Harlem talking about. I go read Robert Kiyosaki. I got Trump books, right? I got the Why We Want You Rich, Donald Trump and Robert Kiyosaki. I don't care about who the person is. I just care about the message. You know what I mean? If he got a message and I could gain something from it, I'm gonna read it. But when it comes to just being clear, I don't care whether they're Democrat or Republican. Very few politicians give any care about you. They just want their dog and pony show funeral. They just want, you know what I'm saying? That's all it is. Trump, when he goes home at night, does not care. And let me tell you this, like, I'm a CEO. I have a business. I have employees. And you know what? People have to go through my employees to get to me. You know what I'm saying? If I set them in place to, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just is what it is, And so the thing is, when we say that Trump has survived everything, no, his people around him survived everything. Who is it? Was it Steve Jobs or was it Mark Zuckerberg? I think it's Steve Jobs said that when you actually a CEO and you're successful, you hire all the intelligence, right? You just hire, you know what I'm saying? You hire people smarter than you, and you put them in place. I don't have a media company.
He fired everybody.
Yeah, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have a media company, but hey, listen, I got the money to finance one. So if I want to get really fancy for the podcast, I got a media guy because I can fund it. Oh, I need the music. Oh, I can go over here and get this guy. Oh, I need, you know what I'm saying? Next thing you know, I'm looking real jiggy and polished, and everybody's saying, hey, Mark is the God and all that. But the reality is that, no, it's money. You know what I'm saying? Like, things happen. Okay, there's landlords in this city that I'm sure should be getting taken to court for being slumlords or not handling their responsibilities. But guess what? They got money, so people look the other way. You know what I'm saying?
To that effect.
And I think that could be on any side, whether even Democrats.
No, absolutely. And Trump was a billionaire, 70-year-old man. He should be enjoying the labors, the fruit of his labors.
He already is.
Now, he's lost $1 billion. If it was all about money, he'd still have.
He don't need money no more. He's almost dead.
But if it was all about money, I mean, what's $1 billion, huh?
Yeah, listen. Look, I don't believe for a second that he did this for money. He did it so that he could be scaring kids in textbooks for the next 200 years.
Hey,
you know what I mean? Like,
that's not true. They're going to
like even the Democrats. Listen, even Obama. 200 years from now, Obama, they're going to still say first black president. We can have 30 black presidents after Obama, but Obama will still be Obama. Just the same way, I don't care what George Washington looked like or what he smelled like, but you know what? we still got to keep hearing about it because it was a milestone. This guy right here, he's a milestone. He came in rolled.
Wrap this up. Let's go around the horn, right?
All right.
We've been on.
Just keep it real, though. I mean, think about it this way. If Melania, everybody keeps saying that she's like so angry with Trump. If he really just wanted to get rid of her, what woman wouldn't want Trump? He's got all the money in the world. There's women that'll leave their husband right now and be like, see ya, pack it up. Right? Mark, he can have whatever he wanted.
Mark, parting words for everybody out there in Facebook land and that's going to be watching the Brothers Dwelling in Unity. What you got, brother?
Just keep the faith, man. You know, do what you do best, you know, and be sincere about it. You know, embrace the differences that we all have, you know, and just, you know, stay in your lane, be a decent person, you know.
Hey, appreciate you, brother. Jack, I don't know if you want to say a few words, brother.
Hey, I'm gonna piggyback or caveat on what Mark said. Don't sell yourself short or your beliefs short. Believe in what you believe. Know that there is an Almighty. I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a liberal. I'm not a conservative. I want what's right for the people and the citizens of the United States of America, for all of us to be treated, as they say, equal, and not based on race, religion, or color, but treat us as human beings, man, everybody. And just keep up the faith, man. And I just want to thank all the brothers, man. It means a lot to me, bro, because I really don't have a chance to talk. I don't have nobody to talk to, man, that can understand some of the things that I'm going through, man. I just want to say I appreciate all you brothers, man. Billy, man, even though you didn't serve with us, man, you a brother Arms too, man. And I thank you for your wise words, man. Hey, just thank everybody, man.
Appreciate those words, Jack. Hey, nothing but respect. You know that, brother. And same for you, Mark. Mendez, I don't know if you want to grab it.
Yeah. Hey, Billy, jump in what Sergeant Jack said. Yeah, you don't gotta just dealing with those. That's combat experience right there.
Yeah, because you're dealing with we definitely a little twisted in the head, all of us.
Yeah, just being 3 weeks already with us, more than 2 hours, man. That hey, you earn your stripes, brother. You good.
Yeah, and you know what? I don't go easy on nobody. But you know what? I like I said again, I respect everybody's opinions, and I think that it's healthy, especially because in our audience, there's people that are gonna look in here and they're gonna say, Parrish represents me, or you know, Jack represents me, or Bush represents me, or Mendez, or Kevin. And I think that if we all wind up in the same corner, it's not good. So I like to give a little, like, spice things up a little bit.
Definitely.
Yeah, definitely. And then just to close it up on it, one thing, a message really is that, like everybody must say, just be yourself. At the end of the day, you know, it's not okay. At the end of the day, we are an example of God. We are an example of our family. At the end of the day, when we were in the military, we have one last name. That's what we really represented. You know what I mean? So just always remember the values and upbringings that we all have, and that will always gonna guide us to the right way. Sooner or later, like every one of us, we were certain ways when we were younger, and something in our life happened that flipped that switch differently of what we understood what faith was and what the right way was in certain things. You know what I mean? We got our values, we got our way of life. It's just being a good person. I should say the common denominator is just be a good person. Always be so positive. To everything negative, there's always something positive. The sun goes up and it comes back down. That's one thing that always kept me going. I had those long nights patrolling. I like, man, that sun's gonna come up sooner or later. That stand 2 is gonna be cold enough for the next 45 minutes until good old sun total starts bringing up. So just keep it up and always remember that everything, pain is temporary. You know, but it's good to have that pain because it'll let you know that you're actually working for what you have.
Amen.
Hey, brother. Appreciate you. Bill.
Hey, Pierre, you know where Franklin, Tennessee is at?
Yeah. Man,
yeah,
I went to the guy from Franklin, Tennessee.
Me and my best friend from school growing up, we went to the military base out there, or the recruiting center, and tried to enlist.
Yeah.
And it said maps would never pass me through. I was just wasting my time. I was born with the condition, and it's a brain condition, and it impacts my, a lot of my balance and so forth.
Billy has a real good testimony, fellas.
I've actually, and this should show you, this is not about race. I've actually been pulled over by cops a few times thinking I was drinking. It had nothing to do with my skin color, but the way I was acting. And I explained to them. I mean, I had a cop actually smell my breath because it didn't make no sense to him.
Hey, Bill, are you saying they thought you were black because you were acting?
No, man, no.
But
hey, I'm gonna start doing this from now on. 5.
I only got
you know, the social barriers that society puts on us, the barriers that society puts on us. You know, my skin color, you know, people talk about, you know, me being white, so I've got privilege. Well, I've never gotten anywhere because of my skin color. And like you guys, y'all had to work hard because y'all are human beings. Look at Captain up there, LL Cool J. And hey, you weren't lying about Tory looking like, what's his name? No, the famous director Spike Lee.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you weren't lying about that. But I mean, you know, we're all in this together. And Mark is right. You know, if we're all in the same corner, the enemy doesn't stand a chance.
And Billy, my dad's staying in Jackson, Tennessee now, man.
Oh, hey, yeah, I'm just an hour and a half away from there.
Yo, I know. My dad stays there now.
Hey, God bless them, man. You know, we're all in the same corner together. Well, we should be, but there's a certain group of people, that 1%, black, white, Asian, whatever, that doesn't want us thinking that way.
And you're right.
And you know, Christ says that in Psalm 23, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil.
For thou art with me.
So, you know, at the end of the day, for me, it's about Christ. It goes to Christ. I'm thankful to wake up every day. And I tell you, things that I've been through, you know, the struggle is real. You know, I tell you, I'm white. You know, besides Mindy, I'm the whitest guy on here. But I mean, my point is, I make the least amount of money. So, you know, skin color's got nothing to do with anything. But at the end of the day, it's all about Christ.
Amen, brother. Amen.
Amen.
I'll be brief. Again, a respect to each and every one of you out there. Whenever I get together and I have a conversation with anybody, I'm not really trying to agree, or it doesn't matter if I disagree. There's the scripture that says, whether Christ is preached in pretense or truth, it really doesn't matter. What matters is that Christ is preached. So it's always an opportunity to get the word of God out there. Faith comes by hearing, and hearing by the word of God. So when people come underneath the hearing of the word of God, there's an opportunity for God to bring them to faith. A seed has been planted, a seed has been watered. We're trusting God to give the increase. Listen, I love each and every one of you with the love of Christ. I really mean that. There's nobody in service that I have any ill will towards. I'm gonna tell you that right now. And you know, if you served, you know, there's a camaraderie that, you know, is just you can't hate somebody that wore a uniform. I don't care. You know, you got to be a real special person to do that. You know, Bill, you know, our relationship, we're in the fight, we're in the trenches. We're gonna continue to do that, brother. And gentlemen, together next week. It's been 4 hours and goodness gracious, 4 hours.
Yeah, it goes by fast.
Almost, yeah, long time. But you know, it seems like it was 5 minutes, right?
It was fun. Hey,
that's how it
Mindy
is
went
for
back
brothers
into
and dwelling
special
together.
I'm looking at Mendes' face down there. He looked like a mannequin.
Hey, I thought we were good until he said, okay, we're gonna keep going. I'm like, whoa.
Yo.
Friday night, you know.
I was like, yo, is he all right? Yo.
Hey, brother, we'll work on the time. You know, we're not gonna go 4 hours all the time. That's ridiculous.
Hey,
right?
man.
Nah, I think about
3:45,
3:45 should be good.
But
but Butch, if we talking, man, and we come together, man, and we having a dialogue with one another, man, time shouldn't matter, man.
I agree, brother.
Man, no.
I agree.
It's always good. That's why brothers can hop in and hop out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Somebody could have just logged in and just like, oh, I got it, and just hop in.
If I log out though, I guess I can step away. Yeah, I can step away.
Yeah, you just
Hey,
step
you know
away.
what, Bush? That's a good thing. Hey,
Well, that's the reason. Huh?
Hey, next week, Bush, why don't you just go ahead and throw the link on the Facebook?
Right. You know what? But the thing is, for Zoom, you know, I guess I have an account where I'm only one user. I can upgrade it so that two people can. basically control the feed, the stream. Because I think it's as it's set up right now, there's only one person.
Hey, hey Bush, before we go, man, Billy, you need to know this. Bush had a lot of adversaries against him, man. Being in 136, man. He had a lot of adversities against. He had a lot of stuff going against him, man. One, because Bush was already educated before he came in the military, and being infantry, they want to dumb you down. Same thing with Cullum and all those. No, I'm serious, man. Same thing with Cullum. Yeah. Everybody, man, they want to dumb you down. They don't think you should progress. They didn't think you should progress because a lot of them, they were already officers. They didn't want to see enlisted become officers. But what a lot of people didn't know, Captain Hart was a tanker, and then he went West Point, and that's unusual, man. And he was enlisted and then go West Point. He was of that like 5%. Not the 1%, but the 5%. Bush, they didn't want to see Bush. A lot of them didn't want to see Bush make it because Bush was outdoing a bunch of them, including senior enlisted. So he had a lot going against him, but he made it. And I'm being honest with you, Bush, man, I'm proud of you, bro. I'm proud of what you did, man. I'm glad you ain't let nobody stop you with your 5 and 20 degrees. You know what I'm saying?
Working on number 6.
Yeah. But all jokes
aside, when he said 5, that like, yo.
You know what? Let me say this.
Hey,
I've been wanting to really highlight that.
I'm proud of you, man.
To hear it come from you, Jack, it's special, man. Let me tell you, brother. I've been wanting to really convey that without seeming egotistical. You know, because when you say it yourself, it comes off egotistical, right? And that's a biblical principle.
I'm proud of you, bro, because
nah. See, I don't look at it as egotistical. I feel like you should be proud of your 5 degrees.
Yeah.
You really should. I mean, honestly, why work for something and then hide it and then never talk about it?
Like 5 degrees,
really should be proud, man, because they didn't give you, man, the benefit of the doubt. That's why you should be proud.
And listen, everybody wrong. One thing. But the opposition, and we'll talk about some of these stories are hilarious. Like I had a squad leader one time tell me, you know why, you know what happened to all them negative counsel statements in your packet, Sergeant Bush? I took care of them. Knowing I'm the one that wrote the counsel statements, he wanted me to sign some backdated counsels, right? Marquez was like, yo, Bush, I seen your packet. You got stuff in here from like from 1997. Take care of that, right? I took care of it. My squad ain't gonna come to me and be like, hey, I took care of those squaddies. Because first Sergeant Walker wanted to see the packet.
Yeah.
Right? This is when I was in 3rd and it was going down. I was so glad I did that. If he would have seen that packet, I'd have been done. So Captain Bush.
Oh, shoot.
But man, I'm proud.
Yo, man, that's right. Like that. Yo.
Hey, I'm proud of you, man.
Especially, God says, don't praise yourself, but let others praise you, right? You know, I ain't got to say nothing, man. It's, you know, it is what it is. God has been good, man. My faith carried me all the way through. It was humbling too, man.
Man, hey, on the real, man, you should pat yourself on the back, bro, because people don't know what you've been through.
All glory to God, brother. And Jack, we all been through. Jack, real talk. You got a story to tell, brother. I know you got a story to tell. You know, I know, brother. In God's time, maybe you'll be able to speak on some of the things you went through because you old school soldier. Now, me, Mark, and Mendez, we came in around the same time. You're a little older than
I already been through 2 conflicts before. Well, 1 conflict and 1 war before y'all even came in.
Right. You was the OG, you know? So you've been through some things and they ain't either, right?
And then for Cullum, all I knew about Cullum, I'm gonna be a rapper.
Yo, I don't know. Did I tag you in the music on the page? Sorry.
I don't know, man, but listen to me, man. Man, it's so good to see what you became, bruh. That is a blessing, man. Because Cullum, I'm like, man, I want to tell you so bad, man. Screw rap, man. You got bigger potentials than being a rapper, bro. And you done that, man. And look at the positive. Look at what you're doing with the kids, and not just, but you helping other people out. And Mendez, what can I say about you, bro? I already knew. Mendez, you was always a hustler. If there was something to be done, Mendez gonna find a way to do it and find ways. Mendez, I already knew, man. I'm proud of, man. When I'm proud of one.
Those promotion scores, Mendez.
Bravo comes 6. I'm so proud of, man. I'm proud of the brothers in 136.
Proud to know you, Jack. Proud to know you, brother.
Bro, I'm proud of every person that was in 136, man. We had some good commanders, Colonel Cloyd, Colonel John, and then we got the butthole. But then we still stuck in there together. You know what I'm saying? And he tried to drive a wedge through, between us, man. And he called me the N-word. You know,
everybody.
Man, hey, he called me the N-word, but I was the only person, one of the only enlisted people that stood up to him. Me and First Clemens.
Right. Yeah, Clemens. Yeah, man. You know what? Clemens, when they fired me from my team leader position, Harris, I seen him since I commissioned. When Sergeant First Class Harris fired me from my team leader position because I wanted to go to Officers Candidate School Board in Kuwait, if First Sergeant Clemens wasn't in place, I'd have been done, man. But he was a soldier's leader. And he said, nah, you know what, sometimes...
Hey, First Sergeant Clemens, man, he's in Dallas, Texas, working as a police officer.
Is he? I didn't find him, man.
Hey, First Sergeant Clemens, man, let me tell you something, man. He had a death threat placed on his bunk by somebody in our chain of command that's over, that served as in the battalion area. I'm gonna put it like that, in the battalion area.
Right.
But he had a death threat placed on his bunk, as well as I did. And we had an officer in Alpha Company had a death threat placed on their bunk. Man, it was so much illegal stuff, man, that you guys know what's going on. And then they tried to set me up to get me killed, man. They sent me out with 3rd Platoon. They had Zelensky ass up there at the Ministry of Oil, sitting up there, man. You could walk in front of Zelensky. He couldn't kill a fly. Somebody qualified.
God bless that brother, right?
Yeah. Hey, but bottom line is, man, when I got out there, they wasn't doing patrols. That's when Colonel Sexton said, send Sergeant Jackson out with a patrol. And I told Sergeant Brown, I said, I'm not going nowhere. I said, you tell him. I told Sergeant Brown to deliver a message, him and the PL. But I was like, nah, man.
Brown looked like Fred Flintstone, too.
Yeah. Look just like Fred Flintstone, yeah.
Him and Peter Hart.
Yeah. Hey, but there's a lot of crooked stuff going on, man, from our higher echelon. And First Sergeant Clemens kept him and Captain Hart. People don't give Captain Hart these props. He said, man, Captain Hart spoke on all our behalves, and he stood up. He was another person stood up to Colonel Sexton, as well as Lieutenant Harris.
Right.
Lieutenant Harris stood up to him.
Yeah, I got him on LinkedIn. He's up in Fort Polk.
Who?
Captain Hart.
Yeah, he's in Fort Polk.
Yeah.
Colonel Hart now. Colonel Hart.
Yeah, he's retired now. He's a civilian out there.
Okay. Yeah, man. Hey, but man, I love him, man. I love him and Clemens, man. I love him and Clemens, man. And I'm telling you, we had Bravo Company, man. That's what pissed me off. They tried to drive a wedge through us, man, and they couldn't. The Colonel Sexton couldn't get what he actually wanted. So
Jack,
he disbanded everybody.
I'm gonna say a name. It might evoke some emotion.
Why are you live?
What's that?
You're live.
Have you had any contact with Kratos?
Man, that's who, man. I've been looking for him, bro. Man, that's my heart, bro. I'm thinking about taking a hop to Germany and trying to find him, man.
Is he in Germany?
I don't know where he's at, man.
Yeah, hey, Jack. The right before all that went down, Wilson and Kratos. I was telling Mark this story. I think I had asked him to turn the music down. I was in like the front. There was a lot going on, So they're dealing with that stuff, And I come back there and I'm like, hey, can y'all, I'm having fun with him. I'm just playing games, just keeping it light. Hey, y'all need to turn that music down, right? I'm in the gym and everything. Kratos got up. He was like, he wanted to scrap. I said, Kratos, it's me, man. It's me. It's Bush, man. We ain't gonna do that, man, But
yeah.
I think there was a lot going on at that time.
But Bush, hey, man, I got some information for you, Mendez, and Cullum, man. And I got some legit information. I got a packet, man. Sergeant Major died. Sergeant Major Cook. I got a packet that was given to me. I'm not gonna give no names of sworn statements that was written on Colonel Sexton by officers as well as senior enlisted, stuff that he stated and everything. I got the packet, man. Bush, I had this packet, man, ever since Iraq. I mailed that packet home to my dad. You know, I got stuff, man. I got stuff, bruh, that they set up. And tell them at Mendez, you guys need to hear this. You know, they set up 3rd platoon to fail. They put us in one of the roughest sectors, Sector 15 South, the banking district, to fail. I know somebody that's an officer. Man, I've been talking to a lot of people. I know somebody that's an officer that actually got stuff on what they try to do to set us up for failure, man. And Captain Hart didn't even know about it.
This stuff goes on. It goes on. It's real.
Hey, the CID guy came and told me personally. He said you wasn't supposed to make it back. They was trying to kill you and make sure you came back in a body bag. That's the honest to God truth. I put that on all 5 of my sons. A CID guy told me this. He said, brother, man, it's a blessing that you made it back.
Hey, who's the sniper out of Alpha Company? Caucasian guy, tall guy, E6.
Zelensky.
Yeah. Listen.
He couldn't shoot nobody.
They call him one shot, no kill, right?
Yeah.
One shot, no kill.
Yeah.
One shot. I went on a sniper mission with him in retrospect. They made me the point. There was one other guy, and Zelensky, hey, Bush, you're going to run the point. Because I was at headquarters, like hanging out. I said, man, they trying to get me killed out here with something.
Hey, you didn't have to worry about getting killed by him, though.
Wow.
Hey, I got a friend of mine. Zelensky went to the old guard. A close friend of mine. Me and him went to combat together. We went to Desert Storm, Desert Shield together. He said, man, Zelensky was so ate up, just telling everybody, bragging about who he killed. I said, what? Nah, man. That man, I told him straight up. He said, you know him, man? He was sorry. I said, yeah. I said, his wife worked at a PSB. She did all that stuff, PSB and stuff, records. He said, yeah, that's him. I said, yeah, man, walked all funny, man, thought he was I said, man, he wasn't nothing. He was a do boy. And that's why, see, Colonel Sexton didn't like nobody, because if you spoke up for what was right, you know, you went against the grain. So I'm like, nah, man. You know, one thing I did, hey, you remember the guy, what was the guy? He was in 2nd platoon. No, he was in 1st platoon. 1st platoon. He was in 1st platoon. His name started with an M. He was an Ethiopian light-skinned guy. They wound up putting him out. He went through a court-martial.
An M?
Yeah.
An M like Mike?
No, his last name started with an M. He was Ethiopian, but he was light-skinned. He was lighter than me. He went through a court-martial. Anyway, I spoke at his court-martial, bro. And Captain Hartnum told me, he said, well, you need to say this. I said, no, I'm going to tell the truth. Right. I told him straight up. I said, no. I said, he's what you call a field soldier. He don't know the difference between garrison and field. I said, because when he get back to garrison, he just does stuff, man. I said, don't get me wrong. He's a soldier. He's a field soldier. He's somebody that you would want to take to combat and go to the field with. I said, he's awesome. Matter of fact, he was in 2nd platoon, Harris platoon. I said, but when he come back into the garrison, I said, yeah, he got too much time on his hand. As long as you keep him occupied.
E6, E5?
Nah, he was an E3, man. They wound up putting him out. Okay. But yeah, man, hey, I never forget. So Captain Hart said, why did you tell him that? I said, I spoke the truth. I said, because I told him straight up, I said, what's right is right. I'm not going to go against this man or lie on this man because you guys don't like him and you're trying to prove a point. Because me and Captain Hart got into it, man, because he tried to put, matter of fact, me and Mendez and them, when we was OCing out there in Graftonville, we had Marino with us. We was OCing out there in Graftonville.
What up?
Yeah, they cut the lots on my Bradley.
My boy.
I was the platoon sergeant then. Before Adams came in, they cut the lots on the Bradley and took the shit out of my Bradley to get 2nd platoon up, which was Harris platoon, because they was going out there to be our 4.
Yep.
And they did that without the supply sergeant and Pittman, without Pittman, everything. Right. They just took stuff to get that platoon up. Then he tried to come back to LT. He tried to tell my LT that you're going to pay for it. I said, well, you ain't paying for nothing. I said, I used to teach this stuff at Fort Benning before I came here. I was an instructor. So I already know the rules and regulations, man. I know the AR.
Dirty, underhanded stuff going on.
Hey, but Captain Hart told me, he said, and I did a complete the record NCOR. He said, if you want me to sign in NCOR, I said, well, don't worry about it. You ain't got to sign. I said, right now, I'm telling you and the first sergeant, I want to go see the company. I want to go see the battalion commander and the battalion sergeant major open door policy, and I'm going to brigade. I said, matter of fact, I said, I go to Sergeant Major Cook's house in Budigen. He stayed in Budigen, Germany. His wife was German in Budigen. I said, I go to his house and talk to him face to face. He said, wait a minute. I said, Captain Hart, you forgot I used to teach all this stuff? I said, what you did was illegal, immoral. I said, and unbecoming of an officer. I said, now I know the rights and regulations. I said, now you trying to hold us over my head. I said, ain't nobody taking no money out of my paycheck. You did. I said, I'm his platoon sergeant. It's my job to make sure. I said, I train him. It's my job to train him, and it's my job to look out for my lieutenant. Right. Look out for my lieutenant. I said, I'd be damned if he gonna pay for something that it's not his fault, and you will not hold him accountable.
It was you know what? It was a dirty game. I think I was naive when I came in. I thought it was gonna be one utopia. People were gonna guide you and hold your hand.
They don't, man.
You that was Germany. Hell no.
Hell no. I think I was drinking the Kool-Aid watching those commercials a little too much, you know.
Hey, E6 twice, baby. E6 twice.
Oh, you sound like Trump. You sound
like. Wait, who was E6 twice?
Over here.
I was.
When did you lose your ring?
I got 2 Article 15s.
I never had none.
How did you lose ring?
Hey, once we take the live feed off, I tell you.
hey, fellas, we're gonna say good night. God bless each and every one of you. Love you with the love of Christ.
God bless y'all.
Next week. We're gonna do it.
Years. Thank you.
Okay. Have a good night. Be safe. Enjoy the weekend.
Hey, 19 years. 9/11, 19 years. God bless you. Thank you.
Yep. There you go.
Take care, Billy.
Hey, God bless you guys.
Jack, Bush, Mark, take your blessings.
We'll see you. See you, Captain.
What's going on, fellas?
All right.
I see you, Mark.
Hey,